It's midnight, and this is the Vote 2024 Double By-Election Special programme. I'm Jonathan Samuels, live from the Sky News Elections Centre. Pressure on the Prime Minister, with the Conservatives bracing for defeat in both seats being contested. But a test too for Sir Keir Starmer after a week of bruising headlines about U-turns and anti-Semitism in the Labour Party. There are two seats in Labour's sights overnight. First, the constituency of Wellingborough in Northamptonshire. It's been vacated by the Tory MP Peter Bone following allegations of bullying and sexual misconduct. Also up for grabs, the constituency of Kingswood. It's on the outskirts of Bristol. That's after the Conservative MP Mr Skidmore quit, taking aim at the Prime Minister's stance on the environment. We'll bring you both results live as they happen and analyse what they might mean for the composition of Parliament here at Westminster at the coming general election. Hello there, a very good morning. Well, it's been a roller coaster of a week, hasn't it, for both the Conservatives and Labour ahead of this morning's double by-election result. Sir Keir Starmer has been battling a backlash over Labour's U-turn on its green spending pledge and over those new allegations of anti-Semitism in his party. For the Conservatives, a huge blow after it was confirmed that the UK's economy is now officially in recession. While counting is underway, Labour and the Conservatives are attempting to manage expectations in both constituencies of Wellingborough and also in Kingswood. A Tory loss in both would mean the Conservatives racking up their largest number of by-election losses in a single parliament since the Second World War. And for Labour, uncertainty over how the party's tricky week could affect voting. All this, of course, in a general election year. Well, first of all, let's get the thoughts of our political correspondent, Tamara Cohen. She's here with me in the studio till the bitter end, Tamara.
Absolutely.
And I tell you what, there's a lot of expectation management going on.
Yeah, there always is in by-elections. But I think, first of all, why are these two particular ones important? Because they're their first test at the polls in this general election year. And after some of Labour's storming victories in a string of by-elections last year, it will give us a sense of whether that momentum is continuing, is it accelerating, or in some places, is it stalling a bit, and can the Conservatives hope against hope that things aren't as bleak as they have seemed? Now, look, senior Conservatives have told me they believe they've definitely lost both, that they didn't have much chance given the tough circumstances in both of these places, allegations against Peter Bone in one, the resignation of an MP in another. But then you've got Labour saying these seats weren't even really on our radar before. These are not ones we needed to win to get a majority, and therefore it's going to be a tough ask. So who's right? Well, I think the Conservative assessment does look glum, but it's also realistic, because the sort of swings that you would need for these seats to change hands from the Conservatives to Labour are big, yes, but they are the sort of levels that have already been achieved by Labour in recent months. So it would be a disappointment, undoubtedly, for Labour, despite all the other circumstances, not to be taking these or coming extremely close. Now, of course, the big health warning is by-elections don't always tell us what's going to happen in the general election, particularly if the turnout is low. And I think we're certainly expecting in Kingswood, where people know that that seat isn't even going to exist at the general election. So the person who wins that will only be an MP for a matter of a few months. Okay. People I'm hearing are saying to canvassers on the doorsteps, what is the point of this? So you may get a low turnout there, so it's less of a predictor, but certainly momentum is everything in politics. And so I think the results today could really set the tone for the next few weeks. OK, it's going to be a fascinating few hours tomorrow. Thanks very much. We'll chat again in a moment. Right now, though, let's go live to our chief political correspondent, John Craig. He's in Kettering, where the counting for the Wellingborough by-election is underway. It's John's 41st by-election. And John, what is the mood there like? The camera is frozen. Hopefully we can still hear you. Tamara saying that the Conservatives reckon they're going to lose both these seats. Ah, what a shame. What a shame we've lost John. We'll try and reconnect
with him. The mood isn't going to be great there then tomorrow if you're already hearing that the Conservatives are expecting to lose not one seat but both.
Yes, and certainly in Wellingborough, where John is, you had the MP, Peter Bone, who'd held that seat since 2005. Pretty safe Tory now for 20 years. He had to stand down. He was recalled by the voters because of allegations that he had bullied and even in one case committed sexual misconduct against a member of staff. So not a great backdrop. And the candidate who's actually now going to be running is his partner, Helen Harrison, who is a councillor and has previously run, but she, this whole drama has not really helped the Conservatives, and they've been a bit reluctant to send MPs campaigning there with her, so that's made that difficult. OK, well, let's hear a bit more about that drama. I think we've maintained contact with John. Tell us what the mood's like where you are then, John.
Well, most of the parties are predicting a Labour victory here. You were talking about Peter Bone there. I'm told he's going to turn up here with his girlfriend, partner, Helen Harrison, who is the Conservative candidate. And how about this? I'm told also that on the guest list downstairs is Peter Bone's wife, former partner. So that should be interesting. There's been obviously a backlash against Mr Bone here. A lot of Tory members are pretty cross about the fact that they've selected Peter Bone's partner. There are all sorts of claims that Mr Bone threatened to stand as an independent if the party didn't select his partner. Anyway, Mr Bone is... Helen Harrison's defending a majority. 18,500 was Mr Bone's majority at the last general election. He won it from Labour in 2005. It was Labour in the Blair years, so it's a seat that has been Labour in the past. Now, to get an idea of the mood amongst the Labour people here, I'm joined by Toby Perkins MP. Toby Perkins is the MP for Chesterfield and has been running this campaign for the Labour Party as a shadow DEFRA minister. Everyone's predicting a Labour victory here. Are you claiming victory yet?
No, we're not claiming victory, but I have to say, when you've had the size of majority of the Tories had here, 18,500, it's remarkable that we're even in the conversation, and I think it's a sign of the progress that Keir Starmer's made in changing the Labour Party, that we've had a fresh hearing from people here in Wellingborough, and we think we've had a great candidate, we've got a great campaign, we had a message that was being listened to by people here. So, we're really hopeful that we can spring what will be a truly remarkable result.
18,500 there. I mean, you've had better results. I'm thinking of Selby and Ainsty and Tamworth. You've proved you can overturn majorities of over 20,000, and that's why a lot of people are predicting a victory here. You just said, which we've heard from Sir Keir Starmer dozens of, if not hundreds of times, how the Labour Party's changed. All the headlines of the past few days have suggested Labour hasn't changed because you've had to dump one candidate in Rochdale. Graham Jones in Hyndburn is under investigation, both over comments that they made at a party meeting. How can you say Labour's changed when you've still got people in the party, including some MPs, who hold those views about Israel and Palestine?
Well, firstly, it wasn't a party meeting. Secondly,
it was a meeting with, I think, with some Muslims, wasn't it?
It was a community meeting, but the important point is that, Keir Starmer took really decisive action. I mean, to pull support away from a candidate in a by-election is absolutely unprecedented.
It took him 2 days to do it.
Well, what he did was to do what I've never heard of a party doing, and that is to pull support from the candidate. And I think that is the mark of how we've changed. But what also is the mark of how we've changed is the extent to which people in areas like Wellingborough that rejected the party so overwhelmingly back in 2019 are giving us a fresh hearing. And if the other parties are saying they think we're going to win, I mean, that says a tremendous amount about the fact that people here in Wellingborough believe we'd change. So, I'm more interested in what people here were saying than what's in the media. It hasn't been raised by people on the doorsteps.
I was going to ask you about that. I mean, have you had people saying, oh, Labour's attitude against Jews and Israel, Palestine and so on, shocking? Any of that?
No, not at all. I mean, obviously, the issue of Gaza more generally is one that's of great importance, just as many other issues are here. You know, we fought a campaign on a range of issues, from the difficulty getting an appointment to the extent to which council services and public services were in decay. Also talking about issues like immigration and the boats, talking about issues like Gaza. So all of those issues came up on the doorstep. We'll see what the net result of that was in a few hours' time. But I think we've run a great campaign, and the fact that the other parties are suggesting we've done well is really a fillip for us.
If you do win here, one reason may well be that the Reform UK party, and one of their leading figures, Ben Habib, is their candidate. He's a deputy leader. Sir John Curtis is predicting tonight that they could get 12 or 13% of the vote here. I mean, as you know, in recent polls, they've been up 10 or 11%. Presumably, the Reform UK are doing you a big favour, aren't they? The Tories have been saying a vote for Reform is a vote for Sir Keir Starmer. You presumably would challenge that, I guess. But it is helping you, isn't it, if Reform do well here?
Oh, I don't necessarily accept that. I mean, I spoke to loads of voters in this constituency who'd already decided they weren't going to vote Conservative, and they were deciding about the message they were going to send. Some of those will have voted Labour, some of those will have voted Reform, some of those will have voted for other parties or not voted at all. But it's absolutely not the case that if Reform hadn't stood, you could have just picked all those votes up and chuck it on the Tory pile. Voters are much more sophisticated than that, and I think that's the message. And the Tories sent the message that you just said, and voters will have decided whatever they decided.
You've fought quite a lot. We heard from Pat McFadden a short time ago saying that Labour had fought these two by-elections here and Kingswood on the cost of living. There's that phrase that Rachel Reeves has used today, Rishi's recession. He's mentioned that as well. You mentioned a few issues, but is the cost of living really the big issue here?
It's a huge issue. I mean, you know, I think the going into recession today, as the government has, it isn't that people say, or the money men say we've gone into recession. The issue is they're seeing in their pockets at the end of every single month the impact of the economy. Rishi Sunak had promised that he had got growth back into the economy, and today has been the sort of final death knell to that claim. But actually, it's people's experiences that have made the real difference, rather than the news, if you like, that came today.
One of the issues you mentioned then was the small boats crossing the Channel. The Tories think that's their issue and that you haven't got a plan for it. What is Labour's plan on tackling the small boats?
Well, I mean, Yvette Cooper's laid out our plan in great detail, and we can go into that. But I think what's important to say in this election is we bought 4 pages in the Northamptonshire Telegraph to spell out our plan. We weren't hiding from that issue. We're very happy to have that battle. It's the Conservative government that's failed on this issue, and we're very happy to take them on that issue, alongside the issues like the cost of living, the NHS, and the state of public services in this country.
There was a poll by Savanta this week which suggested your lead in the polls is down from around about 20 points, I think it's to 12. You're 41%, Tories 29%. Is that a Rochdale backlash? Why do you think your lead is shrinking in the polls?
Well, we've had any number of polls over the course of recent months, some of them very good, some of them not so good. We don't overreact to the good or the bad. We do believe there's a huge amount of work to do from here in order to get a Labour government. We don't take that for granted, but I'm not particularly interested in one particular poll. Very interested in the poll we're going to hear the result to in a few hours' time, though.
I always get asked by our presenters what time the result's going to be. Have you any idea?
Well, I would predict about 3:17 and 25 seconds, John.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Well, Jonathan, there you have Toby Perkins' prediction. Not quite predicting the result, but predicting what time we're going to get it.
Yeah, very specific. John, thank you very much. We'll speak to you again a little later tomorrow, still in the studio with me. And look, it's only 14 minutes past 12 and already you've got some breaking news for us.
So is it all over, Jonathan? Because I'm being told by Labour sources that they believe they have won Wellingborough, where polls only closed 2 hours ago. They believe that they have now won it, and that's because they had a really good final week. They said that the activists they had there, and they had a lot of people, they've had 100 MPs over this campaign, reporting that lots of don't knows and former Tories broke for Labour. So they think that's enough to take them over the line. Of course, we don't know the margin yet. Is it going to be on the scale of Selby and Tamworth, huge swings, or is it going to be just over the line? But you'd think it's going to be comfortable if they're telling us just after midnight that they believe they've won. And that is a really good result for Labour, given two things. First of all, this is the safer of the two seats. Peter Bone has a majority of 62% that he's built up over a long time. He's an MP who did have a local following as a Brexit campaigner. And the second thing is the Reform Party also were hoping for a good result for them, probably mostly taking votes off the Tories, but there was a risk that people who were undecided might think, I'll vote Reform this time and maybe consider Labour at the general election. So if Labour have mopped up a lot of those people, then they sound like they're looking at a comfortable win.
Remarkable already. Labour are calling Wellingborough. Thank you, Tamara. We'll get more from you in a moment. Right now, though, we're going to head to our political correspondent, Serena Barker-Singh. She is at the other constituency being contested tonight, Thornbury, where the count for the Kingswood by-election is happening. A very good morning to you. Great to see you. This is a by-election, isn't it, that didn't actually really need to happen?
Well, that is actually, interestingly, what Labour are saying. They use the words unnecessary. As Tories have said, they're quite disappointed that Mr Skidmore stood down. So he was the former Conservative MP. He stood down in a protest vote, essentially, against the government's decision to boost North Sea oil and gas drilling. Interesting timing, actually. Verification has just happened. They said that 37.1% was the turnout, which is slightly higher than maybe people were expecting. Low turnout or particularly high turnout suggests people are angry in their voting. Of course, we don't know exactly why people vote, but they're sort of easier to predict. So there's a quiet atmosphere here now, and I think Labour are quietly confident, but also pointing out to the fact that this was a former Tory seat and has been Conservative for a long time.
And we're hearing that the turnout in Kingswood is 37.1%. That's higher than some were predicting.
Yes, it was slightly higher. I think that's why people are keeping a little bit tight-lipped on where it will fall. Labour quietly comfortable, they seem, but there's a big presence from both parties, and I don't know if you can hear, but the mood is very quiet behind me. You can hear sort of the leafleting of people counting the ballots. So I think people are not sort of showing their colours yet. It's interesting that Labour have announced, as Tamara said, in Wellingborough, where the majority is actually higher. So here the majority is about 11,000, and Mr Skidmore, the former MP, actually built on that over 3 elections. But it is lower than Tamworth, the by-election from last year, and Wellingborough, the other by-election tonight. So it's interesting that this one hasn't been called by any of the parties yet. Not the prediction, perhaps, that we had expected.
OK, Serena in Thornbury in the Kingswood constituency, thank you very much. We will speak to you again a little bit later. Do stay with us here on Sky News. We're going to go to a break, and after that we're going to get the thoughts of Guardian columnist Zoe Williams and the former Conservative advisor James Starkey. They're with us through the night. Speaking to them in a couple of minutes.
I'm Greg Milam, and I'm Sky's chief North of England correspondent. I've reported from around the world and around the UK.
I'm Mark Stone, I'm Sky's US correspondent based here in Washington, DC. And beyond the United States, from across the world, I report on the biggest stories.
I'm Stuart Ramsey, and I'm Sky's chief correspondent.
I'm David Blevins, and I'm Sky's senior Ireland correspondent. I remember some of the worst of the violence here.
I'm Alex Crawford, and I'm Sky's special correspondent based in Istanbul.
There's always more to the news than a headline. We want to discover, to delve a little deeper, to find out what's really going on. Explanation, analysis, the people at the heart of every story. I'm Neil Patterson, and this is the Sky News Daily Podcast. Alex Crawford joining us now from Ukraine.
Their personal possessions are all scattered around the place.
Our economics and data editor, Ed Conway, try and make sense of the big numbers for us.
Things can change incredibly quickly, and that's what they have done.
So, by the end, we'll hopefully all understand what's going on in the world just that little better. Available wherever you get your podcasts.
Hello again, welcome back to this by-election special, and already we have some breaking news for you regarding Wellingborough. Labour sources are calling it, saying that Labour have won, and the Tories tomorrow not denying that they've lost.
Yes, so Labour in Wellingborough are already just 20 minutes past.
It's very early, isn't it, to be making
we're probably
that
about 3 hours out from getting the result. They are saying that they believe they've won Wellingborough, which would be, if that happens, a huge win for them. This is a seat that's been held by the Conservatives since 2005. They won it a couple of times in the Blair years, but we're talking 20 years ago. And they would be overturning a 60% majority for Peter Bone, who was a popular local MP, but has now been disgraced by some recent allegations, which he denies. So that will be a big win for Labour. Now, they say that they've had a really good final week and believe that with all the campaigning they've been doing, that they have got people who were undecided or had previously been Tory voters to switch to Labour. Now, we've had a Conservative response to that. They say that, yes, they believe Labour will win Wellingborough as well. So we've now got the Conservatives basically conceding, but that the Tory to Labour switches, they say, is nonsense. They say, their theory is that it's the Tory vote who is staying at home to send the government a message. Some of them may be voting for reform, who are hoping for a very good result there too. And it's the previous Labour supporters who are coming out. Now, at the end of the day, it's a win is a win, but the Conservatives will be looking very closely at the margin of that victory and whether their people are turning out in. If they got, say, half of the vote share they did in the general election last time, they'd consider that all right. If it dips below that, I think that would be panic territory.
OK, fascinating stuff. All right, Tamara, thank you very much. Well, joining us in the studio, our Guardian columnist Zoe Williams and the former Conservative advisor James Starkey. Great to have you both with us. Welcome. Thank you for taking part this evening. And already, Zoe, it's turning into a fascinating result.
I'm really surprised that Labour's said that so early. Because,
it is really early.
Because it's, the form with by-elections is to be incredibly cautious because you can only you can only look silly. I mean, there's no benefit to being right and there's a huge amount of risk in being wrong. And the form with this particular iteration of Labour is to be incredibly cautious anyway. So I'm thinking it must be a more significant victory even than the pollsters were calling.
Yeah, and what about Labour saying that it's Tories switching to Labour? People who voted Conservative in the past in this safe seat now saying we've had enough, we're going in the other direction.
Well, if you think about how popular, Bone's popularity in that seat was quite striking, right? So the idea that there was a kind of very lively Labour kind of, community in that seat is sort of for the birds. There was probably. There were some Labour voters, but there's not an incredible hardcore that went off Labour in the Corbyn years and then didn't come back more recently. There's no kind of really hardcore Labour support in there. So if they're moderately confident, somebody must have switched. It's not... The Tories will want to paint it as kind of disappointed Conservatives and, not helped by the circumstances of Bone's departure. But that's not going to fly. They must have lost a significant amount of support for Labour to even be in the game.
What are your thoughts at this stage?
I think it would be interesting. I think a lot of Conservatives will be looking at Wellingborough in particular and looking at reform as much as they look at Labour. Because, it's always an existential thing for the Conservative Party. We normally have the shadow of Farage. We don't quite have that now, although I think he does, as a loom large on Ben Habib, the Reform candidate's leaflets, actually majors on Farage, who's not even in the election. But it'll be closely watched because in that kind of wider battle in the Conservative Party at the moment about where does it go, does it move to the right, does it move to the centre, this would be used by ammunition either way if Reform do well. The argument will be, well, we need to talk more about the issues that Reform voters care about for the general election.
I mean, on the progressive side, it's going to be really... I think it will be actually quite heartening if Reform are taking votes off the Tories, right? Because the Labour have been trying to outflank them on the right. They definitely can't outflank Reform on the right.
No.
I mean, they'd be stuffed.
Tomorrow, let's come back to you because you're hearing more from the Conservatives.
Yes, so they, as I was saying a minute ago, so they are conceding. They are saying that the Tory sources are telling me Labour will win Wellingborough easily. So we've now got Labour saying they'll win and the Tories saying Labour will win. So it looks like they all think that one is pretty much all over, which suggests that the Labour margin of victory is going to be comfortable, although we'll have to see what it actually is in the final analysis. Is it going to be equalling the sort of victories we saw last year? The Conservatives dispute the idea that Labour told us of people switching from the Conservatives to Labour. They believe what's actually happening is that the Conservative voters put off by what they tell me are awful circumstances and candidate. I think they mean in the sense that the candidate is the partner of the previous MP, have made their voters stay at home. Perhaps some of them have switched to Reform as a protest vote. Yeah. Reform are hoping for their best result there. They say it's not switching to Labour, and therefore that it's just that people who previously voted Labour when it was held by them in the Tony Blair days, which is 20 years ago now, are coming out. Now, in the end, it may be difficult to see, depending on the margin, exactly how much of each has happened. But the Tories are basically hoping that their share of the vote will hold up OK, that they get at least half, perhaps, of the share of the vote they got in 2019, because all of these dynamics matter, whether they've kept a decent share of the people who voted for them in 2019. If that starts to collapse, perhaps more than we've seen in other by-elections over the last few months, I think there will be alarm bells ringing in Conservative headquarters.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big majority, isn't it? 18,500. I mean, is that the sense that you'll be getting, that Tory voters are just fed up and they've not bothered to go out?
There's definitely a lot of apathy. I was up in Wellingborough myself with a Tory MP, a couple of Tory MPs, and knocking on doors, people are fed up at the moment. And I think it's understandable in midterms. I think the circumstances of that by-election as well. I mean, there's a general feeling, if you also look at Kingswood, which is a constituency that's going to be abolished, with an MP that stood down that didn't need to. There's a similar feeling almost in Wellingborough, which is like, why are we having these elections now? You know, voters don't necessarily like to go out for elections that they don't feel are necessary. So I think it's understandable you can see the Conservative vote stay at home. This debate about switchers will be a big one, because I think there'll be a feeling that people moving reforms to a protest is kind of understandable, because there's a real confidence, certainly in CCHQ, that come an election, when they say, look, reforms, you're just going to get Starmer. Those voters don't like Starmer. That they can bring those voters back. So not ideal in a by-election, of course, but they are very much winnable back. There'll be a big resistance to any idea that they're moving to Labour, because the fear will be that they'll
never get them back. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. And so do you think today's economic news has played a part in this?
It's really interesting because, you know, it's actually quite a high engagement voter that votes in a by-election at all. So this has been the talk in Rochdale, that Labour has had that whole catastrophe with pulling the candidate, but the candidate still needing to be on the ballot paper. And the kind of wise beards are saying that half the voters won't even realise that that's happened, and they'll think they're voting for the Labour guy. But actually, I'm not sure that that's right. And I think people who have turned up to the by-election will have heard about the economic news, and they will have heard, and they will sort of be sticking it on the Conservative government, because there's nobody else to stick it on. That said, it's vanishingly unlikely that the Tories would have done a lot better, even without going into recession, per that news. So I'm not sure that it would have put a huge hole in their vote, but it does give them this dicey air of a kind of Walking Dead party.
Yeah, Walking Dead party. I
Sorry,
mean,
sorry, James.
What does this say as we head towards a general election?
Well, I think, look, the by-election, there's something I think I've noticed in politics, which is that generally, particularly amongst MPs, you can kind of ignore opinion polls. You know, you say, well, it's the vote that counts, it's the ballot box that counts. You can't ignore by-elections. It's a real vote, you know, it's an election circumstance. So I think it would be completely wrong to say people don't look at by-elections and pay close attention. And people will compare MPs and councillors and so on, they'll compare their constituencies to these. They'll look at Wellingborough, they'll look at the size of the majority, they'll look at the makeup of that constituency, and they will do with Kingswood and others, and they'll say, that's a bit like my constituency. And so that will cause alarm bells if, as I said earlier, if Reform do well, they'll see that fear in their constituency. In previous elections, you've seen when Lib Dems, people have a fear in the blue wall, unlikely to see that tonight. So those things do play a part in how MPs look ahead to the election coming. And I think, as Tamara said, it's right that they'll be looking, you know, they know they're going to lose Wellingborough. We've known that for weeks. But they'll be looking at how bad that is, how well the other parties do.
OK, fascinating stuff, isn't it? All right, James, Zoe, thank you very much. We'll speak again in a moment. We're going to take a break. You're watching Sky News. Still to come, we'll have continuing coverage as we await the results of this morning's double by-election. But the breaking news this hour is that Labour sources are calling Wellingborough, and the Conservative Party are saying that they believe they have lost. And look at that, it's only 12:30. Plenty more, a couple of minutes. Hello again, welcome back. You're watching Sky News, a by-election special. 2 by-elections ongoing at the moment. Still waiting for the official results, but Tamara Cohen is here with me in the studio. And already we're hearing news about Wellingborough. Just
That's right.
Repeat what you were telling us
So it's
earlier.
not all over, stay with us. But what we're hearing from Labour sources is they believe they have won Wellingborough with only 2 hours in to the counting of the votes. They believe they've taken it, which is a big achievement because the Tories have held that seat since 2005. It's been over 20 years since Labour won there, and they built up a majority of 18,000. So Labour would need a big swing to take that seat, and the fact that they're telling us this at this stage of the game suggests that they've won it pretty comfortably.
And the Conservatives?
The Conservatives are saying yes. They believe Labour are going to win it easily due to what they say is the awful circumstances and the candidate being the partner of the former MP. Now, where they don't agree, though, we both agree that Labour are going to win. Where they don't agree is why. Labour say they had a really good week in Wellingborough last week, with activists reporting lots of people who had said previously they didn't know who they would vote for or were former Tories breaking for Labour, so people actively switching to Labour. Now, in Conservative headquarters, that's when the alarm bells start ringing if people are switching to Labour. So they are saying that is not what has happened because of the tough circumstances. They believe their voters are staying at home, perhaps trying to give them a bit of one in the eye by voting for reform, but they don't believe that switching has happened. We'll get a better sense when we get the result to see how the Conservative share of vote is held up.
OK, well, crunching the numbers for us is Sky's election analyst, Professor Michael Thrasher. Let's go to him now. Very good morning to you, Michael. Great to have you on the programme. And already things are very interesting, aren't they? With Labour saying that they believe they have won Wellingborough. And what they're saying is that on the doorsteps, they're meeting fed-up Conservatives, people who voted Tory last time and have now switched to Labour, potentially.
Well, that's what they will say, isn't it? It's a rum do, isn't it? Where a seat with with such a 36% majority, and the polls are barely closed, and both sides have claimed victory and conceded defeat. So it's a strange world that we live in. Whether they've encountered people on the doorstep, Conservatives switching to Labour in significant numbers remains to be seen. And turnout is we've already seen in Kingswood, the turnout fall there is larger than even I anticipated. The average decline in turnout this Parliament in by-elections is 29 percentage points, and that's 34 percentage points. So Wellingborough, when it finally tells us what its electorate is and how many people have voted there, could well break the record that was only set by Tamworth a matter of a few months ago for the lowest turnout in a seat that has changed hands since the Second World War. So turnout and deplorable low turnout in these by-elections signifies something. And to my way of thinking, I mean, again, if you hold by-elections in February, if you have incessant rain, especially in Kingswood, where the seat shouldn't really have had a vacancy, it's just that the MP chose to resign. Bone was forced out, but Skidmore didn't have to resign. People are going to sort of take a view about whether they should participate in these elections. And the people that my feeling is that the people most of all who are saying that they don't want to participate are probably Conservatives. That's not to say that they're going to vote Conservatives at the general election, but they're certainly not voting for the Conservatives at these by-elections.
OK, Michael, fascinating stuff. We will return to you a little later in the programme. Right now, we're going to go to the count in Wellingborough. Sky's John Craig is there for us, and John can tell us what the mood is. Wellingborough, number 226, John, on Labour's target list, but it looks like they've won it. What's the sense you're getting?
Yes, that's what everybody here believes, that Labour have won, and pretty Well, one source said to me it was a pretty massive victory. So that would be quite an achievement, given that Mr Bone had a majority of 18,500 at the 2019 general election. All the absolute consensus here is that that is the result. It's a Labour victory. Now, I have put it to Toby Perkins, the spokesman here, who's been running this campaign. I've shown him what Labour sources have been telling Tamara, and I think he's run away to phone Labour HQ, not Tory HQ, phone Labour HQ to see if he can run up here and claim victory live on Sky News. We're not at that stage yet, but when I interviewed him a short time ago, he's been quite cautious. As for the Tories, well, Amanda Milling is here for them. She's a government whip. And when I asked her if she'd come and do an interview, she said, "Oh, I can't, I'm a government whip." Well, not sure about that's a particularly good excuse for not doing an interview. To use Mrs Thatcher's famous words, I think the Tories are frit because they know that they're heading for a drubbing here. All the signs are that Labour has done very well, and also that Reform UK has done pretty well. Now, the veteran psephologist Sir John Curtis is suggesting that the Reform UK vote is between 12 and 13% here. Now, that's another reason why the Tories have probably done badly. When I put that to one of the Reform UK sources here, he said, yeah, that's our guess as well, probably about 12 or 13%. So, if Reform UK have polled very well, there is dissatisfaction with the Tories here and anger at the conduct of Peter Bone. That does suggest a pretty decent Labour majority, and so they will be delighted by that. It won't be as well. It may be as big a swing as we've seen at places like Selby and Ainsty and Tamworth, but anything like that sort of swing would give Labour a decent victory here, and that's what everybody here believes, that Labour are going to win this. One of the reasons where we think that Reform UK are confident they've done very well, Richard Tice, their leader, is on his way here, and we may well speak to him before we speak to Ben Habib, the candidate. He's one of the deputy leaders of Reform UK. He's the candidate here. So it looks like very good news for two parties here, Labour and Reform UK, and it looks like pretty terrible news for the Conservatives, and all the signs are. As I say, Tamara's talked to party sources, no doubt at Party HQ. Here, Labour are not yet publicly claiming victory, but I've said to Toby Perkins, their spokesman here, as soon as you can, do come and tell us and claim victory live on Sky News, and we can put it on our nice little straps at the bottom of the screen, I've told him.
All right, John, well, give us a shout when that happens. We'll come straight back to you. Thank you very much for the moment. Joining us in the studio once again, Guardian columnist Zoe Williams and the former Conservative advisor James Starkey. Good to see you both once again. Let's talk a bit about Reform UK, because from what John was saying, there is a sense that a lot of people are putting their vote there.
I hate to disagree with the great John Craig, but I would say, and I'm getting scared now, but I would say I don't think 12, 13% is a good result for them, actually.
But they're polling about 10% nationally, aren't they?
They are, but they're not going to get a better seat than Wellingborough. Wellingborough is well over 60% leave, 75% turnout in the referendum. UKIP hit 20% there in 2015. The Conservatives have sent virtually no resources. No cabinet minister at all has been to Wellingborough. They've essentially left the local party to get on with it. In those circumstances, I've been up there myself. Reform have blanket leafleted all the Conservative areas, speaking to the Tory activists. I think the barrier for success for them really should be about 15%. If they're going to make inroads into other constituencies come the general election later this year, they should be looking at Wellingborough, and they really should be taking, I think, 15% and above. If they're not in a by-election circumstance when you've got big amounts of apathy and you've got a place where the Tories haven't put any resource into, really, if they're not getting what they got in 2015, when we really did see UKIP make inroads into the Tory vote and cause that scare, and in the by-elections and run up to that, then I don't think that's I don't think it's a great result. I'd say it's a bad result. I certainly don't think it's a great result.
Do they have worse campaign apparatus than UKIP did? I mean, obviously they haven't got as many people, they haven't got as much data about where their voters are to get them out.
I think they've got one big thing missing, which is a guy called Nigel Farage, I think, in truth. The reason I say that is he's the we touched on it earlier. People know who he is. He's got huge name recognition, comparable only really to party leaders, unique. He's probably better known than most of the cabinet. Not necessarily all, but
most.
most.
And you said he's on some of the reform leaflets in...
They've used him on the leaflets. They know he's powerful. And message discipline. We've seen... Yes, they've talked about immigration, but we've seen the reform campaign up there talk about things like the Northern Ireland Protocol and even COVID. When we've seen UKIP run under Nigel Farage, that is a smooth, single-issue, focused campaign. And I don't think, personally, we've seen that from them.
I mean, the Conservatives are so annoying. Again, no offence.
I won't take it personally, sorry.
Look, I find most of them anyway. You know, because they were kind of briefing quite a surge for reform in order to be able to say 12% isn't really anything to write home about. But 12% might not be enough to get any of reform into the Houses of Parliament, but it's certainly enough to split that Tory vote everywhere it goes. It's a much bigger threat to the Conservatives than the Greens are to Labour, or even, dare I say it, the Lib Dems are to Labour in terms of splitting that tendency. So I think, I mean, if I were Reform, I'd be pretty pleased with it. And also, the whole... You've got to remember how charismatically unpleasant Peter Bone was. Even before the Brexit triumphalism, he was like a very divisive character. So his popularity in Wellingborough, they weren't just ordinary Conservatives. They were a very kind of Peter Bone-ish kind of Conservative. So you're right that this is a really good breeding ground for reform, because there are a few places that would have been more of that tendency. But I don't agree that this shouldn't worry CCHQ, because I think it should.
I guess my point would be, so in the recent by-elections, we've not seen reform, I don't think, poll above 6%. So it would be a change, agree. But I think there is a confidence in the CCHQ that come an election, when they put the squeeze on and say a vote for reform is a vote for Starmer. And that group of people, if you poll them, and I've seen lots of polling on that, Starmer's not broadly popular with that group of people. Rishi would be more popular. That I think, so the smaller it is, that you can edge some of them away. So the lower that number is, the more confidence.
And that's what we saw with UKIP. Douglas Carswell won that huge victory and then lost at the general election. It all just fades away.
Exactly. In the face of, if you vote for this guy, you're going to get Ed Miliband. That message did work, and I think they feel they can win again.
Yeah. I mean, I do think as well that people do vote in by-elections as a kind of bit of fun, right?
Yeah. Tony Blair once said, you vote in midterm in by-elections, you vote against what is your ideal. That's what you look at the government as, and you say, how are they doing against my ideal scenario? And it's not until a general you vote against this guy versus the other guy. And so that's why they'll feel they can peel off some of those reform votes.
OK. Listen, we're going to go to a break. That's fascinating stuff, and we'll come back for more analysis very soon. Thank you both for the moment. Stay with us here on Sky News, continuing coverage as Labour sources tell Sky News they believe they've won one of the two by-elections being fought this morning in Wellingborough. OK, speak again soon.
Story of resilience, but it's also a story of, me developing as a person. And, it wasn't the end of the world when I stepped away from rowing previously, and I went on to, be a bit more connected at home and, get a full-time job. And I think in a strange way, I developed, a bit more resilience. And, this time when I came back from the opportunity, I was ready for it and I knew what to expect. So it really helped me, get back in the groove quickly.
You talked very openly about the loss of your legs and having to walk again, learning to walk again with prosthetic legs, and that difficult period and leaving the military. When you look back, how do you think you got through that?
Yeah, I think for me, I lost that social connection. I didn't realise this at the time, but that's what was missing. It was I missed that social identity. And I think once I started getting back in the gym and, engaging with sports and things like the Invictus Games, it really just helped me, boost that self-esteem, become more comfortable within my own skin, learn more about my disability, push the boundaries of what I was capable of. And it all sort of culminated in me just being much happier and, up for the challenge again. I kind of found that old Greg, the commando Greg, that I lost for a little while. So, yeah, as soon as I stumbled into rowing, I was like, wow, this is difficult, but it suited me down to the ground.
And what are the lessons for other people? People going through things as you've gone through things. What are the lessons you think your experiences and where you've got to now and where you're going to next can inform other people?
I think it's about not giving up. You know, right back from my, you know, the early days of the commando course, you know, I developed the skill of not always being the best at everything. You know, I had to drop the ego and, you know, do what I was told and learn the techniques. And, you know, I was a very competent runner, but I wasn't particularly strong in my upper body. So, you know, I had to learn quickly. I had to reframe the way I looked at tasks. And I would say that's really, you know, helped me move forward with my acquired disability. It's helped me in sport. It's about not being scared to make mistakes and, you know, taking one step at a time and really, you know, letting that full journey, you know, take place. Don't try and, you know, jump to the fifth step before you've completed the first one. I've been guilty of that a few times, you know, so trust me from experience.
Welcome back. You're watching Vote 2024, a by-election special where we're only 1 hour into the programme and we have some breaking news that Labour sources are already saying that they have won in Wellingborough, where Peter Bone did have a majority of 18,500. Tamara Cohen is here with us in the studio. I mean, if that is the case, it's a remarkable result by Labour.
And it looks like, if they're telling us that at this stage of the game, they probably won pretty comfortably, which suggests a massive swing. They need an 18% swing to take this seat, which has been Conservative since 2005. They last won it 20 years ago. And the Conservatives are also conceding. Conservative sources tell me they think Labour will easily win, but where they clash is Labour say they've had a great week on the doorsteps and people who voted Tory in the past are switching to them. That's what sends alarm bells ringing in Conservative headquarters. They say our voters don't want to be doing this, don't like the circumstances of this by-election. They're staying at home. Maybe some of them are voting for reform, but they're staying at home and maybe we'll get them back come the general election. So that is the key. That's the key thing. We'll look at the margin and that will tell us a little bit about whether the Tory vote is going to hold up.
OK, and you've got some more.
Now, I'll give you a few numbers about these by-elections. So, of course, we're now in the general election year and Labour are still well ahead in the opinion polls. This is our Sky poll tracker, which shows that Labour's lead over the Conservatives, average lead is 19%. But that doesn't mean it's going to be like that in every seat. To give you a sense of recent by-elections, because we've had some really, really striking ones recently. So the ones where Conservatives seats have swung to Labour since 2019, and these will be the 19th and 20th by-elections this Parliament. Tamworth in October saw a swing of nearly 24%. That was a huge swing. Selby, North Yorkshire, a couple of months earlier, saw a swing also of 24%. So these are areas that voted for Brexit. Labour were definitely hoping to win some of those back. They also took Mid-Bedfordshire, a very safe Conservative seat that had previously held by Nadine Dorries, and you can see that their leads have only been increasing over time. So can they keep that momentum going? Kingswood, which is one of the seats fighting tonight, we can see that the Conservatives won it in 2010 and have increased their lead over the successive elections. So it's now 56.2%. So Labour would need quite a big swing to take that. But Wellingborough is an even safer Conservative seat because they have held it for longer. And you can see the gap between that blue line and the red line between Labour and the Conservatives is a lot bigger. So Labour saying they've won that is a big achievement. And I'll just show you in sort of a bit of historical context the worst by-election defeats. We're looking at the years before Tony Blair won that landslide victory. So 1996, big swings in by-elections. 1994 in Dudley West is the biggest ever at 29%. But some of the ones last year really do start to equal that. And what happens in the general election? Well, in order for Labour to win a majority, they need a swing of 12.7. That's bigger than achieved in 1997. But to win a decent majority of over 30, they need an even higher swing than that. So this is still a mountain to climb for Labour. Turnout will also be an issue for them. The turnout has not been as bad in Kingswood, where we have heard it already, 37%, as had been predicted, but we have not yet heard the turnout in Wellingborough, where they're still counting the votes.
Well, in fact, as you are talking, we have heard the turnout. It is 38.1%, so slightly higher, 38.1%.
So there was expected to be a bit more of a gap between those two, but in fact it's about the same, really, and it's not great. I mean, there's some of the by-elections you saw just before 1997, you had really big turnouts of over 60%, so perhaps people are feeling in both seats that they're not sure why they're doing this just a few months before the general election. I think we've also got to factor in the fact that a lot of those voters will be people who voted a while ago, postal votes.
Yes.
So that also tells you that perhaps today's economic news and general bad week for both party leaders is probably not that much of a factor, that it's more about the general picture.
OK. Listen, we're heading towards the top of the hour and a break. Just a quick final thought from both of you before that happens. Just talk to me about the turnout. What do you make of that? 38.1% in Wellingborough.
I mean, I think the turnouts are roughly average for the recent by-elections.
Okay.
Not on the high side, not on the low side. I agree with Tamara. I think that people don't really like voting in them. So you get a weird, Zoe touched on it earlier, you get a weird group of people. You've got to be quite politically engaged to go out and vote in a by-election.
I mean, it's the Kingswood is the surprise for me, because that MP is only going to be serving for, what, 6 months maximum? Right. I mean, it's
because
a
they're
really...
scrapping the constituency.
Yeah, they're scrapping the constituency, and I don't even... I mean, for sure, that MP might migrate to another constituency, but it doesn't actually make sense as a vote. So it is pure sending a message to the government. And that's quite a lot of people to want to send a message to the government.
Yeah, and just finally, Labour obviously saying tonight that it's disaffected Tories changing sides completely. The Tories are saying it's not that, it's fed up Tories who can't be bothered to go out and vote because it is only a by-election. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, like tomorrow, I've got some ferocious texts as well. Someone has obviously seen me. So clearly, some Tory MPs are keenly watching Sky News right now.
Yeah, saying we've not met a single person who says they're
saying to me in their returns in their area, which is not a completely dissimilar place to Wellingborough, at best, 1 in 10 people say they're switching, so they don't buy it.
You were on the doorsteps, though. What were they saying to you?
So I just saw a lot of apathy, as we touched on earlier. A lot of people fed up. Peter Bone does have a decent amount of support in Wellingborough, but just generally, people just didn't want to go out to vote.
Despite all the sleaze allegations, still a popular character.
Well, still a popular character. I was surprised because you see some of maybe the spin in the national papers down in Westminster. I was a bit sceptical of it, but it was there. But what really came through is whether or not they liked Peter, and when you go knocking on the Conservatives' doors, you could tell at that point, this was a couple of weeks ago, that there was not a lot of the Tory vote that was going to turn out.
Well, we're out of time. We'll leave it there. Zoe, Jamie and Tamara, thank you all very much. Plenty more, top of the hour. It's 1 o'clock. This is the Vote 2024 double by-election special programme. I'm Jonathan Samuels, live from the Sky News Elections Centre. Pressure on the Prime Minister, with the Conservatives bracing for defeat in both seats being contested. Labour sources have already told Sky News that they believe they have won in the constituency of Wellingborough. Also up for grabs, the constituency of Kingswood on the outskirts of Bristol. So, can Sir Keir Starmer pull off a double victory after a week of bruising headlines about U-turns and anti-Semitism in the Labour Party? We'll bring you both results live as they happen and analyse what they might mean at the upcoming general election. Hello there, a very good morning. It is early in the night, but it already appears that Labour is heading for victory in at least one of the parliamentary seats being contested this morning. Labour sources have told Sky News they believe they have won the by-election in the constituency of Wellingborough. Conservative sources say they agree and that Labour will win easily. Well, counting is still underway as we await the official results in Wellingborough and in Kingswood on the outskirts of Bristol. 2 Tory losses this morning would mean the Conservatives racking up their largest number of by-election losses in a single parliament since the Second World War. And this, of course, in a general election year. Well, first of all, let's get the thoughts of our political correspondent, Tamara Cohen. It is very early, but quite remarkable, isn't it, for Labour to say they've won and for the Conservatives to say they believe that they have lost in a seat which was a safe Tory seat.
Absolutely. It looks like a really big achievement for Labour on the horizon. Yes, just after midnight, so we thought we had hours more of time to fill, didn't we? Labour sources told me they believe they have won Wellingborough. Now, of course, they were managing expectations in the run-up, saying this is a big mountain to climb. We haven't won this one since 2001. It was held by Labour under Tony Blair, but not recently. And Peter Bone, the local MP, had built up that majority from a few hundred to 18,000. He was seen as really dug in there. If they're telling us this at this stage of the night, it means the win is looking pretty comfortable, although we won't know the margin until later. But they need an 18% swing to overturn that Conservative majority. And if it's much more than that, we're already in historic territory. The Conservatives are also saying they think they've lost. They say that Labour will win easily, and they blame that on the circumstances of the by-election, with Peter Bone, the MP, having to be recalled by voters amid accusations of bullying and sexual misconduct. His partner, Helen Harrison, is the candidate there, so associated with him. They've been campaigning together. So they say all this hasn't helped. But clearly, if they're looking at losing a seat like this, do you know what number this was on Labour's list of targets? 226. They weren't even really thinking about this one.
Not even in
so
the
if
frame.
they're winning these, and of course it's a by-election, it doesn't mean they'll necessarily win it in the general election, but it will certainly, if Labour have got that kind of momentum behind them, it really does give them a spring in their step for the next few weeks.
And in terms of swing, in terms of this achievement, it's actually been easier, in inverted commas, than some of the recent by-elections that they've won.
That's right, and interestingly, Kingswood, which we'll hear more about later, is on paper an easier win for Labour because it's only a swing of 11 required, and they've held it a bit more recently, but they held it until 2010. But because it was a bit of a surprise, the resignation of Mr Skidmore kind of came out of nowhere. They weren't ready, they didn't have an office, they weren't planning on fighting there because the seat is going to be literally abolished and won't be a seat after the next election. They think that it's, they haven't had that time to get really stuck in like they did in Wellingborough, where this Peter Bone situation has been going on for some time. So we're yet to hear any declarations of victory there, but certainly if Labour are winning Wellingborough, then, and they also claim that people are switching from the Tories to Labour. Now, the Tories have reacted very angrily to that suggestion, had a series of messages saying that's not what they believe is happening. The Tories believe their voters are staying at home to say, we don't know why we're having to do this, or some of them are voting for reform as a protest vote, but they very much dispute that idea. And all this stuff is really important for the general election. Once people have moved from the Conservatives to voting Labour, then That is a massive problem.
Alarm bells ringing. OK, Tamara, thank you very much for that. Well, I'll tell you what, why don't we go to the constituency of Wellingborough. Our chief political correspondent, John Craig, is in Kettering, where the counting for the by-election is underway. John, with all that news coming out so soon, what's the mood where you are?
Can I change the order here?
Well, Labour are quietly confident. They are not officially publicly claiming victory yet, but everyone here believes that Labour are on course to win this seat. I spoke to Toby Perkins a short time ago. He was reasonably confident. He wasn't claiming victory yet. There may come a point when he wants to do that, as political parties do from time to time, when they're absolutely sure they've won a seat. As for the Tories, well, there's not many Tories around here, actually. Amanda Milling, government whip, is here. She didn't want to be interviewed by Sky News, claimed because she was a government whip, she said. Well, we've interviewed plenty of government whips over the years. But picking up on what you were discussing with Tamara, I think what looks like has happened here is that the Reform UK have done very well. Now, the candidate here is Ben Habib, one of their most high-profile figures. He's a former MEP for the Brexit Party, and he's a deputy leader of the party now. We're told that Richard Tice, the leader of the Reform UK party, is coming here. That presumably suggests that they believe they've done very well. Now, the veteran psephologist Sir John Curtis has suggested tonight that the vote share won by Reform UK here could be 12 or 13%. Now, that is better than they've been doing in opinion polls recently. They've been around 9, 10, 11%. So if Reform UK have polled 12 or 13% here, well, that is bad news for the Tories. And, of course, one of the things they've been saying in recent days is that a vote for Reform UK is a vote for Sir Keir Starmer. And the Tories will be very worried about that. I can see why they don't want to admit that people are going straight to Labour. Presumably there will be some of those, but it does look as though Reform UK have done well here and inflicted some quite serious damage on the Tories. Labour obviously have had their usual fairly professional by-election campaign. They've had Toby Perkins, who's an experienced MP. He has run a few by-elections for Labour over the years. He's the MP for Chesterfield. He's a front bencher on environment these days. There's other MPs here, Vicky Foxcroft here, and Lillian Greenwood as well. So a pretty high-profile Labour presence here, whereas the Tories' presence here couldn't be any lower profile, really. And it does look as though we are going to see in the next hour or so, if not sooner, Richard Tice here, obviously claiming how well the Reform UK has done here. There were real Tory alarm bells ringing in the party's high command. If Reform UK are up at sort of 12 or 13%, they will really worry about that, because that will be a terrible omen for the general election. But yes, we believe Labour are going to win here. No, they're not claiming victory here yet publicly. And the Tories have, I wouldn't say they've gone to ground, but they're pretty much in hiding. There's not much evidence of Tories here. And you could probably say they'd written this one off, actually, because they didn't make much of an effort. Their argument is, of course, that the local elections and the general election are more important. They have been saying that government parties lose by-elections, which is true, of course. But the Tories, you mentioned a figure there, Jonathan, of the number of by-elections that they've lost in this Parliament. If they lose both of these tonight, they will have lost more than John Major's government lost in the 92 to 97 Parliament. And it is, quite rightly, a post-war record, that. The majority are. Yeah. Breaking news, Jonathan. I've got a man with a smile on his face here. So, Richard, welcome to Sky News. You're live on Sky News. This is Richard Tice, the leader of the Reform UK party.
Very good evening. As always, you've got it, first up. Here we are. It's amazing, and lots of hard work going on, but our early indications are that we are delighted. We think we've got our best two by-election results by a considerable margin. And let's wait and see. But I think, we're the party on the up, and it seems like the Tories are party on the down.
Well, the Labour Party are probably on the up as well. It looks as though they're going to win here. What do you think your share of the vote is going to be here?
Bit too early to say, but we will be in double figures, and as I say, it'll be our best result by a country mile. And given how recently we arrived and started here, we're absolutely delighted. We've had a really good reception. Ben Habib has been a fantastic candidate. He's done amazing work, and yeah, we've made great progress.
Why do you think you've done so well here? Because if you are up, as Sir John Curtis has been suggesting, 12 or 13%, that, I think I'm right in saying, is better than what you're getting in the opinion polls, which is 9, 10, 11%, isn't it?
The opinion polls have been bouncing around between sort of 9 and 12, and I suspect that here we, hopefully we'll be above that. That would be fantastic, absolutely fantastic. We've always been criticised in the past as to not getting in by-elections what we were getting in the national opinion polls. I think that will change this evening, both here and from what I'm hearing down in Kingswood.
And do you think you've taken votes, the majority of your votes are ones previous Tory voters, do you think?
That's probably the indication, and some people who might not vote who see that actually we've got a very different policy platform. And what we heard here in Wellingborough is that people were just so disenchanted with what has happened with this government, how they've failed to take advantage of Brexit. Obviously, this is a big Brexit seat.
63%.
63%, a bit more than Kingswood. And so people feel, yeah, they had their chance and frankly, they've blown it. And all credit to the Labour Party. I actually popped into their office a couple of weeks ago just to say hi with a big smile, which I think they quite enjoyed. And they've run a really good campaign. In fact, I've probably never seen them run such a good campaign. So credit where credit's due.
You mentioned Brexit. Do you think is that really still an issue? I mean, what, 6 years now after the referendum?
Well, no. Let's be clear. We actually left in 2020, January 2020. So that's coming up for 4 years. And look, the Tories haven't taken advantage of it. It's a great opportunity. It was the right thing. I don't think Brexit voters regret the vote. What they're disappointed with is how the Tories have completely failed to take advantage of it. And that's part of the reason why here we are today. We're confirmed that we're in a recession. I said back in beginning of January in a press conference, you can't grow an economy given what the Tories have done with record high taxes, record high wasteful government spending, nanny state regulations that haven't taken advantage of Brexit, mass immigration, and the multi-trillion cost of net zero. You can't grow an economy. I said it back then. Sadly, my prediction has already come true, and I think the Labour Party have got no plan for that, and they're going to have a serious reality check.
Now, if the Tories come to you and say, "Look, Richard, our two parties are killing each other. Let's do some sort of deal."
I'm going to have a drink with myself.
Any sort of deal with the Tories?
I made it very
because last time, of course, you didn't stand against Conservative candidates.
No, that was then. This is now. We're standing 630 seats up and down the whole of England, Scotland, Wales. No deals with the Tories. Look me in the eyes. It's a cast-iron guarantee, and people can hold me to that, and I make absolute no bones about it. The people have got to have a proper choice. That's how democracy works, and they'll have the choice of our policies and our ability, frankly, to save Britain from the mess the Tories have put us in.
They claim that a vote for the Reform UK party is going to help Sir Keir Starmer become Prime Minister. Would you really rather see Sir Keir Prime Minister than Rishi Sunak?
But with or without us, the Tories are toxic. They're on the way down. And I think this is just the beginning. Let's wait and see what the exact results are. But and then we've got, obviously, other by-elections coming down the pipe. General, we think, will probably be back in the autumn, and we'll be ready for it. So it's a very exciting time, and we're delighted to have what we think are record results in both by-elections.
And what is Nigel Farage's role going to be in the months leading up to the general election?
Well, as we speak, he's actually broadcasting on another channel. Look, that's a matter for Nigel. The more help he can
You're the leader of the
better.
party. You can say, come on, Nigel, pull your finger out, help us.
Well, he's honorary president, but he's got other obligations, which are serious contractual obligations. So he'll work it out for himself. And as and when he's made a decision, then he'll tell me and we'll tell the world.
Are you fighting a seat in the general election?
I am indeed, yes. Yeah, I'm standing in Hartlepool.
Again?
And again, which is where I stood in December 19. So, yeah, that's going to be a two-horse race between Labour and myself. and let's wait and see. But we're working very hard there, as we are in numerous seats.
Richard Tice, thank you very much. Clearly, you're confident that you've done pretty well here. You're in double figures in terms of percentage, and you've obviously done the Tories some damage here. Thank you very much for joining us live on Sky News. There you have it. That's Richard Tice, the leader of Reform UK. A pretty happy man this evening. It does look as though Reform UK will be perhaps 12–13%. Let's see, wait and see. But you saw how cheerful he is at the way this has gone. I guess the very fact that he's come here suggests that the Reform UK are pretty confident they've done well here. Back to you, Jonathan.
John, at the count there in Kettering, thank you very much indeed. Speaking to Richard Tice, leader of Reform UK, worth just reiterating what he said there. We're delighted. Our best two by-election results by a large margin, and also telling John that there'll be no deals done with the Conservative Party come the general election, and the Conservatives will be watching very closely at the number of votes that Reform UK got. Tamara Cohen is here. So Labour, we're hearing, have won Wellingborough, and you're getting more information now on the size of the win, and it could be considerable.
Yeah, so we were talking earlier about the fact they were telling us that this early. We thought we were about 10 cups of tea away from finding out anything like that. Suggests it was a big win, and now I'm hearing that they are predicting one of their biggest ever swings from Conservative to Labour in Wellingborough. Now, to give you a sense of what swings we've seen from Labour, do look at this bar chart. So, biggest ever Dudley West. That was a by-election in 1994, just about 4 or 5 months into Tony Blair's leadership, and it really put them on the map. A Conservative MP passed away. Labour absolutely stormed that one, and it was seen as really putting Tony Blair on the map. But we've seen some really big ones in the last few months. So Tamworth in October achieved a swing of 24%. That's in Staffordshire. Selby and Ainsley in North Yorkshire, also a swing of nearly 24%. And also Mid-Bedfordshire, of course, a seat held by Nadine Dorries at 20%. So we have seen Labour in the last few months getting consistently over 20% swings in seats which either didn't vote Labour before, were heavily for Brexit and therefore a bit suspicious of them, were safe Conservative for a long time. So if this is really going to be up there, it's suggesting to me that we're looking at well into the 20s, and we haven't yet heard anything from Kingswood really, but if they're getting those sort of numbers in Wellingborough, that is really concerning for the Tories. Labour are also telling me that they believe they've got record numbers of switchers, people who voted Conservative in 2019 and are now voting Labour. Now, the Conservatives very much dispute that, and I don't know if we'll even get the full picture tonight. We'll see where the vote shares are, but this is something that, you know, the Labour sort of geeks with the data will be telling, you know, their troops over the next few days exactly where the votes have gone. But if we're seeing switching on that scale, and all parties will be aware if we are, that is really going to start concerning the campaigners at Conservative headquarters. Okay.
I'm sure they'll be delighted that you call them geeks tonight on Sky News.
Just like us, we're geeks.
Tamara, thank you very much. Well, that is the situation then at Wellingborough. Let's go live now to our political correspondent, Serena Barker-Singh. She's in Thornbury, where the count for the Kingswood by-election is happening. Good to see you again, Serena. So, given the situation in Wellingborough, how are they feeling where you are?
Well, as Tamara said, on paper, this should be a much more simple by-election, but it's still very much up in the air. I mean, if you can see just behind me, some of the tables are empty. I think their ballots have already been counted. Verification happened very quickly. I'm hearing that officials think that actually it won't be 4 a.m. that we hear these results. It actually might be much sooner. But just to get a bit more of a sense of the mood, I'm here with Luke Hall. He's Deputy Chair of the Conservative Party. Hi, Luke. Just tell us how this campaign has gone, how the last few days have been, what you're expecting.
Sure, well, it's been a really positive few weeks. We've had 4 or 5 weeks on the campaign trail now. The first thing I'd say is we picked a really fantastic local candidate in Sam Bromley. He's someone who's served as a local councillor for the last 8 or 9 years in Oldham Common, had a strong track record of delivery for his residents, and has been selected to fight the parliamentary seat on a platform of protecting green spaces in the community, fighting against local car parking charges, and taking these issues up to Parliament. So it's been a good campaign. We've got around thousands of doors, spoke to lots of people. It's too early to say what the result's going to be. We're going to find out in the next couple of hours,
You say that, but in Wellingborough, which has a larger majority, Labour are making sounds that they've won, but even more crucially, your party are making sounds that they've defeated. So why haven't you made any sounds here?
We will hear all sorts of rumours on election night. That's not new. That happens every count I've been to. The crucial thing that we should do is to wait for the result, give the professional staff here time to make sure that they get the result right, that it's accurate. That's the crucial thing here. So we shouldn't speculate. We should just wait for the next couple of hours
in the back,
and see what the results going to be.
Coloured in the different colours. It looks like Labour's pile is slightly bigger. I mean, you're not conceding at all that this might not be a good night for your party?
Look, I've been to enough of these counts in the last decade or so to realise that it's never wise to make predictions about what's happening in the counts. We really haven't got long to wait, so I don't think it's sensible to speculate. All I can really tell you at this point is we've had a great candidate, we've fought a great campaign, it's been really positive, and we've had great feedback on the doorsteps. We've spoken to thousands of people in Kingswood, in Warmley, Oldham Common, Longwell Green and Hamham, and our candidate's been well received, Sam Bromley's been well received, and the message he's been taking to the doorstep about fighting for South Gloucester in Parliament, supporting our schools, making good use of these new 555 new police officers on our streets, Avon and Somerset, that's all gone down really well. So we just have a little bit longer to wait, and I'm sure we'll get there soon, but I won't speculate about it just yet.
I mean, not making predictions, but you're leaving after this, so you're not even staying for the count. It sounds like you've given up.
No, that's completely wrong. I will absolutely be here for the announcements. I'm looking forward to supporting Sam Bromley. I'm hoping for a positive result. It's been a really great campaign. I've loved every single day of it, but we've just got a little bit longer to wait, so we have to be a bit patient, and we're almost there.
And part of this seat is going to be broken up and shoved into your constituency next time. If you do lose this seat, are you worried that those voters won't turn out for you in a general election?
Well, I think, first of all, we always have to be really cautious about reading too much into any by-election. By-elections are always really difficult for governing parties of whichever colour. Tony Blair lost by-elections, then went on to win majorities. David Cameron lost by-elections, then went on to form a majority government in 2015. So we shouldn't read too much into it. I think we just have to wait and see what the result is. I'm proud of the campaign we ran. Let's hold on. In the next hour or so, we'll know a bit more.
So John Curtis said that the Tories do need to show that they can climb an electoral mountain. So it's good enough, it's all good and well saying by-elections are hard for incumbent governments, but how are you going to prove that you can build momentum? You're so far behind in the polls for getting the numbers that you need for a general election.
Look, the overwhelmingly most important thing that the Conservative government needs to prove over the next few months is delivering for the British people, right? And delivering on things like bringing inflation down. You've seen inflation come down from 11.1% at the start of last year down to 4% now. That's really helping ease the pressure on the cost of living. So it's all of these types of challenges that we need to deliver on. I don't think the next general election will be determined on by-election results. I think these will, to be honest with you, come and go quite quickly. The thing that will be important is if we deliver, just like we are on inflation, starting to bring mortgage rates down, starting to make sure wages are rising, and starting to cut taxes too. These are the things that I think people really care about. This by-election result, we'll find out a bit more in the next couple of hours, but it's been a great campaign. I've really loved every second of it. We've got a great candidate. Looking forward to the result.
It's interesting you mention inflation and the economy because it's not a good week for a by-election. The UK is now officially in a recession. Do you think if you lose tonight, this is not a good indication of where Rishi Sunak's taking you? He's promised growth in the economy. Do you think people are making their voices heard if you lose tonight with this vote?
Well, I think the thing that Rishi Sunak and the Chancellor have tried to prioritise is to bring down inflation. Inflation is the enemy that makes everybody in our community poorer. And we've now seen inflation come down from over 11% last year to 4% now. That's really good news. It's a strong economic indicator for the future, as are rising wages, as are the falling mortgage rates, and it will help that we're starting to cut taxes too. So those are good things that we're achieving and that we're delivering. We have a plan. The Prime Minister has a strong plan. You only have to contrast that with what Labour are offering, which is an economic plan in complete tatters after they U-turned on the only pledge that they had on the economy, which was to borrow £28 billion a year to put into green projects. They've now U-turned on completely, so they have no plan. The Prime Minister's delivering. I'm confident that over the next few months we can demonstrate that to the British people.
Well, we'll see more when the votes come in tonight, but thank you, Luke Hall. Thanks very much. So that was Luke Hall. We might get the votes sooner than we expected, potentially even at 2 o'clock. We'll just have to wait and see.
OK, good to hear. We may well get that result, Serena says, within the next hour. Thank you very much. We shall return to you a little bit later. Do stay with us here on Sky News. Plenty more still to come after the break. The breaking news is Labour sources are telling us they believe they've won one of the two by-elections being fought this morning. We'll get the thoughts of Guardian columnist Zoe Williams and the former Conservative advisor James Starkey. That's next.
I'm Greg Milam, and I'm Sky's chief North of England correspondent. I've reported from around the world and around the UK.
I'm Mark Stone, I'm Sky's US correspondent based here in Washington, DC. And beyond the United States, from across the world, I report on the biggest stories.
I'm Stuart Ramsey, and I'm Sky's chief correspondent.
I'm David Blevins, and I'm Sky's senior Ireland correspondent. I remember some of the worst of the violence here.
I'm Alex Crawford and I'm Sky's special correspondent based in Istanbul.
There's always more to the news than a headline. We want to discover, to delve a little deeper, to find out what's really going on. Explanation, analysis, the people at the heart of every story. I'm Neil Patterson, and this is the Sky News Daily Podcast. Alex Crawford joining us now from Ukraine.
Their personal possessions are all scattered around the place.
Our economics and data editor, Ed Conway, try and make sense of the big numbers for us.
Things can change incredibly quickly, and that's what they have done.
So, by the end, we'll hopefully all understand what's going on in the world just that little better. Available wherever you get your podcasts.
Hello again, welcome back. Just hearing that we might get the results for Kingswood at around 2:30, so in an hour's time or so. Let's get the thoughts, shall we, of Guardian columnist Zoe Williams and the former Conservative advisor James Starkey. Wow, well, it's been busy so far, and the size of the swing we're hearing in Wellingborough, where Labour are now very confident that they have won, could be one of the biggest ever, potentially beating Dudley West, which was 29.1%. I mean, can you believe that is possible?
It's obviously possible. We've seen some pretty big swings recently, and I think, as we touched on earlier, I mean, it's clear that CCHQ, the Tory party, haven't put a great amount of resource.
And why is that? Why did they not bother?
I think complications with the local campaign, obviously the way that the previous MP departed and the kind of selection process. But we've seen... we just had the correspondent from Kingswood, where Luke Hall is. It's noticeable that we don't have a Conservative MP coming on to talk on Sky from Wellingborough, because they just simply haven't put the same resource in there. So that's why it'll be interesting to see the differences in those two results, I think.
I mean, so much is interesting about the Wellingborough, and I don't want to sound like a Barbara Pym novel, but it would be... I'd love to know what's going on in Helen Harrison's head, because... You know, presumably she stood as out of kind of pure loyalty to her boyfriend, Peter Bone. But why? She can't have thought she was going to win. She can't have done. So, and she didn't even do very much press herself. So even though the kind of CCHQ weren't supporting her, she wasn't doing much as a kind of maverick or an independent. Anyway, that's kind of by the by, because she probably will be a footnote that not even you will get in a pub quiz in a year's time. In terms of Labour, I think the danger is that certainly the danger even before these by-elections is complacency. They're worrying about it so much. They have constant roundtables where they show each other scary polls. You know, everybody says it's 22% lead, but actually it's a 14% lead, and it's soft, it's not hard. So they're going to be really fighting a narrative of inevitability, which they think will damage both their kind of foot soldiers and you know, change the. It becomes much less of an exciting perspective. It looks like they can't lose. So I imagine they'll be looking at something like Dudley West as the biggest ever swing and saying that was on a higher turnout, and you have to worry about the size of these turnouts.
I don't think they're looking at Dudley West type swing, but certainly in the 20s, hoping to get near the top of the bar chart. But I don't think we'll equal that one.
No. Similar to Tamworth and.
Similar to Tamworth, Selby, Mid-Bedfordshire, which is what Tories were telling me over the last 48 hours or so, is we think we'll lose, but not as badly as that. So obviously, as we've seen previously, and is a bit of a concern, the Conservative expectation management has actually been not as bad as the actual result, because that's what we saw in the local elections when they said, oh, we'll lose 1,000 seats, and it was even more. So when the expectation management is wrong to the negative, it's a problem.
But I think, I mean, for weeks, everyone I've spoken to in the Tory party has said we've got absolutely no chance in Wellingborough, and you know they haven't sent resource up there. They kind of, in reality, they've left that local association to run that campaign on their own, and that's why Kingswood is a bit different. So you know, of course, it's the case. You don't want to wake up to headlines of big record swings, equivalent swings. That's not going to be good for anyone in the party. But I think, in reality, they gave up on that.
What they will be worried about is what Richard Tice, the leader of Reform UK, had to say, isn't it? That, you know, he's expecting to do really well. Their best two by-elections by a big margin. And if they do well, then that is going to set off the alarm bells in the Tory.
Some breaking news for you is Labour sources think that they have won Kingswood.
Gosh.
So they think they've won both. That's what I've just heard in the last minute or so. They think they've won Kingswood. Obviously not by the kind of huge margin they think they're looking at in Wellingborough, because it sounds like we're actually less than half an hour away from the result. But they think that they have edged it there. So if so, looks like a great night for Labour and a terrible night for the Conservatives, with two very different seats. One, a kind of very Brexit-leaning, sort of fertile territory for reform area where they have not won in a long time. And then you've got Kingswood, kind of Bristol suburbs. I was hearing that the problems with getting doctors and dentist appointments and the issues with the NHS were really resonating with voters. Two different areas. And if they're both going Labour tonight, I think Keir Starmer, who's had a pretty torrid few days, will be very happy with that.
And that would break a record, wouldn't it, as well?
Yes, it would mean that the Conservatives will have lost 9 by-elections this Parliament, which would be a record since the Second World War. It was 8 in the Parliament where John Major was Prime Minister.
Gosh, so, Zoe, we're hearing that Labour could potentially have won both.
I mean, look, we're acting extremely surprised. I think nobody is going to be that surprised. Nobody's that surprised within Labour. Nobody's that surprised within the Tories, right? I mean, they can't be. But you know, it is heartening. I think it will be... I know this will only be interesting to a very few people, but I am interested to see what happened to the Lib Dem and the Green votes in both constituencies, because however insignificant they are, if there's kind of informal tactical voting going on, the danger is that Labour, like, really leans into that and relies on it for the general election and doesn't make any kind of, you know, negotiated... not exactly a pact, but doesn't actually cooperate that well with the other progressive parties. It's actually quite important that the lesson they take out of this is that they're being lent votes from the other progressive parties, and they have to flag that they're going to uphold those values, which I think shouldn't be a problem for them, but it will be a problem if they get too arrogant, I guess is what I'm saying.
Yeah, and just to go back to that point about Reform UK, how much soul-searching is there going to be in Tory HQ about that?
Well, I'm not sure 12-13% is a good result for them. I think, look, that seat was one of the strongest Leave seats in the country. In 2015, they not only got 20%, they came second in that seat. So they beat Labour to that seat in 2015. If they're going to do well anywhere, it's going to be somewhere like Wellingborough. And they're polling, as John said, around about 10, 11, 12. So if they pick that up in this seat and they hit their national numbers, that's not a good result. They need, in a seat like that, they really, at this moment, they're not going to get a better situation when you have an MP leaving in disgrace, when you have a place where the central office have kind of left to its own devices, and they've leafleted the whole place with Farage's face on it. They're not going to get a better situation than that. and they really need to be, I would think, pushing 20 to match their 2015 result.
Zoe, quick thought?
Well, I just don't agree, because all they need to do is be a problem to the Conservatives, right? That's all they... And they're a massive problem to the Conservatives at anything above 10%.
And do you think they're going to continue being a massive problem as long as, or I mean, do you think Rishi Sunak is going to have to change his tactic a
it's
bit?
Like sheep. It's like sheep in the electric fence and not knowing whether it's electrocuted. If the Conservatives will constantly be looking over their shoulder at being outflanked by reform, and so they're going to. In a way, they'll start censoring themselves, they'll start pushing hard on things that don't necessarily benefit them that much. They'll go in a certain direction. Now, a certain amount of that will be the party they want to be in opposition anyway, but they'll certainly be influenced at a subcuticular level by what they see as this spectre of reform. And I think probably 12 to 13 will do it.
OK. It's an electrifying morning that we're having so far. What an analogy. 1:35 in the morning and already breaking news. You can see it on the bottom of your screen. Labour believe that they have won both by-elections. Continuing coverage as Labour sources tell Sky News that. And we'll be back with more analysis in a couple of minutes. Hello again, welcome back. You're watching Vote 2024, our by-election special, and the breaking news this morning is that Labour believe that they have won both by-elections in Wellingborough and also in Kingswood. We're expecting the official results in Kingswood in the next 20 minutes, potentially, so don't go to bed. Stay up for that. Wellingborough around 3 a.m, still waiting for a definitive time. Tamara Cohen is here in the studio with me, and for Labour, this really will be a remarkable result.
Yes, we've got a lot of news for you already, which is that Labour believe they've won both by-elections. We haven't had the counts read out yet by the returning officer, but they believe they've taken both of them. Wellingborough, which was a real stretch for them, this is a Conservative seat with a majority of 18,000. They haven't held it since Tony Blair was Prime Minister. They told us just after midnight they thought they'd taken it, so that suggests a very comfortable margin of victory. And are being told by Labour sources they think they've done very well, probably within their top 5 best by-election results since the Second World War. So a big swing there in a very Brexit-supporting area. Yes, the Conservatives would say the circumstances with Peter Bone were not great, but this is a safe seat for them. They also believe they have won Kingswood. Now, on paper, this looked a bit easier because they held it a bit more recently, until 2010, so it is one of those bellwether seats that swings with the government. But it's been a bit more of a challenge because the MP there resigned kind of suddenly. Labour weren't prepared because this is not somewhere they were looking at campaigning in the general election, but they've hit it very hard and they are now confident of victory there too. So after a very difficult couple of weeks for Keir Starmer, lots of questions about his judgment, and those questions do not go away because, of course, a lot of people who voted in these by-elections may have voted by post before all this happened, but I think that will definitely put a spring in Labour's step. That the momentum we saw last year with those big victories in by-elections in Tamworth, in Selby, in mid-Bedfordshire is continuing, or possibly, pending those results we'll get in the next hour or so, possibly even accelerating.
Yeah, and you speak to politicians all the time. How much frustration is there, especially about Kingswood, that this is a by-election that didn't necessarily need to happen, isn't it? It's an MP who stood down over principle about oil and gas drilling in the North Sea. He didn't have to do that.
No, there's a lot of anger in Conservative circles. In fact, there's a tweet from one of his Conservative MP colleagues at the time, Carl McCartney, saying when this all happened, he's dumping on us all from a great height, and saying that this Chris Skidmore should never have been made a Conservative MP. So they're angry because these by-elections cost money. The Conservatives have not been campaigning, it must be said, very hard in either of them. They've been spending money on social media ads, but they've not been doing a lot of campaigning, and they've been pretty clear with me that it's because they've got to prioritise. You've got mayoral elections, you've got local elections, and of course you've got the general election at some point in the next few months. So are you going to fight really hard to help an MP who has disgraced the party, allegedly, and an MP who is waltzing out of a seat that won't even exist in a few months' time? It's being abolished altogether. So this is a contest fought for someone to be an MP for a matter of months. So there is anger about that from the Conservatives, but I think given all these challenges, these are also challenges for Labour. This Wellingborough is number 226 on their target list. They weren't thinking about winning in Wellingborough, and they look like they are on course to do so. So, look, all the indications last year were that these sort of levels of by-election victory, yes, they don't translate directly to the general election, but they were giving us the indicators that Labour could be winning in parts of the country where they had lost a lot of support over the last 15 years. And these results, if they are what is predicted, tally with that. The big question is margin, and also, are people switching from Conservative to Labour? Labour say they are. The Conservatives say, no, our voters are annoyed with us and they're showing us that by staying at home. Maybe a few of them are voting for reform, but they're not ready to switch to Keir Starmer because that's the death knell, isn't it? So we'll only probably see the full picture in the next couple of days when everyone's crunched the numbers. But I think that is the big question. Are people switching? And on the turnouts we're seeing, look, the turnouts are relatively low. They're not historically low, but it's hard to tell that, and that's one of the key issues.
OK, well, there are things that we can explore now with our election analyst, Michael Thrasher. Let's bring in him and start with that question, Michael. Labour say it's one of the biggest ever swings, potentially, in their top 5. Is that possible, do you think?
Oh, certainly it is. If we look at the top 10 Labour performances against Conservatives since the war. 4 of the by-elections this Parliament are in the top 10. So it's only Dudley West that's holding them off from record. And we've seen in Tamworth and Selby high swings over 20 percentage points. So that's well within their compass to have swings of this magnitude. The question in Wellingborough will be interesting to see whether there is a straight swap, if you like, in terms of vote share between Conservative or Labour, or whether in fact the Conservative vote falls and is split, some of it going, obviously, in terms of vote share, some of it going to Labour, but some of it also going to Reform. And this is a strong Leave voting constituency, and one of the strongest in the country. And it won't be surprising if Reform do well. I mean, they've stood in 16 before tonight. They've stood in 16 by-elections this Parliament, and just over 6% is their best result. So they should easily surpass their best result. But with them polling around 10% in the national polls, they should really get around about 12 to 15% share of the vote in Wellingborough. And so it will be fascinating to see how the Conservative vote, the decline in the Conservative vote, whether all of that goes to Labour, or whether in fact Labour pick up some, but Reform pick up some share of the remainder.
And Michael, just a quick thought as well about turnout. Kingswood, 37.1%, around 38%, I think, in Wellingborough.
Yes, the turnout in Kingswood is above average for the Parliament. That in Wellingborough is below the average for the Parliament. So I'd expected Wellingborough to have, a similar drop in percentage turnout, but that's not happened. And that suggests that the 11 candidates have appealed to more voters than in Kingswood. And we've already, tomorrow has been covering lots of the reasons why people have not turned out to vote in Kingswood. In Wellingborough, it appears that there is rather more mobilisation of votes there, and that may well be the case that run a strong campaign there, that they're featuring a prominent candidate, and it could be that has encouraged some Conservative voters, instead of staying at home sitting on their hands, that may have encouraged some Conservative voters to come out and support them, and hence the lower drop in turnout than certainly I've been expecting.
OK, Michael, always good to get your thoughts and analysis. Thank you very much. We shall speak to you a little later on, I am sure. We're going to go to a quick break. Plenty more still to come, though. Labour sources, as you've been hearing, tell Sky News they believe they've won both by-elections being fought this morning. Now, we are expecting the results in Kingswood shortly. You can see the podium there, empty podium at the moment, no one behind the microphone, but there will be soon. That result coming any minute. Don't go away.
Story of resilience, but it's also a story of me developing as a person. And it wasn't the end of the world when I stepped away from rowing previously, and I went on to be a bit more connected at home and get a full-time job. And I think in a strange way I developed a bit more resilience. And this time when I came back from the opportunity, I was ready for it and I knew what to expect. So it really helped me, get back in the groove quickly.
You've talked very openly about the loss of your legs and having to walk again, learning to walk again with prosthetic legs, and that difficult period and leaving the military. When you look back, how do you think you got through that?
Yeah, I think for me, I lost that social connection. I didn't realise this at the time, but that's what was missing. It was I missed that social identity, and I think once I started getting back in the gym and engaging with sports and things like the Invictus Games, it really just helped me boost that self-esteem, become more comfortable within my own skin, learn more about my disability, push the boundaries of what I was capable of. And it all sort of culminated in me just only 12 or 13% against me, therefore I have
You're watching Sky News. Let's go straight to the Kingswood constituency. We are expecting that by-election result any minute. So you saw just then the empty podium, people gathering round. Let's have a listen.
I, John McCormick, being the Acting Returning Officer at the election for the Kingswood constituency, give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate is as follows. Samuel Carr Bromley, commonly known as Sam Bromley, the Conservative Party candidate, 8,675. Andrew Charles Brown, the Liberal Democrat, 861. Damien James Egan, commonly known as Damien Egan, Labour Party, 11,100. That was 11,176. Lorraine Antoinette Francis, Green Party, 1,450. Rupert James Green Lowe, Reform UK, 2,578. Yeah! Nicholas David Wood, UKIP, People Not Politics, 129. The number of ballot papers rejected was follows. Wanted official mark, 0. Voting for more than one candidate, 13. Writing a mark by which the voter could be identified, 1. Unmarked or void for uncertainty, 22. Giving a total of 36 rejected ballot papers. The turnout figure across the constituency was 37.11%. And I do hereby declare that Damien Egan is duly elected.
Well, thank you all very much. Thank you to the returning officer and the teams of people here and across the constituency who have been counting the ballots, making sure all the election today ran fairly and ran smoothly. So thank you to everybody. Some personal thank yous. I'd like to say thank you to my husband. I'd like to say thank you to my mum, my sisters, my family have been there every step of the campaign. I'd like to say thank you to my agent, Hayley, to Chris, Siobhan, to all the fabulous Labour team that we have had of activists and volunteers who have pounded the streets in all weathers over the last week, so thank you. Most of all, though, I'd like to say thank you to the residents and people of Kingswood. Your honesty, your frankness has helped keep my campaign rooted in the issues that are really impacting our community. The cost of living crisis, safety on our streets, and the NHS. Thank you for giving me your trust and for allowing me to serve the community that I'm from. It's a trust that I promise to repay, to show you that politics can be different and that it can make a difference. In Kingswood, as across the country, 14 years of Conservative government have sucked the hope out of our country. There's a feeling that no matter how hard you work, you just can't move forward. And that with Rishi's recession, we're left, again, paying more and getting less. It doesn't have to be this way. You know it, I know it, we all know it. And when the Prime Minister finally finds the courage to give the people a say, we're going to need each and every one of you again to come out and vote and make sure your voices are heard. Our country is at a crossroads. Under the Conservatives, we can choose more managed decline, more chaos, more division. Or we can choose a changed Labour Party, a government that will put people first, that ensures a child's background isn't a barrier to their future, and that will rebuild Great Britain. The work to give Kingswood its future back starts now. Thank you again to everybody for all your support. Thank you.
So, more election misery for Prime Minister Rishi Sunak. Labour overturning the Conservative majority of 11,220 to win the seat of Kingswood. You can see the new MP for Kingswood, Damien Egan, celebrating with his friends and family. He thanked those around him for all their help as he campaigned tirelessly over recent weeks. He said the issues that he discovered on the doorstep were the cost of living crisis, crime, safety on our streets, the NHS. He also used that phrase, Rishi's recession. He said it doesn't have to be this way. So you can see pictures there of a jubilant new MP, Damien Egan. He's only going to be MP for a few months because we know that this constituency of Kingswood is going to be disbanded. Our political correspondent, Tamara Cohen, here with me. What a result. 11,151 votes. The Conservatives on 8,675. And interestingly, Reform UK there, 2,578. What message does this send to the Prime Minister?
Well, look, this is not a bad result for Labour. It's not as big as they're expecting in Wellingborough, which we'll hear about later tonight, but it looks like a swing of over 16% from Conservative to Labour. So they are winning back resoundingly a seat that they last held during the last Labour government from 1997 to 2010. Now, this was an area where no one was particularly expecting a by-election. The MP resigned suddenly. It was a standing start for Labour. They didn't have a candidate, they didn't have an office. So they will be very pleased they got going quickly and managed by focusing on national issues, really, the cost of living, the difficulties with getting dentist and doctor's appointments. There is a high degree of home ownership in Kingswood, which is sort of suburban area outside Bristol, so lots of people paying higher mortgages, which is something Labour have talked about a lot. They believe these are the issues that are resonating. They accuse the Conservatives of running what they say was a bit of a nasty and personal campaign against their candidate, talking about the fact that he wasn't local. He did grow up in Kingswood, but later moved to London and served as mayor of the London Borough of Lewisham. The Conservatives would say that their candidate is a local community activist, and he's campaigned about issues like protecting the green belt. But Labour say that the Conservatives ran a negative campaign, their candidate ran a positive campaign. And we see, look, it's not the sort of turnout we're going to see in the general election, but it was quite a bit higher than we'd expected, and Labour will be very pleased with that kind of result. This is the sort of area they will need to win to win a majority in a general election, and this looks like they are winning back support in areas where they have lost it over the years.
And we're expecting the Wellingborough vote probably within the next hour, maybe just after 3 o'clock. I mean, the headlines are going to be dreadful, aren't they, tomorrow? Whatever the Conservatives say about the importance of these seats and the particular circumstances surrounding them, the optics are not good.
Yes, and of course the Conservatives will say, with some justification, this is not a general election, this is an opportunity to give the government a kicking. If you're feeling a bit fed up, as people will be after 14 years of them being in office, you can stay at home. Labour voters can come out. You can see a decent result for Reform, even in Kingswood, where they weren't really expecting to do that well. That looks like something around 10% of the vote for Reform in Kingswood, which is quite a good result. They will say this is not a direct comparison, it's pretty irrelevant. But look, as James was saying earlier, this is not an opinion poll. This is real voters who've come out on what I gather was a really rainy day in Kingswood to come and cast their vote. Some of whom will, of course, voted by post a few weeks ago. But this is not a ringing endorsement of the Conservatives. And this is an area that they will really want to hold on to. This is a seat that's going to be carved up to, part of it will go to Jacob Rees-Mogg's seat, part of it will go to other Bristol seats. But this is not a good result for them. We're expecting much worse in Wellingborough later, where they have a bigger majority and Labour are going to, they tell me, overturn it by a bigger swing. So both party leaders have not had a great couple of weeks, and I think the questions about Keir Starmer's judgment do not go away because of these wins, but they show that when it comes to the crunch, when it comes to the cost of living, the NHS, local services, people are listening to Labour's message. And, of course, what will be picked over is, are people switching directly, Conservatives to Labour? The Conservatives say there's no evidence of that on these low turnouts, but that's what will be picked over, because that's really when it looks like game over for the Tories.
OK, Tamara, thank you very much. Well, the breaking news then, as we approach 2 o'clock, is that Labour win the Kingswood by-election. We're still waiting for the result in Wellingborough. That is due shortly, but we have heard from Sir Keir Starmer. He has said in response to that win in Kingswood, this is a fantastic result that shows people are ready to put their trust in a Labour government. By winning in this Tory stronghold, we can confidently say that Labour is back in the service of working people, and we will work tirelessly to deliver for them. To those who have put their trust in us, you can be safe in the knowledge that the Labour Party will deliver on your priorities. Labour will give Britain its future back. The Labour leader giving his initial reaction to the win in Kingswood, as you can see there on your picture. Damien Egan, the new MP for Kingswood, and of course he'll be MP just for a few months until the general election, because that constituency is being scrapped. Let's get the thoughts then of Zoe Williams and James Starkey, both in the studio with me. James, you first. When you see that, what goes through your mind?
It's a really interesting result. I mean, as Tamara said, we'll see later maybe perhaps a bigger victory for Labour. But if you add up the Conservative vote share with the Reform vote share, you actually beat Labour. So I think one of the things that we have seen there will be one of the messages that we see rolled out in the coming general election. We saw Richard Tice earlier speaking to John Craig saying he's going to run in Hartlepool. Well, that's a 6,500 majority. The same message will be run there, that if you vote for Reform, you're going to get Labour. Now, you can't get better. For that message, the result might not be great for the Prime Minister, but you can't get the better message than tonight, where the Reform vote would literally take the Conservatives into victory in that seat. So I think that's really interesting.
It was same in Tamworth, I believe, as well. Even though the Reform vote was smaller, it was also bigger than the Labour majority.
Exactly, and I think it's quite obvious we are going to see that message rolled out in the coming months, and certainly in the general election.
But I mean, that will be a really interesting general election, won't it? The Tories basically fighting the Reform Party as the two kind of...
And then potentially losing votes on their left flank while doing so. We know that a lot of their leaflets in Wellingborough were fighting Reform, saying don't vote for Reform.
Yeah. And actually, you know, the kind of media environment, not just around these... two by-elections, but generally because the Conservative Party is in kind of disarray so often, that does seem to have boiled down to, do you want to stop small boats or do you want to go to the dentist? I mean, if you listen to the actual headlines, it is, you know, riots or the police called in Bristol because of those dental queues. And that, in Kingswood, was the battle. You know, Damien Egan had a very modest offer. You know, local services are bad, we'll make them better. And Sam Blimy wasn't kind of red in tooth and claw, but he was singing to the Conservative hymn sheet. And it's tight, as you say. Tories plus Reform would just about squeak past Labour. They wouldn't squeak past Labour plus the Lib Dems. That was interesting as well, the way the Lib Dem vote has completely collapsed. I mean, you rarely see the Greens getting more than the Lib Dems, and I think what we're seeing there is exactly what we saw in '97, which is that the Lib Dems are prepared to lend their vote to Labour. They just will, in a way that Greens won't necessarily.
We heard from Richard Tice earlier. What did you make of what he had to say, the leader of Reform UK?
I mean, I think it was interesting that he singled out he's going to be running in Hartlepool. Again, that's an exact seat where you would argue from the Conservative side that would just simply hand that seat to Labour. And he was also very clear, because I think there'll be more and more speculation because we did have it in 19 about whether Reform will fight. They can't fight. I don't think they'll be able to put candidates in every seat, but will they seek to make deals? Because there's a lot of MPs who will argue that you're going to remove me, because if you look at the Red Ball MPs, a lot of those might share quite a lot of similar views with Reform. So they'll be making the argument, hang on a minute, you're going to remove me from my seat and the Conservative Party and hand it to Labour. How does that further your agenda? Because we basically agree on the same thing. So I think tonight's really interesting, because you're just seeing some of those beginnings of the battle lines, which we'll see in the election. And exactly as Zoe said, that collapse of the Lib Dem vote and the Greens outpolling them, where are we going to see more of that? Are we going to see more of that tactical voting?
I mean, I would, just for sentimental reasons, I would feel bad for the Lib Dems if they are consistently outperformed by the Greens, because I think they've got very deep roots in a lot of areas, and they do deserve some votes. But the truth is, when people are ready to get rid of a Conservative government, the Labour does just hoover up.
And there was a particularly Green issue here with Chris Skidmore and the net zero issue, having resigned over it, and potentially the £28 billion also. So I think the Greens probably had a more fertile environment than the Lib Dems, who were pretty open when I spoke to them. They weren't trying very hard. And maybe there were a few reasons why that was the case.
What can we learn about sort of candidate selection as well? Because that's all quite interesting, isn't it?
Go local. I mean, you saw one of the big Tory attack lines against the Labour candidate in Kingswood, who's now won, although he's from there, was parachuted in from Lewisham. If you look at selections across both major parties, there's a real pull towards local candidates.
They were even accusing him of putting on a West Country accent, I think, on social media. You know, this became a really big thing for them. Our candidate is the local candidate, even though the two of them went to the same high school in Kingswood.
Yeah, but that just shows that it's ridiculous, right? You can go local and you'll still be attacked for not being local enough. I don't know, but you can never be local enough. It's just, I mean, I don't know. I think that going local is kind of good, but it's not everything. And probably just because Labour has had to choose a lot of candidates at kind of a fast pace, their vetting hasn't been everything it should be, which is what we saw in Rochdale. But, you know, I think Damien Egan is a perfectly local candidate. You're allowed to move to London.
But I think if you look in selections, though, for me, it's maybe something that came out of 19, where you did see there's a feeling that they want their MPs to be local champions.
Yeah.
And there's certainly, and this is both parties, there's always going to be a resentment in local associations, Tory or Labour, when there's parachuted candidates in from central office.
It's massively increased, hasn't it? I mean, you know, when I started covering politics, loads of MPs didn't live in their constituencies or have much connection with them, and you wouldn't now get a Peter Mandelson in Hartlepool situation. People want that local link, even if it's not kind of I grew up there, but my parents grew up there, or I grew up in a seat a bit like this one. That's seen as much more important now.
It is, and you know, you get these terrible people, special advisors, getting parachuted into seats. Nobody wants to see that. But I think that you have seen that kind of pushback. And so people are you know, I've got friends that have been and run for seats, and they're desperate to show how local they, you know, when they went to school there, you still go and see their family.
My brother's friend's cousin is from there. Yeah, absolutely.
Exactly.
But don't you think, in the end, though, the pendulum has gone in a little bit of a foolish direction, because you don't have to have grown up in any constituency in order to identify the problems in it and identify with the people in it. A lot of constituencies are very similar to each other.
I agree with you, but I think Tamara's right, because I mean, it's the levelling up push, the kind of vote leave, and the 19 election. There was a feeling that a lot of constituencies were left. I think people felt like, you know, you got the vote and you basically went down to Westminster and you focused on Westminster politics and local issues. Look, you could look at the issues that people are campaigning on in Kingswood, those local issues, which you said, Zoe, dentists, potholes have come up in both campaigns. Huge issues in both campaigns. And these are things that people, frankly, think some of their MPs don't see because they don't drive over the potholes because they're in an Uber in Westminster. And that's why I think you've got a bit of a desire to put someone that's got a connection.
But doesn't that make the point, right, that if you've got these two by-elections in really different counties, in really different economic situations, with very different political histories, and they've got exactly the same problems, a degradation of the public sphere and a degradation of public services thanks to a Conservative government for 14 years, well, however many years. The truth is, it doesn't actually matter because most constituencies are facing the same thing.
Share the same problem.
Yeah.
What about issues of the last few days? Would you say that they haven't really featured at all? I mean, we heard from Damien Egan there, didn't we, in his speech, saying it's cost of living, it's safety on the streets, it's the NHS. Do you think it is pretty much predominantly all of those things? You don't think that the anti-Semitism row has played into this in any way whatsoever? And also the issues today with the economy, do you think that they've not played a part? We know many people have voted by post, of course, so it will be irrelevant. But for those who did actually walk to the polling station today?
I would imagine the vast majority are local issues.
Yeah.
And you can understand that through Tory, Labour, Lib Dem. They'll know their local campaign. And if you look at the campaigns they've all run, they're predominantly local issues, with some touching on, national issues like NHS or whatever. But they will know that they are the issues that resonate, and they get people to polls in local areas. So I would imagine those national issues haven't had a significant impact on the vote.
So we heard about Rishi's recession, didn't we, in that speech? But you think that's sort of rhetoric?
Well, look, I mean, the thing is, people always take that kind of macro picture with a pinch of salt because it never really corresponds to what's going on with the money they've got to spend. So, the Conservatives are constantly saying we've brought inflation down from 11% to 4%, which is true, but it doesn't actually make food any cheaper. So I don't think people kind of listen to this and think I'm going to see a real change in my finances as a result of knowing that we're in recession.
No, I think that's right. It's people's experience over the last few years, obviously, and I think we've definitely heard that from people who are out campaigning. But when it comes to today, when your people who've said, "Oh, I think I'm going to vote for you," and you need to go to their house and get them out, when you go, "We're in recession," you might get a few more over the line than. When people are sort of thinking, do I want to go out in the rain or would I rather do something else or go to the supermarket instead? You might get a few more people over the line. So it's not the headline the Conservatives would have wanted today. OK, well, we can speak now to the new MP for Kingswood, Damien Egan. Let's head to the constituency. Join our political correspondent, Serena Barker-Singh. Serena.
Yes, so it's a safe Labour win, 11,176 votes, and Damien Egan is with us. How are you feeling about it?
Feel excited, hasn't sunk in. It's all quite, saying the results, even that hasn't quite sunk in yet. I'm just really grateful because people have given me their support, and when you're running in an election, you're having lovely conversations with people, but you're never quite sure how it's going to go. And I was really worried with the rain today. I was worried would people come and vote, but they did. So I'm just grateful that people responded to our message. We tried to run a positive campaign on the issues that people care about, NHS, safety on our streets, and the cost of living crisis, which is really hurting families in Kingswood. And people have responded well. So
But you're only in this seat for a couple of months now. That's a unique position. This constituency is no more.
So boundary changes. I am the candidate for Bristol North East. So the Kingswood part of the constituency I'll be standing in, as well as other parts of Bristol, like Staple Hill, Fish Ponds.
So it's a bit of a dry run for a general election, basically.
Well, not really, because you need to get working on the areas that you're representing from day one. So, communities in Hanham, Longwell Green, Warmley, Oldland Bitton, they will want someone working for them, doing the casework, making sure that their voice is heard in Parliament. So thank you, because we got votes from all across the constituency. So really grateful for people's support.
What do you think it says nationally? I mean, it's been a tough week for Labour, but you only need a swing of about 11, and you've got I think it's 16 roughly.
Okay. Well, that's fantastic. Obviously, it's a fantastic result. I think what it shows is that genuinely for the country, when I'm talking to people on the doorsteps, people are really struggling, and cost of living crisis isn't just a slogan, that's people's real lives. When people are cancelling holidays with their children, when they're worried about what food they put in the trolley, heating up their homes, people were talking to me and saying that they feel like their life, their existing, not living, and that every single day is a struggle.
Do you think this can be replicated nationally then, if these issues are the same things that people
I
think
hope
about
so. Well, I think it's listening to the issues. They'll be slightly different in every community, isn't it? But maybe it tells us, when we're out there listening to people and having something positive to say. Not just people said to me, they don't just want to hear what's bad, they want something positive, and that's what we set out to do, to say what we would do as well.
So it sounds like a Labour general election win then, you're predicting?
My prediction, you have to work for it. You wouldn't want to predict that. So, like we did here, you have to fight for every single vote, and we're going to be out on the doorstep again trying to fight for every single vote when it comes to the general election.
It was a bit of a tricky week for Labour with another election in Rochdale. You now don't have an official candidate. Did you worry that might have affected the vote today in your constituency?
I was quite confident because I've had so many conversations with people and we were so far down the campaign, that the things people were talking about were those issues, NHS, cost of living and policing. So it actually, that didn't come up this week when I've been speaking to people. But obviously, when you're a candidate, you're really thinking of everything that could go wrong, so you're particularly heightened. But people seem to respond to the positive messages that we were trying to put out in the election.
You did mention in your speech that Labour was a changed party. Do you think after all of this week that's still the case?
Oh no, I think the Labour is most certainly changed under Keir Starmer, and I think that's why we can see the public responding positively to that change. And people were telling me on the doorstep that they felt confident. They voted Conservative at the last election, but a lot of people, the reason we've won this is people have switched from Conservative over to Labour because they trust Labour again.
Brilliant, thank you so much, and
Thank
congratulations.
you very much. Thank you.
That was the
there we
Labour
are,
candidate, the Tory
All right, Serena, well done. Thank you very much. A bit of a communication issue there, but Serena interviewing Damien Egan, MP, who was saying that he is grateful for the support of his constituents. He said he ran a positive campaign. And he also said that when he spoke to people on the doorstep, he could see that they're really struggling with the cost of living crisis. He said that it's something that is an everyday struggle. And he made the point that he believes people are switching in big numbers from the Conservatives to Labour. Well, Sir Keir Starmer released a statement a short time ago after that victory in Kingswood. This is what he had to say. This is a fantastic result in Kingswood that shows people are ready to put their trust in a Labour government. By winning in this Tory stronghold, we can confidently say that Labour is back in the service of working people, and we will work tirelessly to deliver for them. He went on to say, to those who have put their trust in us, you can be safe in the knowledge that the Labour Party will deliver on your priorities. Labour will give Britain its future back. OK, let's get the thoughts of Tamara Cohen. And Tamara, you've been having a look at the numbers. The Conservative to Labour swing 16.4% in Kingswood.
Yes, and that is a decent swing. On the face of it, Kingswood looked easier because it only required an 11-point swing to win. The swing is, of course, the key piece of data we're looking for in these by-elections. How many votes that were piling up in the Conservative column are now in the Labour column. It looked easier than Wellingborough, but it looks like the Labour victory there might be more resounding. Now, if every seat in the country had a swing of 16.9%, you'd be looking at a Labour majority of over 100 seats, of 169 seats. So, look, 169 gains from the Conservatives. So that would be an overall majority, and they would be very happy with that. So just to give you a sense of what's required for different kind of scenarios. So if there's a swing nationally at the general election from the Tories to Labour of 4.2%, then the Tories lose their majority, Rishi Sunak's out of Downing Street. If they get a swing of 8%, Labour are the largest party. You need a swing of 12.7% for Labour to win an overall majority, though, and to win a decent one of over 30 seats, you'd need a swing of 13.8%. Now, this is much bigger, as you can see, than was achieved in 1997. So this is a big mountain to climb. Labour do need to win over 100 seats off the Tories in order to get a decent majority. But these sorts of by-election wins will give them the confidence to feel that it is possible, because we're seeing them in different parts of the country, in different kinds of seats, places that voted for Brexit, places that are deprived, places that are suburban and doing well. And I think Labour will be very pleased to note that even in a constituency in Kingswood, where they weren't planning on fighting a by-election because it's being abolished, they had to go from a standing start. Lots of people I was hearing were saying on the doorsteps, we don't understand what the point of it is, we don't want to go out in the rain and vote for you, why are we doing this to elect an MP for 6 months? Even battling all of that, they still managed to get not a bad turnout, and also to get their candidate over the line.
OK, really interesting. Thank you very much, Tamara. We're going to take a short break. After that, we'll bring you, hopefully, some progress from Wellingborough, the other constituency that is being contested tonight. Waiting for an official result there. Labour, though, say that they have won in both. We'll bring all the details. Couple of minutes.
I'm Greg Milam, and I'm Sky's chief North of England correspondent. I've reported from around the world and around the UK.
I'm Mark Stone, I'm Sky's US correspondent based here in Washington, DC. And beyond the United States, from across the world, I report on the biggest stories.
I'm Stuart Ramsey, and I'm Sky's chief correspondent.
I'm David Blevins, and I'm Sky's senior Ireland correspondent. I remember some of the worst of the violence here.
I'm Alex Crawford and I'm Sky's special correspondent based in Istanbul.
There's always more to the news than a headline. We want to discover, to delve a little deeper, to find out what's really going on. Explanation, analysis, the people at the heart of every story. I'm Neil Patterson, and this is the Sky News Daily Podcast. Alex Crawford joining us now from Ukraine.
Their personal possessions are all scattered around the place.
Our economics and data editor, Ed Conway, try and make sense of the big numbers for us.
Things can change incredibly quickly, and that's what they have done.
So, by the end, we'll hopefully all understand what's going on in the world just that little better. Available wherever you get your podcasts.
Hello again, welcome back to Vote 2024. It's our double by-election special, and in the last hour we have seen the result, the official result in Kingswood. We got word that Labour were very confident of winning, and as you can see, that is exactly what happened. This is Damien Egan, the new MP for Kingswood. He told his supporters that he was very grateful to those constituents who came out to vote. He said he ran a positive campaign. He said that he has seen the people of Kingswood really struggling. He said the cost of living crisis means every day is a struggle and people want change, and that is what is happening. He said change is coming to different parts of the country, and there he can be seen hugging friends, family and supporters from the Labour Party. So we're joined now by Luke Trill, as well as our panellists. He's the UK director of the think tank More in Common. Luke, great to see you. Thank you for staying up and joining us in the studio. What are your initial thoughts?
Well, I think that is a good result for the Labour Party in Kingswood. It's not quite as high as some of the swings that we've seen in those previous by-elections, but as Tamara was saying, it puts them well on course to getting a significant majority at the election if that's repeated. So I think they'll be quite happy about it, perhaps not quite as ecstatic as they were after those victories in Tamworth and Mid-Bedfordshire.
Yeah, and we're expecting the official Wellingborough result soon. That swing, we're expecting too to be larger.
It would not surprise me if it were larger. In fact, we ran a focus group in Wellingborough last week, and I can honestly say we run these focus groups all the time up and down the country, and it was without doubt the worst focus group I've run for the Conservatives over the course of this Parliament. On every level, it was complaints about Rishi Sunak, frustration with the cost of living not going down, with the NHS, and actually utter disbelief that the Conservatives had selected Peter Bone's girlfriend as the candidate. So on every single level, they were willing to give the government a shellacking. And I think what I heard in that focus group is likely to be borne out in the results we're going to see shortly.
We've done a lot of by-election programmes in recent months, and you often hear that the results of a by-election don't reflect the national mood. But you're saying that, given that we are close to a general election now, that that's not the case this time?
By-elections always amplify swings. You know, people use them as an opportunity to give the government a kicking. I think we'll hear a lot from Tory strategists that, you know, there'll be grumpy Conservatives who stayed at home rather than coming out, and turnout is lower. But the closer we get to an election and the more we don't see those big swings coming down, the more likely it is we are heading towards this sea change style election. So I think looking at those results tonight, the one we've already had in Kingswood, the one we're expecting in Wellingborough, I think Conservative strategists are going to be even more worried than they were earlier. And what looked actually at the start of the week to be quite a good week for the Conservatives.
OK, do stay with us. Don't go away. We'll come back and get some more reaction in a minute. But we are going to return now to our political correspondent, Serena Barker-Singh. She's in Thornbury, where that count took place for the Kingswood by-election. Serena.
Yes, so things are wrapping up here, but we just bumped into Tory MP Jacob Rees-Mogg, who some of your constituency in the next boundary change will wrap into yours. Is that right?
That's right. About 45% of this seat will go in with parts of the North East Somerset seat, and I've been selected as the candidate for that seat in the general election.
So is that why you're here to...
No, I'm actually here for GB News, because I do a programme for GB News, and they were covering the by-election live.
I am intrigued what you were telling your show about a Tory defeat tonight.
Neither is unexpected. That by-elections are difficult for governments, and if you look at the turnout here, it was 37%. When I was knocking on doors, I found that people were saying, who were previously Conservative, that they didn't want to vote. They didn't like the reason there was a by-election. They didn't like the fact that Mr Skidmore had stood down so close to a general election. They didn't want the extra cost of it. But it doesn't change the government. Tomorrow, this morning, Rishi Sunak is still the Prime Minister.
You're getting a knack, the party's getting a knack for losing by-elections, though. That's not quite embarrassing for the Tories.
But we've had a knack of losing by-elections as long as I've been following politics, indeed before I was born. So Orpington is the poster boy of by-election defeats. But when I was a schoolboy, I used to have similar conversations with my friends who would say to me, you lost another by-election. I'd say, this happens in mid-term. We still do. I've been saying this since I was 12, and I'll probably be saying it until I'm 102.
Damien Egan in his speech said it was 13 years of Conservative government. People are getting fatigued. I mean, I saw Conservative members even fatigued themselves tonight. One MP went up to one and said, oh, another one.
Well, we can't always...
the end of the Tories run out by
You can't all be as energetic and as fresh as you are at 3 o'clock in the morning or whatever ungodly hour it is. People, of course, get tired with by-elections. But no, the party isn't tired. We're generating all sorts of new ideas. That's why I was involved in PopCon, Popular Conservatives, last week. It's about energising the party and having the new ideas that you need in government.
Are you concerned particularly about the reform vote, which got 10% tonight? It's quite a sizable chunk. They're quite pleased.
Well, they deserve to be pleased. I mean, it's a good result for reform, but it's also a good result for what I would call a family of Conservatives, Tories, if you prefer, people who have broadly the same view of the world. If you add our vote together, we would have won the seat. And that's what
they're eating into your vote. It means fewer votes from the Conservative Party.
What we must do is reunite the broad Tory family, and we must do that by delivering policies that were popular in 2019. Lower taxation, more...
reform candidates coming into the Tory fold?
Well, I'm not talking about candidate selection. That's not really my affair. What I'm saying is that we should have the policies that appeal to people who are traditionally Tory voters. That's in the interest of any political party, and reform voters are much more likely to come back to voting Tory than Labour voters are.
Do you think these 2019 voters that you perhaps got in the last election, do you think those are the voters that you're losing in these by-elections and potentially in a general election?
I think we saw a lot of people staying at home, hence the fall in turnout. But yes, I think people who voted Conservative perhaps for the first time in 2019 attempted to go to Reform, and we need to put the argument that persuades them to come back. It's up to us to win them back. It's not for us to claim that they ought to be ours, if you see what I mean.
But I guess by-elections are an indication of where things are going, so it's not good that they're switching to a completely a different party. It's not that they're just staying at home. They're actually converting their vote to another party.
They are and they aren't. So, between 1987 and 1992, every by-election that the Conservatives lost, we won back at the general election. Between 1992 and 1997, every by-election that we lost at the general election with one exception, and that was Christopher Chope in Christchurch. So, sometimes they're an indication of what's going to happen, and sometimes they're not an indication at all. Do I know which this is? No. But it means they're still all to play for.
And on today, the UK is found to be in a recession. Rishi Sunak said he was planning to grow the economy. That doesn't seem to be moving in the right direction. Do you think he's moving your party in the right direction?
Yes, I mean, I think he is doing as best as he possibly can in the difficult circumstances of a bungling Bank of England that's got its monetary policy wrong. I mean, the Bank of England was told to keep inflation at 2%. It was up at 11%
so recession
not that
is part
long
of the plan.
ago. No, recession is the fault of the Bank of England for getting monetary policy wrong, being late to increase interest rates, doing excessive quantitative easing during COVID, and then having to put interest rates up higher than would have been necessary otherwise, and then, to add insult to injury, being slow to cut interest rates. And this is the drawback to an independent Bank of England when it's a bungling Bank of England.
Brilliant. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Thank you. Thank you very much.
So, as mentioned there, the Reform vote was 10%, which is considerably higher than anyone was expecting. I think they're still hanging around very pleased with that vote. The Tory candidate left 5 minutes after the speeches, so you can see the tension where perhaps those 2019 voters are going. But again, Labour still congratulating here after a successful swing.
OK, Serena, thank you very much, and well done for competing with the noise of those chairs and tables being stacked. Tamara Cohen is here with me as our panellists. Tamara, Jacob Rees-Mogg saying neither result unexpected. We're still waiting for the official result in Wellingborough, of course. Also saying that people on the doorstep didn't like the fact that the previous MP had quit. We know that he went over environmental policies. And he said we must reunite the broad Tory family, talking about Reform UK.
Yes, there were a couple of threads that were really important to pick up there. He said that the Reform vote of 10%, which if you add it to the Conservative vote, they just edge Labour. And we saw that in two other by-elections where Labour did really well, in Tamworth and Mid-Bedfordshire, that the vote for Reform held the balance, essentially. Now, the really important question for the Conservatives is, are these Reform voters people who they can crunch down in the general election? If Richard Tice is serious, he's not doing any deals, can they say to those people in the general election, look, the choice is Rishi Sunak and Keir Starmer, so you make the choice and those people will choose Rishi Sunak? I don't think we can guarantee that at this stage, that all of those people would vote Conservative. So that is one important question that Conservative headquarters will be working hard on. Yes, some of them, but not necessarily all of them. The other thing that Jacob Rees-Mogg said there is that in a lot of cases, a party wins a by-election and then they don't win it at the general election, or sometimes they do, therefore the whole thing is irrelevant, especially when you have Peter Bone being disgraced, the MP Mr Skidmore here resigning for what a lot of people thought was not the right reason. So with all of that, he says, look, you can't tell anything. But this is two by-elections in a general election year. We are now close to the real choice, and voters are turning out in slightly bigger numbers than we expected and voting for Labour in areas that Labour have not held since they were last in government, and in the case of Wellingborough, quite a long while ago, at the beginning of their time in government. So these are very strong signals for Labour that they would, on swings like this, be on course for a majority government. And I think there will be a lot of... although the Conservatives will be looking at how their vote share is holding up, and it's held up OK in Kingswood, they've still kept over 30%, and that will matter. Their vote has not collapsed. if people are switching to Labour, and there is some dispute about whether they are switching to Labour or staying at home, if they are switching to Labour in lots of different kinds of areas, the suburbs of Bristol, an area just north of London, if these different areas are seeing similar patterns, then that is very concerning.
OK, all right, thank you very much. A great summary there from Tamara in what has been a busy couple of hours. The breaking news is that the Labour Party have won the Kingswood by-election. Jacob Rees-Mogg says neither result is unexpected. The Conservatives think they have also lost Wellingborough. We are going to bring you that result live when it happens, hopefully within the next hour. That's what we're expecting, and we'll also get the thoughts of our panellists who are here in the studio with me. So don't go away, plenty more still to discuss. It's 25 minutes to 3. You are watching Vote 2024. It's our double by-election special, and it's been a busy morning so far. We've had the official results in the Kingswood constituency, Labour winning that seat. Here is the new Labour MP thanking his friends, colleagues, party supporters. We know that Mr Skidmore won the constituency for the Tories at the past 4 elections, increasing his vote share each time, but this candidate has overturned an 11,000 majority after the previous MP quit over government legislation to boost North Sea oil and gas drilling. So Keir Starmer has already sent his congratulations, but we are waiting for the result in Wellingborough. could be happening any time now. Our correspondent John Craig is there, counting taking place in Kettering. And John, what's the sense? Labour say that they've won. How close are we?
I don't think we're that close because there's still quite a bit of checking going on down below. Yes, Labour are pretty confident here. All the signs are that Labour have won, and they're not saying so officially on camera yet, but they are all the body language is all suggesting a win for Jen Kitchen. She's the Labour candidate. She's from Northamptonshire, but she was until fairly recently a councillor in Newham in East London. The other major factor here seems to be that Reform UK have done pretty well. Now, a short time ago, I spoke to Richard Tice, who's here, leader of Reform. He claims that the Reform share of the vote is into double figures.
We will be in double figures, and as I say, it'll be our best result by a country mile. And given how recently we arrived and started here, we're absolutely delighted. We've had a really good reception. Ben Habib's been a fantastic candidate. He's done amazing work. And yeah, we've made great progress. The Tories are toxic. They're on the way down. And I think this is just the beginning. Let's wait and see what the exact results are. But and then we've got obviously other by-elections coming down the pipe. General, we think, will probably be back in the autumn, and we'll be ready for it.
Well, like that result in Kingswood, Mr Tice and Ben Habib, the candidate, and their team, they're going to be looking to see, of course, whether, they have made the difference between a Tory defeat and Tories scraping home. If Mr Tice is correct, of course, double figures, well, that's a pretty severe blow to the Tories. He's interviewed me, insisted no deals with the Tories in the run-up to the general election. And you heard him use that word toxic there, very critical of the Conservatives. I'm joined now by someone I think I can call a seasoned by-election watcher. That is the Mail on Sunday columnist Dan Hodges. Dan, how do you see it here?
Well, it's fitting the pattern of by-elections we've seen going back for a couple of years now, which is a very good result for Keir Starmer and Labour. They're directly flipping what have been traditionally solid Tory seats. A terrible night for Rishi Sunak and the Tories. And I think, you know, if this was a couple of years ago, we could put this down to midterm blues. But this is an election year, and the reality is Rishi Sunak and his party just can't afford results like this so close to polling day.
Are you surprised that Labour don't appear to have been damaged by the bad headlines in the last few days about what's going on in Rochdale and the flip-flopping over their green investment policies? I mean, they've had a terrible press over Rochdale and the suspension of the disowning of one candidate, the suspension of another one in Hyndburn, and he's being investigated, Graham Jones, the former MP. The Tories couldn't believe their luck, I think, when all that happened. And yet here we seem to have Labour putting in a pretty solid performance and unaffected by that Rochdale row.
Well, I think you put your finger on it. I mean, I'm not surprised. I mean, I thought they were sort of big national issues, if you like. And obviously by-elections tend to have quite a particular and unique local flavour. But I think what it will do, I mean, Keir Starmer and Labour will be very relieved this evening. As you said, they've taken a couple of quite big blows nationally over the last couple of weeks, but as we've seen, it doesn't seem to be having any sort of impact at the ballot box. And it does seem that the political fundamentals, as I say, just remain unchanged, which is Keir Starmer and Labour moving forward, and the Tories and Rishi Sunak sort of teetering on the edge of an electoral precipice.
We've just heard from Jacob Rees-Mogg, who's at the other count at Kingswood, saying that if you look at the votes for what he called the Tory family, you add together the Conservative vote and the Reform UK vote, it's actually quite respectable. But the family seems to be squabbling, doesn't it? Have you listened to Richard Tice? There's no deals and so on. Do you think there can ever be any sort of deal between the Tories and Reform UK?
Doesn't look like it. I mean, you know, I was speaking to Reform contacts this evening, and they seemed to be cock a hoop that they were going to basically hand victory to the Labour Party. I mean, I do think. I mean, we'll have to see what the results are. I mean, I don't entirely agree with the analysis that these are exceptionally good results for Reform, particularly here in Wellingborough. I mean, there was some speculation that Reform could actually beat the Tories into third place here. This is obviously a very solid Leave area. There's a lot of discontent with the Tories. Reform was supposed to be a receptacle for an anti-Tory protest vote, and I'm not entirely sure that sort of happened in the way that maybe they were hoping for. I mean, certainly Tory MPs will be anxious though at the idea that Reform are going to open the door for Labour.
But if Mr Tice is correct and they have polled in double figures, I mean, that's slightly better than what they're polling in opinion polls. And surely there'll be some panicking Tory MPs, won't there, if Reform are up 10, 11, 12, 13%?
Well, I think the reality is Tory MPs are panicking anyway and have been panicking for some time. I think, you and I have experienced by-elections in the past, certainly with UKIP, with Nigel Farage, when they were really surging and, they were winning seats, they were winning by-elections. And Reform don't really seem to be anywhere near that level at the moment. I mean, I think the reality is what's going to be interesting going forward is how Richard Tice and Reform define themselves, because it's quite clear their one role in the general election is effectively going to be to open the door for Keir Starmer. Now, whether or not that's what their supporters want when it comes to a general election as opposed to a by-election is something we'll have to see.
Do you think that they might... I mean, last time they didn't stand against Labour... let me get this right, didn't stand against Conservatives. Do you think, despite what Mr Tice is saying now, that he'll roll over, have his tummy tickled, there'll be some sort of deal with the Tories?
No, because everybody I speak to in Reform, basically, they are quite open. They say their mission is to destroy the Conservative Party, and on the sort of results we're seeing this evening, they may well be very in a position to do that.
Big margin of victory for Labour here, do you think, or not so big?
I think it'd be tighter than some of the other by-elections we've seen. But as you say, Labour do seem very confident, and the Tories seem very despondent. But as I say, I think it'd be tight. But I think, this is a seat that the Tories should hold and should hold very comfortably. So a majority of one for Labour, and Labour will be breaking out the champagne.
OK, Dan Hodges, thank you very much. So there you have Dan Hodges, quite sceptical about some of the claims being made by Reform UK, and suggesting that Labour are going to be breaking out the champagne fairly shortly.
OK, John, thank you very much. We'll come back to you, hopefully, for a result very soon. Do stay with us here on Sky News. Still to come, Labour wins the Kingswood by-election and says it thinks it's won in Wellingborough as well. We'll bring you that result and also the thoughts of our expert panel here in the studio. Do join us after this short break.
Story of resilience, but it's also a story of me developing as a person, and it wasn't the end of the world when I stepped away from rowing previously, and I went on to be a bit more connected at home and get a full-time job, and I think in a strange way I developed a bit more resilience, and this time when I came back from the opportunity, I was ready for it and I knew what to expect. So it really helped me, get back in the groove quickly.
You talk very openly about the loss of your legs and having to walk again, learning to walk again with prosthetic legs, and that difficult period and leaving the military. When you look back, how do you think you got through that?
Yeah, I think for me, I lost that social connection. I didn't realise this at the time, but that's what was missing. It was I missed that social identity, and I think once I started getting back in the gym and engaging with sports and things like the Invictus Games, it really just helped me boost that self-esteem, become more comfortable within my own skin, learn more about my disability, push the boundaries of what I was capable of, and it all sort of culminated in me just being much happier and up for the challenge again. I kind of found that old Greg, the commando Greg, that I lost for a little while. So yeah, as soon as I stumbled into rowing, I was like, wow, this is difficult, but it suited me down to the ground.
And what are the lessons for other people going through things as you've gone through things? What are the lessons you think your experiences and where you've got to now and where you're going to next can inform other people?
I think it's about not giving up. You know, right back from my, you know, the early days of the commando course, you know, I developed the skill of not always being the best at everything. You know, I had to drop the ego and, you know, do what I was told and learn the techniques. And, you know, I was a very competent runner, but I wasn't particularly strong in my upper body. So, you know, I had to learn quickly. I had to reframe the way I looked at tasks. And I would say that's really, you know, helped me move forward with my acquired disability. It's helped me in sport. It's about not being scared to make mistakes and, you know, taking one step at a time and really, you know, letting that full journey, you know, take place. Don't try and, you know, jump to the fifth step before you've completed the first one. I've been guilty of that a few times, you know, so trust me from experience.
Hello again, welcome back. You're watching Vote 2024 on Sky News. The news is that the Kingswood by-election has been won by Labour, and Labour is also very confident it is going to win very soon in Wellingborough. We're expecting that official result within the next hour or so. Tamara Cohen has been with me throughout the morning following events. It's all been rather exciting, hasn't it? And we're talking about Reform UK quite a lot at the moment. Tell
That's
me why.
right. Well, the big news is, of course, Labour on course to win both and a terrible night for the Tories. But interesting if you look into the detail of the numbers, because what we saw in Kingswood, similar to what we saw in two other by-elections that Labour did really well in last year, is if you take the votes for Reform UK, that's the party that's now headed by Richard Tice, they would, if those people had voted Conservative, have led the Conservatives to victory. Their vote was greater than the difference between Labour and the Tories.
So in Kingswood, if you add the Conservative vote
and
to
the Reform vote
UK
together,
vote,
you get slightly more than Labour, really just slightly. Now, and this is what we saw in other by-elections too. Now, of course, in by-elections, you don't get a huge turnout, so it's difficult to predict how that will go. But does this mean, as we were hearing from Jacob Rees-Mogg, a right-wing Conservative MP, that if the Conservative family came together, as Tory campaigners hope they will in a general election, when they say to people, there's no point voting for Reform, you vote Conservative or you vote Labour, will they all come back, and are things not looking so bleak for the Tories? Well, this is how Reform UK have done recently. I'm just going to show you this chart here. So Kingswood, which we just saw 5 minutes ago, is by far their best result. They got 10% of the vote. Previously, their best result was 3 years ago when they got 6.6%. So clearly, the party is now achieving double figures. Now, UKIP, its kind of forerunner party, used to win by-elections outright. So, look, they're not really taking the political scene by storm yet because they haven't got Nigel Farage, they haven't got an obvious single issue. But I think what's interesting is, are these people who are voting Reform all going to return to the Conservatives? And the research that's been done so far suggests that not all of them will. And Luke, who works for the More in Common think tank, has done some of that research, which I think suggests only about half of them would come back, which is not enough.
Absolutely. So if you look at where Reform UK votes are coming from, about 60% of the Reform UK vote is former Conservatives, people who voted for Boris Johnson in 2019. And that means that for every 10 votes that Reform get, they're effectively, because they're taking more off the Conservatives, they're effectively adding 5.5 votes onto Labour's total. So they're making that Conservative job even harder. But what we did was we asked those Reform voters, imagine Reform stood down, like the Brexit Party did at the last election. Where would you go? And interestingly, only 26% of those Reform voters said they would go back Tory. Some said to other parties, but the big chunk said, if Reform weren't standing this time, I just wouldn't vote.
So that suggests that they won't get back all of them, they'll get back some of them. And, of course, this all mattered a lot in the 2019 election when Boris Johnson successfully got the Brexit Party to stand down. The Conservatives were able to unite the right-wing vote, and in a lot of seats it obviously helped them get a resounding victory, a resounding majority. Now, Richard Tice, who we've had on earlier
definitive,
this evening,
wasn't he?
Yes, with John Craig, who said, look me in the eye and tell me you're not doing any deals. And he did do that. We all saw that, didn't we? Yeah. So he said they're not going to do that this time. They don't want to do a deal with the Tories. They believe that they have a decent number of people who would vote for them separately. And anyway, as we were also discussing, because Reform are not yet getting the big numbers that UKIP used to get or the Brexit Party used to get, maybe they wouldn't be enough help to the Tories anyway. OK, well, let's get thoughts of Zoe Williams, Guardian columnist, and James Starkey, former government advisor. James, interesting this point, isn't it? Do you think that over the next few weeks, the next few months, as we go into the general election period, we might see a change of tack by Rishi Sunak on the sort of issues that Reform UK voters really care about?
So I don't think he needs to have a change of tack. I mean, rightly or wrongly, he's chosen small boats and the Rwanda policy as one of his 5 pledges, and he did that from the get-go. And that will be one of the areas they pivot to.
But it's not working, is it? For those voters who voted Reform UK, what they're hearing from the Prime Minister isn't enough. It's not working.
I don't personally think it's about what they're hearing. I think it's about delivery.
Right.
So the Rwanda policy is a case in point. The bill's not yet even finished going through Parliament. The scepticism is about whether there ever will be a flight. And that's it. That's, to me, for the Conservative Party and for Rishi, that's become less about whether you agree with that policy and more a point of, are you able to deliver? Are you able to do what you say? And I think the wider point, outside of just what the Prime Minister will do, what is certainly true, and I think, to be honest, we saw a touch of it with the interview with Jacob, is that there will be forces, let's say people within the Conservative Party, who will want to leverage that vote to say that we need to do more on the right.
Zoe?
It's really interesting. I mean, on your research that the Reform voters wouldn't necessarily go back to the Tory party. Now, that kind of hypothetical, I'm sure that's true, I'm sure that's right, but it's very like the kind of special pleading that the left is wont to do when they lose things, is that they go into these really convoluted sums where if only those Lib Dems were added up with the Greens and then they had, the party is majority progressive, we just can't get everybody voting. The country is majority progressive, sorry. We just can't get everybody voting for the same progressive party. And it's quite interesting to see the right having that kind of conversation because the language has really hardened. If you look at Richard Tice calling the Conservatives toxic, if you look at those voices around him, Isabel Oakeshott, making amazing statements about the Conservatives and the damage they've wreaked upon the country. They're really going to fight. They're really going for the jugular Reform. And I don't think Jacob Rees-Mogg saying, we're the Conservative family, let's all get along, is going to really help. And I do not think either that also campaigning on small boats, also campaigning on the Rwanda policy is going to make anybody think that they're any more closely aligned than they are, because the Reform Party is really tearing into them.
Luke, we're just coming up to 3 o'clock. Give us your assessment of where things stand right now.
Well, it's a good result for Labour in Kingswood. It looks like they're going to have an even better result in Wellingborough. And, I think basically we're seeing a continuation of what we've seen for the past few months. The Tories are in real trouble. Labour are on the march, and we'll be keeping an eye on those Reform UK figures because they do have the potential to play a spoiler in the election.
Yeah, and what do you think Rishi Sunak is going to do with all this? Is there much that he can do, do you think? How's he going to spin this?
I think Rishi Sunak's only option is, in his words, to stick with the plan. I think he has one track. He tried that, I'm the change candidate, I'm different. Just didn't wash with the electorate. People like, you've been in power for 14 years. You're not. He's got to stick with that. Look, I've got a plan. I'm working on the economy. As Jim said, he's got to get a flight off the ground to show he's delivering. He's got to deal with the NHS. Just focus on delivery. There will no doubt be lots of psychodrama that comes out of the next few days. He would be best placed to ignore that and focus on the plan.
Yeah, he's not got long tomorrow, has he, to get these his 5 pledges.
No, and I think that
sorted.
is the really important question. It's been a really difficult couple of weeks for Keir Starmer and Rishi Sunak for various different reasons. These might not be earth-shatteringly massive reasons. I mean, Rishi Sunak took that bet about the Rwanda policy. He then made a jibe, which Labour said was inappropriate in the presence of Rihanna Jai's mother, and he was seen to have misjudged that completely. Keir Starmer's obviously had this total nightmare with picking a candidate who made anti-Semitic remarks in Rochdale. That was seen as a verdict on his judgment. All of these things were in the ether, but on the big issues, it looks like Labour still have the momentum.
All right, thank you very much. The breaking news, Labour has won the Kingswood by-election. We're waiting for the Wellingborough result. Don't go away. It's 3 o'clock. This is the Vote 2024 double by-election special programme. I'm Jonathan Samuels, live from the Sky News Election Centre. Labour wins the first of 2 parliamentary seats up for grabs this morning, taking Kingswood on the outskirts of Bristol. Counting is still going on in Wellingborough, but Labour sources tell Sky News they believe they've won there too. For Sir Keir Starmer, the prospect of a double victory after a week of bruising headlines over U-turns and anti-Semitism inside Labour. And for the Prime Minister, significant pressure in a general election year. Hello there, a very good morning. Labour has won the first of 2 parliamentary by-elections being contested this morning. They've taken victory in Kingswood, and Labour sources have told Sky News they believe they've also won the by-election in the constituency of Wellingborough in Northamptonshire. 2 Tory losses this morning would mean the Conservatives racking up their largest number of by-election losses in a single parliament since the Second World War. All this, of course, in a general election year. Well, here's what Labour's winning candidate in Kingswood, Damien Egan, had to say.
Thank you all very much. Thank you to the returning officer and the teams of people here and across the constituency who have been counting the ballots, making sure all the election today ran fairly and ran smoothly. So thank you to everybody. Some personal thank yous. I'd like to say thank you to my husband. I'd like to say thank you to my mum, my sisters, my family have been there every step of the campaign. I'd like to say thank you to my agent Hayley, to Chris, Siobhan, to all the fabulous Labour team that we have had of activists and volunteers who have pounded the streets in all weathers over the last week, so thank you. Most of all though, I'd like to say thank you to the residents and people of Kingswood. Your honesty, your frankness has helped keep my campaign rooted in the issues that are really impacting our community. The cost of living crisis, safety on our streets, and the NHS. Thank you for giving me your trust and for allowing me to serve the community that I'm from. It's a trust that I promise to repay, to show you that politics can be different and that it can make a difference. In Kingswood, as across the country, 14 years of Conservative government have sucked the hope out of our country. There's a feeling that no matter how hard you work, you just can't move forward. And that with Rishi's recession, we're left, again, paying more and getting less. It doesn't have to be this way. You know it, I know it, we all know it. And when the Prime Minister finally finds the courage to give the people a say, we're going to need each and every one of you, again, to come out and vote and make sure your voices are heard. Our country is at a crossroads. Under the Conservatives, we can choose more managed decline, more chaos, more division. Or we can choose a changed Labour Party, a government that will put people first, that ensures a child's background isn't a barrier to their future, and that will rebuild Great Britain. The work to give Kingswood its future back starts now.
So that was the victorious candidate in Kingswood, Damien Egan. He won 11,151 votes, thanking his family and blaming the cost of living, safety on the streets and also the NHS for people switching to Labour. He also used that phrase, Rishi's recession, following today's economic news. Well, Sir Keir Starmer released a statement after his victory in Kingswood. This is what he had to say. This is a fantastic result in Kingswood that shows people are ready to put their trust in a Labour government. By winning in this Tory stronghold, we can confidently say that Labour is back in the service of working people and we will work tirelessly to deliver for them. He continued, to those who have put their trust in us, you can be safe in the knowledge that the Labour Party will deliver on your priorities. Labour will give Britain its future back. Well, let's get the thoughts of our political correspondent, Tamara Cohen. We're 3 hours into this special programme and so much has happened already. Bring us up to speed with where we are right now as we wait for the official result in Wellingborough.
So we're very much expecting that Labour are going to be winning both of these by-elections, and we have known that since very early on in the night because Labour sources told me just after midnight that they were going to win Wellingborough, the more difficult of the two on paper. You need a bigger swing, it's a safer seat. So they're expecting a comfortable win there, and they've had a fairly comfortable win in Kingswood, where they have achieved a swing of 16%. So to put that into context, if you had a 16% swing across the country, Labour would be winning a comfortable parliamentary majority. They would be winning 169 seats from the Tories, and that's well beyond the sort of 120 or so they would need. So all of this is very good news for Labour. They are now winning in different parts of the country and they're expecting, we believe, a pretty historic size of swing in Wellingborough, but we'll see in the next hour or so. A bad night, of course, for Rishi Sunak. Now, senior Conservatives were telling me in the run-up to this, we're going to lose. Points they are keen to emphasise are both of these by-elections were held in difficult circumstances. One, you had a sort of disgraced Conservative MP, although he denies the allegations against him. That's Peter Bone in Wellingborough, which meant they were reluctant to send any help for him and his girlfriend, who's now the candidate. So they'd sort of given up there. And you also had the sudden resignation of the MP in Kingswood, which really annoyed a lot of Conservatives who felt they had to spend money having a by-election for no reason. So they're going to say, look, difficult circumstances in both, and they're very keen to say our voters are not switching to Labour, they're staying at home. Now, that is not proven yet. We'll have to see how the final data shakes down. But they are very keen to say, of course, we're the government, it's difficult to win by-elections on a, cold and rainy day in February. Now, having thought about all that, these are two seats that were very safe. So this is bad news for them. There has been a significant increase in the vote for the Reform Party, which is also a bad sign for the Conservatives, that some of their voters are going there, although there's a question about whether some of them may come back. But you're still not looking at much of a recovery. And I think the questions in the coming weeks are, Keir Starmer's party is going to be feeling very confident. What does Rishi Sunak now say? What is his pitch? And to those Tory MPs who we know are plotting and meeting and talking about what the plan is, not necessarily to remove their leader, but to try and steer their leader in a different direction, what are they going to be doing now? It looks like pretty much they've tried everything and it hasn't worked.
Gosh, OK, that's a very good summary on what has been a fascinating night so far. We are waiting for that result from Wellingborough, probably in the next 15 minutes. That's what we're hearing. So hopefully before 3:30, we will have the results in Wellingborough. And as Tamara was saying, Labour extremely confident that not only have they won Kingswood, but they're also about to win Wellingborough as well, which would be quite something. This is the podium at the count. As you can see, an empty stage at the moment, empty microphone as well. Wellingborough was won by Peter Bone at every general election from 2005 to 2019. He had an 18,500 majority, but Jen Kitchen for Labour, she's a local Northamptonshire councillor. She thinks that she has won and will be giving a victory speech behind that microphone very soon. Don't go away. Let's go to Serena Baker-Singh now. She is in Kingswood for us. She's been at the count and she's been getting reaction to the win there. Serena, they've pretty much packed up behind you. What are the final thoughts of the Labour Party there as they leave victorious?
Well, they were actually the last to leave, and they were looking pretty gleeful. I mean, they've defeated an 11,000 majority, which, you know, is smaller than Wellingborough, that has yet to be called, of course, but still a pretty big majority to overcome, and I think they'll be pretty pleased with that. Damien Egan, a now successful Labour candidate, will go on to be an MP, only for a couple of months, though, because the boundaries will change at a general election. But in his speech, he referenced two things, actually, that was interesting. So he said it was a changed party, Labour. I think that's a reference, perhaps, to the difficulties that he's had, that Labour have had with another by-election, Rochdale, this week, and the chaos that has ensued there. He also referenced it in an interview with me afterwards and said, you know, he did worry that that potentially could have had an impact on the vote. It doesn't seem to have, but he also used the Conservatives' bad news week as well. He mentioned the UK being in a recession and that perhaps voters have got bored of the Tories after 13 years. So he's overcome a swing of 16. He only needed about 11. But the mood in the room was quite cautious up until then. So it didn't really reflect how momentous it turned out to be. Also, who was gleeful, I should say, were Reform. They've got about 10% of the vote, which was bigger than I think even they were expecting. I spoke to Jacob Rees-Mogg earlier, and this is what he said about that quite sizable Reform.
It's a good result for Reform, but it's also a good result for what I would call a family of Conservatives, Tories, if you prefer, people who have broadly the same view of the world. If you add our vote together, we would have won the seat, and that's what we must. Well, what we must do is reunite the broad Tory family.
So that idea of Tory family, that somehow the Reform voters are also the Tory voters, is one that other Tory MPs have been tweeting about. It's quite a creative way of looking at this by-election results. And it does also have a lot of assumptions built into that those 2019 voters that perhaps are moving to Reform will automatically come back to the Tory party. That is yet to be seen, that is yet to be borne out, but that is clearly what some in the Conservative Party are holding on to, that they don't see this by-election as the big defeat that perhaps Labour are claiming it is, and they hope that those 2019ers will come back to the party. I think the biggest surprise of the night, though, is how quickly it's all wrapped up. I mean, it's literally empty in here. It's very, very quiet. They haven't given a reason why the votes have come in so quickly, but everyone has gone home and result has been had.
OK, so it looks like it is the end of the night. There are all the tables and chairs packed up and Labour victorious. Thank you very much. Well, joining me now in the studio are the Labour MP Peter Kyle, also the Guardian columnist Zoe Williams, and the former Conservative advisor James Starkey. Good to see you all. Peter Kyle, let's come to you first. Your thoughts?
I'm proud. I'm proud of the candidate. I'm proud of all the people who put in a lot of work to make this happen. I'm very grateful to the people who voted tonight and made this possible. But also, you know, this is just an endorsement of the fact that the Labour Party has changed. The Labour Party is fit to serve working people once again, and that's being responded to by my voters. Now, we worked really hard for this. Labour Party staff really put the work in. It was a smart campaign. It took account of all of the different difficult issues on the ground there, and we did what it took. And I think that's an endorsement of Keir Starmer's Labour Party right now, and that's the really key thing. There's a lot going on in our country at the moment. Public services, the economy, the cost of living crisis. These are the things that we spoke to residents about day in and day out. We never deviated from those core issues. We saw other parties, in particular the Tories, not quite knowing what to talk about, even though the people on the doorsteps were telling us absolutely clearly what they wanted to hear from the Labour Party. So we stuck to the plan, we stuck to the issues that residents were telling us they wanted to hear about, and they responded.
Labour's had a terrible week with the anti-Semitism issues. Is there a sense of relief that that doesn't appear to have affected voters in a huge way?
We're really proud of the result tonight and the work that went in to make that happen. We've learnt the lessons of what happened in the last week. We always said when Keir Starmer became leader and he started tackling anti-Semitism at its roots, We knew that it was never job done. Keir said at the time that it would never be job done. We have to be really vigilant for these sorts of issues. And we saw just today the Conservatives kicking out the Mayor of Salisbury for the same issue. So we know this is an issue in society and our politics, but we dealt with it rapidly. We dealt with it decisively, and that's what you
get. Not that rapidly, that's been the criticism.
Within 24 hours, and don't forget, this wasn't a Labour Party meeting, this was an independent meeting in a community, where as soon as we heard there was an apology that was made, as soon as we heard that it was a deeper-rooted issue, we dealt with it within 24 hours. That is decisive, and it's the kind of thing that people expect from Keir Starmer and Keir Starmer's Labour Party. And, of course, we see the result tonight because people across Kingswood would have known about this issue and they would have made a judgment. Yeah. Just to say that it is an important issue. We are tackling it and taking it incredibly seriously. But people also recognise that we're a party that's getting the fundamentals right, whether it's law and order, national security, and crucially about the plan to tackle issues in the economy. So people are judging the Labour Party in the round, and that's what you're seeing the results of today.
It is a great result, but do you think it's more about Tory voters staying at home because they're fed up, rather than making an effort to switch to Labour?
Well, you said it's a great result, but it's a great result, and that stands alone, and it speaks for itself. There are lots of things that happen in by-elections. We are not taking this as a sort of given that this is what's going to happen in the general election. If it did roll out as we've just seen with the result tonight, that would mean 169 Tory MPs losing their seats. And giving a working majority to the Labour Party without anything happening elsewhere across the United Kingdom. But yes, we know full well that there's a lot more to do. Some people make a lot of decisions in by-elections, but if you run a smart campaign, as we've seen in Selby and Mid-Bedfordshire and other campaigns that we've seen in by-elections, then you take account, you predict where things are going, you act smartly in the way that you respond to different people making different decisions, and you find those voters who want a conversation, who want to understand more about you, and you engage with them again and again and again and be persuasive. We know that when some Tory voters stay at home, they don't do so benignly. They do so because they know it's a statement that's going to help another party. So just to say that some people couldn't be bothered to vote is not an answer that's going to get the Tories off the hook.
What about this claim that if you add the Reform UK vote to the Tory vote, it actually would have beaten the Labour vote in Kingswood? I mean, there is an argument, isn't there, as Jacob Rees-Mogg put, that there's a Tory family, or traditionally voters who vote to the right, could have actually won if they'd acted together.
We can all play that game all the time. We can all add up different things, but the voters did what the voters needed to do to get the result that they wanted. There was some YouGov polling that just came out that said that 2 out of 3 Tories wouldn't... 2 out of 3 people who are voting Reform at the moment would not vote Tory if no Reform candidate was standing. So, again, a smart party that is fit for service would understand the dynamics that's happening in a general election, in a by-election, in one particular community, and it would respond, it would engage, it would take on these things. And if you're losing some voters to Reform, they should be out there putting in the hard work to find the votes elsewhere. A smart party would do that. The Tories didn't campaign hard in this campaign. There were no Tory MPs out, really. There wasn't a sort of visible campaign there. They weren't engaging with voters. I just simply don't know what they expected to happen. So just because people voted...
But also
Reform,
the constituency is going anywhere. I mean, he's only going to be MP for a few months, isn't he?
Well, the political statement is loud and clear. That community, as it is currently constructed, sent a very, very loud message. Keir Starmer's Labour Party, yes, is fit for service. The governing party, because of what it's doing to public services, to the economy and on cost of living, is not.
Peter, do you think you lost any votes because of the U-turn on the £28 billion? Did people bring it up with you on the doorstep?
It wasn't raised much at all on the doorstep, but we know that what people did see was a party that was responding to the current climate. When we made that pledge, when we put a figure on that pledge, of course, we didn't see Putin and we didn't see Liz Truss, both coming down the line, wrecking our economy and making life we had to just adapt to the current situation. So being in government, preparing for government, means taking tough decisions. And what people have seen when we've been doing these decisions is a party that is willing to put the national interest first and not make promises to the public we cannot keep. When the circumstances change, we change.
And on a serious issue, which is the Rochdale by-election, which you're now facing in 2 weeks' time, and you're not campaigning for the candidate that you picked, do you wish you'd acted earlier? Do you wish Keir Starmer had withdrawn support when the first comments came to light? Do you think that the vetting was at fault?
Well, there's nothing we could have done that could have stopped the situation that's unfolding now, because it all came to light after the candidate had been submitted to the Electoral Commission, and therefore he couldn't be withdrawn. So we've taken the really tough decision. No major political party has ever not stood a candidate at a by-election under these sorts of circumstances. But this is putting the national interest first. So again, this was a community meeting that happened. There was no Labour Party
observers. But when the first comments
there.
came to light, essentially what your leader has described as an anti-Semitic slur about 7th of October, should the party, now you look back on it, have immediately said, we can't have it?
Well, of course, when you look back on things, you can have the benefit of hindsight. If you look at it in the moment, looking forward, what we heard was somebody who was well respected in the party, people like Louise Ellman, who, don't forget, left the Labour Party as an MP because of anti-Semitism. She said that she believed the sincerity of the candidate, and she believed that actually his apology was fulsome. So we have to take these sorts of voices into account, because we took those voices into account in the past. So in the moment, we felt that apology covered what we saw at the time. And of course, as soon as we realised it was deeper, we acted swiftly, because that is a party that is putting national interest first in very difficult circumstances, because we knew it meant that we wouldn't be able to stand a candidate in a by-election, which is really important for us.
James, what do you make of what you've been hearing?
I think, I mean, look, I'm not taking anything away from Labour. Will be right to celebrate by-election victories and see it as some progress. I think even listening to the speech tonight, there's still a lot of focus on what the Tories aren't doing, and I think you can see that there really is a protest vote. And what we're not seeing, I would suggest, and the 28 billion obviously would be part of that, is what the clear plan is. And coming election, obviously we have an idea what the Conservatives are going to do, because they're in power and they have to govern. We're not going to. I don't know when we're going to see the manifesto. I think it's going through the MPC now, but we don't know really what the plan is, and that's when the voters are going to decide between one and the other. Because you can see in the by-elections now, it's right, people are disgruntled. You can see that from the polling. People are unhappy about cost of living, and they worry about these things rightly. But so to me, it looks more like a protest vote, especially when you're seeing the numbers for reform and those kinds of things. So I think it's, when are we going to see a fuller plan for government from Labour?
Well, you see a manifesto when general elections are called, so that's always the way. But people have a choice. They could have voted Lib Dem. They could have gone for reform. They could have gone for the Green Party. There's all these other parties out there. They went straight from Tory to Labour. They did it in Mid-Bedfordshire, they did it in Selby, they've done it in other constituencies, because don't forget now, the Tories have now matched their worst ever by-election defeats in a parliament in their history. So this is decisive. They have other choices, and we in the Labour Party are very aware, because we've lost to other parties in the past. We know that just because the Tories aren't popular, that votes aren't just going to come to Labour. They only come to Labour when you get the fundamentals right.
But I'm curious, do you really think they're voting for you rather than against the Conservatives?
Well, I was out there today. I've been out there before during this by-election campaign. Yeah. I've been up to other by-elections that are going on as well. And time again, you see curiosity, but some enthusiasm for Labour. People aren't begrudgingly voting for us. They could just stay at home.
So is that your feeling as well? Do you think that the focus is more on what the Tories aren't doing than what Labour is?
Well, I think there are a number of things there. Of course, it's right that you wouldn't be expected to bring out a manifesto before the general election had been called. But James's point is that nobody knows exactly. At the moment, the offer from Labour is things won't be as bad as this, and that is it's really convincing. Nobody wants things to be bad as this. You know, all you have to say is you'll be able to see a dentist. Your kids will be able to see a dentist, and people immediately think that will be a better life. Never mind, you know, the general kind of public services in crisis, but the idea, which did collapse a bit after the 28 billion on green measures.
We've seen the polls move a little bit.
Well, yeah, a little bit, and it sort of did. The idea that the party has like a really plain vision apart from improvements, it just did take a bit of a beating after that pledge was rescinded. And I think it is appropriate for the party to say something about who it wants to be in office, even before the manifesto comes out.
So, There's 4 people on this panel, including me. Every single question so far has been about the Labour Party and Labour Party policies. On an evening where there's been a 16% swing from the Tories to Labour. And let me make this very plain point. A general election is a choice in this country between 2 main parties that can actually seek to govern the whole United Kingdom. This is not a referendum on the Labour Party. This is going to be a choice between 2 parties. And right now, we should be scrutinising why the Tories are taking such a deep hammering. So, yes, we will end the sticking plaster policies and approach to governing of this governing party, the Tories. We will have a long-term plan to rebuild our public services, our economy, and tackle the cost of living challenge. We are putting forward a prospectus, and we will put forward a prospectus at the next election, which is based on a decade of national renewal. We will do so by tackling with our 5 missions. We're being very clear about what our ambitions are, and we are moving forward week by week with a set of plans. I, 2 weeks ago, launched the Life Sciences Plan, which would inject on itself over 5 years, according to the pharmaceutical and research sector, £10 billion into the economy and create 77,500 jobs. This was just 2 weeks ago. We have a manifesto. We have a massive manifesto which we are moving towards, which will be populated by credible plans based on reform of planning, based on getting what it will take to get investment into the economy, private sector investment into the economy, not just government spending. We can do things like by reform of the planning service, we can get wind farms being built, we can get labs being built, so science and the scientific community can start getting the innovation into our communities, and we can start getting things like data centres built. These are the things that drive economic development, productivity, create jobs.
On that point about switchers, and the Tories dispute the idea that people are switching, did you meet people when you were campaigning who said, I voted Conservative in 2019 and now I'm voting Labour? And what reason was the key reason that they gave?
Yes, and yes. So today, of course, we were knocking up people who mostly we've met in the past. But I was doing a round just this afternoon and it was pouring with rain and the fantastic person that was sort of guiding us took us to the wrong street. So we were knocking on the wrong doors. And I met 2 people who knocked on the door and said they voted Tory last time and they were going to vote Labour this time. So that was not a self-selecting group. These were people we met for the first time. Both of them said versions of, they don't deserve my vote. Now, when you speak about this isn't just about policies, this is about values. Standards in public life are really important. So you've mentioned the challenges that we have had, but don't forget both of these by-elections we're having tonight are about standards. One MP resigned because he himself felt that the governing party, his own party, the Tory party, wasn't fit for purpose. The other one was kicked out of Parliament because of standards, because of harassment. So don't forget, these are the things that are driving this discontent that we have with the Tories. And the Labour Party, yes, we're not perfect. We are improving. We're putting the hard work in. But bear in mind, we're getting the fundamentals right. We are polling ahead when it comes to the economy, when it comes to law and order, when it comes to immigration, when it comes to defence. These are the fundamentals that it takes for the Labour Party to get ahead. We're fixing the fundamentals, so when we do have challenges, people see us in the round and they're responding accordingly. And for that, we have Keir Starmer, we have his leadership, and we have a party that is now fit to serve again.
James, your response?
No, I mean, on the topics you mentioned earlier, those are broadly things that the Conservative Party as well would say in terms of, we need to reform the planning system, bring in this private investment. My challenge a bit is the detail. And to your points, you said yourself, you spoke to those Conservative voters and they said they were unhappy with the Conservatives and they're not going to give them their vote, they're going to give you your vote. Fair enough. What they're not saying is, I've seen what you said and what you're going to do, and therefore I'm voting for you. And I think it's inevitable in an election, as you said, in by-elections, I think Tony Blair said this, you kind of vote against your ideal. In an election, you vote against the other party. And that's when we're going to see those 2 plans side by side. And I just feel we don't yet fully know, we've seen what a rollback already, what is the Labour policy? What is the Labour tax policy?
Do you agree, Zoe?
Well, I mean, I think fundamentally you're pushing an open door, saying you'll be better at it than the Conservatives, because whatever they promise, nobody can see the concrete results of their promises. So they can say they want to reform planning and nothing happens. They can say they want to build more housing, nothing happens. They can say they want to level up and literally nothing happens. So it's very easy to, as a hypothetical, to match them on those promises and for people to trust you on those promises. But it's more a question of like the kind of fundamental identity of the party, I guess. So that it's not like a technocratic project, but, a party with a vision.
We've had 14 years of the Tories. So you mentioned planning and our rhetoric. We only have rhetoric because we're in opposition. But what we're doing is building rhetoric on a set of commitments which is earning the trust of voters. The Tories have introduced proposed three planning acts in this Parliament. All three of them have not got through Parliament. One was withdrawn before it was even introduced to the Commons. One was introduced after it was withdrawn after it got into the Commons. The other one was withdrawn when it got to the Lords. So they are not because the public were against it. There are bits of those things that we would have supported. The reason why it was withdrawn was they couldn't get it through the governing party itself because the governing party is at each other's throats. So yes, we're not in power. We only have words, but words only matter to the public if you have a credible plan to back it up and you have a leader that they believe will deliver. So we put forward the framework for reforming planning. We are going to review every single national planning framework in the country, a huge task. We are going to inject into that priorities. Those priorities will be based on our industrial strategy. Just last week, as I said, I announced the life sciences strategy. That will put forward the priority for building new labs for pharma, for research, for universities, so that we can get innovation into our economy. So that's one clear example of how we will change the planning system, inject into it the priorities that our economy needs. The Tories could have done it. They've had 14 years to do it. They haven't.
And do you think Keir Starmer is cutting through? Do you think he finally is making the impact that he wants to be making? Because many people are still saying on the doorstep that they don't know what he stands for, like we've been discussing. And yes, the manifesto is now, but people want a direction of travel at least, don't they?
Well, this is the thing, is that sometimes people sitting here in these conversations say that, but people out there have the last word. They have the last word when they vote. And they do not vote for parties with leaders they don't like. It is as simple as that. And there are other choices out there. And to go straight from Tories to Labour, I'm afraid, is a very big leap. Now, I ask, when I'm leading teams and we're in these situations trying to overturn these huge, great Tory majorities, which are doing again and again and again, I ask the volunteers to think what it would take to get them to vote Tory. They all laugh. And then I explain that that's what we're asking that community to do, to make that same leap. And it's a really big thing. We are out there building relationships, we are explaining our policies, we're answering their questions, but all of that can only work if we have the foundation of great leadership, a leader that's driving through change, and a set of policies and a party that is fit to serve the country. Okay. And people are voting not just with their feet, they're voting with their votes.
All right, well, let's put some of that to Conservative MP James Daly, who joins us now down the line. Thanks for being with us in these early hours. It's not going well, is it?
Well, it's always disappointing when we don't win a seat. I think that what the result shows is that there is no desire, no love for Keir Starmer's Labour Party whatsoever. It's a narrow victory. It's very difficult for governments mid-term in these circumstances. But I think that the result just shows that the general election is all to play for. And if the Kingswood seat existed at the next general election on the basis of this result, I would be extremely confident that we would take it back.
I mean, you're putting a very positive spin on what has been a disastrous night.
Well, you've asked me a question and I've given you a straight answer to it in respect of that. We're all tempted in these circumstances to become amateur psephologists and look at the results in various different ways. What I look at the result and say, and certainly from the reports that I've had back from Kingswood, is that we had a brilliant local candidate who was embedded in his local community, putting forward a very positive message. The other thing that's, I think, crucial in understanding these results is there is absolutely zero evidence of direct Conservative to Labour switches from 2019. There wasn't a Reform candidate in this election in 2019 or a UKIP candidate in respect of that. There are clearly concerns the electorate have regarding issues such as immigration. But I get back to it. This, in my view, is a narrow victory. If we had a Labour Party which was reflective of what the polls are allegedly saying, we would have people coming out. We would be seeing mass switching from Conservative to Labour, and we are not seeing that. And the reason why that is because people know what Keir Starmer is. He flip-flops. He's flip-flopped over 60 times. He's got no plan on the economy, no plan on immigration, and there is no enthusiasm for him whatsoever. Jonathan, I think the by-elections are a reflection of a moment in time. The political wins that we see in certain
blues, though, aren't they? You can't dismiss that. This is midterm blues. We're months.
I'm not saying midterm. I'm not saying midterm blues at all. I'm giving you my viewpoint on the results that we're seeing. And in terms of by-elections and where we are in respect of this, if the Kingswood seat existed at the next general election, I would, as I've said before, I would have no doubt that we would win this seat. The results are clear that. And in terms of the general polling, in terms of where we are on the national level, when it really matters in terms of a general election, you know, these results show in Kingswood 25,000 people didn't vote, Jonathan. 25,000 people. So clearly there is an issue there that the government and all parties have to listen to. But it is those don't knows, those Conservative inclined don't knows, that are going to win the next general election. And that is why the next general election is all to play for.
OK, we're hearing that the Wellingborough by-election result is imminent. They've lost 10 votes, apparently. That's why there is a delay as they try and resolve that issue. Our political correspondent, Tamara Cohen, is with me in the studio. Tamara?
I was going to ask James, you said that there's no evidence whatsoever of direct switching. I mean, we've just spoken to Peter Kyle here, who's in the studio. He said he met people who voted Conservative in 2019 and are now voted Labour. Other Labour campaigners say they encountered it. Why would they be saying that if there was no evidence of it? And I do notice that in your own seat, you would only need about 100 direct switches to lose altogether.
Tomorrow, if I worried about my own seat, I want to be able to sleep for the last 4 years in terms of the majority that I've got. I think that I can only go on what's reflective of polling. I'm involved in campaigning throughout the country, and I've spoken very closely to the people who run the campaign in Kingswood. We, in terms of our campaign, as I say, we had a brilliant local candidate, Sam. He was out there on the doorsteps. We had a very positive response. We've been talking throughout the campaign. And I'm not in a position to contradict what somebody else is saying. All I can say is on the basis of what the Conservative Party's internal data is telling us, what the results of those conversations on the doorstep are, is that there are frustrations. There clearly are frustrations, and the Conservative government must listen to that. And I think that Rishi Sunak is reflecting those concerns in his plan to on the economy and other things. But let's not kid ourselves, there is no love for Keir Starmer. Keir Starmer is what he is.
How should
He is the person who flip-flops.
How should Rishi Sunak respond to this? What should, he's lost another 2 by-elections, in addition to Tamworth, Selby, Mid-Bedfordshire. What should he be saying to you and your colleagues on Monday about how he's going to get things back on track? We know that there are people in your party, maybe not many of them, but there are certainly some of them who are talking about whether there should be a change of at least strategy, if not a change of leadership. So what would you like to hear the Prime Minister say when everyone's back in Parliament about how he intends to turn things around? Is there a possibility of turning things around?
I think it's absolutely positive. I think we will turn things around. I think the Prime Minister is the only leading politician of a political party that has a plan. I think we are going to see positive signs in terms of the economy going forward. I think that we are the only party with a plan in terms of immigration. Immigration has been a huge issue, especially in Wellingborough on small boats. The Wellingborough voters at the next general election are going to face either Keir Starmer's Labour Party with no plan who support open door immigration, or Rishi Sunak's plan, the Conservative Party plan, which is a comprehensive plan, including Rwanda, which is going to address those concerns and stop the boats as one of the Prime Minister's 5 pledges. So I think, as the Prime Minister has shown...
If it happens in time for the general election, we've got Labour's Peter Kyle here. Let's put some of what you've just said to him. Peter, James Daly's saying there's no love for Keir Starmer, and Keir Starmer has no plan.
Oh, I mean, where do you start with this? Look, the only question, and you know, good on him for you know, putting a brave face on it. I mean, a little bit of humility after a defeat does go a long way. I mean, you'd imagine this idea that we just beat, you know, we just got across the line and it was a slim margin. We overturned an 11,000 Tory majority, an 11,000. It's not even on our target list for the general election, and yet we've just overturned it. So there's this key question that I think needs to be answered by the Conservatives. Everything that has just been said, everything was said after Mid-Bedfordshire, and was said after Tamworth, was said after Selby. What has happened between those defeats and tonight? What have they done? Because they said at those by-elections they were listening. So if they've been listening after those by-elections, what on earth has just happened tonight? And what exactly has been different in the dynamic of the governing party tonight from those by-election defeats then? Because I don't see anything. Then you look at the Labour Party. We have the plans on the economy, on cost of living, on the key issues about fixing the plan for the waiting list on the NHS. 7.73 million people waiting for treatment. The day we go into a recession, we hear the governing party saying that nothing is going to change and they're going to go into the election as we see tonight. Well, that's fine by us, because for the next couple of months before the election, or the next 6 months before the election, whenever they decide to actually call the election, we're going to be putting forward concrete plans that have the hope of actually making the difference that people need. And all we see from the government is more promises that we're listening and learning, and yet we see more defeats in Parliament, we see more recessions, we see waiting lists going up, we see people struggling to see dentists when they need to. These are the key things.
OK, well, let's put some of that to James Daly then. What has happened? What's changed between the last by-election defeats and now?
Well, one of the things, I'm always grateful to Peter for advice. I would hope that this seat is not on the Labour target seat for the next general election, as it won't exist. But in terms of where we are going forward, we're the only party. I'll repeat the point again. Rishi Sunak is the only leading political party leader who has a plan to deliver economic growth, to build upon.
But it's not working. We've just heard that we've gone into recession.
Yeah. Well, let me put it this way. We had economic growth over the last year. Yes, we had two quarters of retraction, but if we compare that to our international competitors, Germany had a full year of retraction of the economy going backwards. So I think that in terms of where we are, you know, since 2010, Jonathan, we've created 4.1 million new jobs in the economy. We've consolidated our position as the sixth largest economy in the world. We are growing since the pandemic faster than France, Italy, and Germany. Since you know, there are numerous statistics that I can put out. We've given a £470 tax cut to people through our national insurance cut in the autumn statement. We've put forward 111 different measurements for policies for growth. And there are various other things where by the time of the next general election, we are going to see that the 5 pledges that the Prime Minister has made, including stopping the votes, that is what is going to decide the next general election. And although we can talk retrospectively, what matters is the future of this country. And the future of this country is only going to be positive if you have a politician with a positive plan.
Many voters don't see any results when it comes to stopping the votes, and they're voting for Reform UK. We've seen that tonight.
Well, I think with what we have seen in terms of the measures that the Conservative government have put forward, all of them have been opposed by Labour. The Rwanda policy has yet to come in. It's part of a suite of measures, a deterrent effect. And as I say, the Conservative Party is the only party that is serious in reducing the numbers of stopping the votes, reducing by the numbers of immigration of people who are coming into this country over the last couple of years by up to 300,000 people. So we have a comprehensive policy to tackle immigration, and I think that certainly in Wellingborough, immigration and the issue of small boats is a very real impact on how votes where the votes went to that, and we'll have to see what's going to happen in the election. But it comes back to this again: people want change, but they want change with that they can recognise, that they can support, and the only way they can support that is if they have politicians with a plan. Keir Starmer has U-turned over 60 times. He said, Labour politicians said that on 311 different occasions that the 28 billion green investment, that was something, that a policy that would proceed and would be the centrepiece of Labour economic the economic manifesto going forward. They flip-flop all the time. That's not a plan. And when it comes to the general election,
simply because we need to go to a break, and we are waiting for the result in Wellingborough. It's due imminently. So I'm going to say thank you very much for the moment, James Daly MP. Thank you to Labour's Peter Kyle, and to our panellists. We'll be having more analysis as we await that result, the second by-election of the morning in Wellingborough. This is the scene in Kettering where the where the count is taking place. We understand that 10 ballot papers have been mislaid. They're trying to sort that out. Once they do, we will bring you the result, of course, live here on Sky News. Don't go away.
Story of resilience, but it's also a story of, me developing as a person. And it wasn't the end of the world when I stepped away from rowing previously, and I went on to, be a bit more connected at home and, get a full-time job. And I think in a strange way, I developed, a bit more resilience. And, this time when I came back from the opportunity, I was ready for it and I knew what to expect. So it really helped me, get back in the groove quickly.
You talk very openly about the loss of your legs and having to walk again, learning to walk again with prosthetic legs, and that difficult period and leaving the military. When you look back, how do you think you got through that?
Yeah, I think for me, I lost that social connection. I didn't realise this at the time, but that's what was missing. It was I missed that social identity, and I think once I started getting back in the gym and engaging with sports and things like the Invictus Games, it really just helped me boost that self-esteem, become more comfortable within my own skin, learn more about my disability, push the boundaries of what I was capable of. And it all sort of culminated in me just being much happier and up for the challenge again. I kind of found that old Greg, the commando Greg, that I lost for a little while. So yeah, as soon as I stumbled into rowing, I was like, wow, this is difficult, but it suited me down to the ground.
And what are the lessons for other people going through things as you've gone through things? What are the lessons you think your experiences and where you've got to now and where you're going to next can inform other people?
I think it's about not giving up. Right back from my, the early days of the commando course, I developed the skill of not always being the best at everything. I had to drop the ego and, do what I was told and learn the techniques. And, I was a very competent runner, but I wasn't particularly strong in my upper body. So, I had to learn quickly. I had to reframe the way I looked at tasks. And I would say that's really helped me move forward with my acquired disability. It's helped me in sport. It's about not being scared to make mistakes and, taking one step at a time and really, letting that full journey, take place. Don't try and, jump to the fifth step before you've completed the first one. I've been guilty of that a few times, so trust me from experience.
Welcome back to our Vote 2024 double by-election special. This is the scene in Kettering. It's where votes have been counted in the Wellingborough by-election. You can see there the empty stage, podium and microphone. We are waiting for that result. We're told that it is imminent, although Labour sources have told us that they believe that they have won decisively in Wellingborough. So we will bring that result to you as soon as it happens. Meanwhile, Labour has won the Kingswood by-election, so the government is now facing the prospect of a double defeat in a year when we're expecting a general election, of course. Tamara Cohen is here following events with us. Just bring us up to speed where we are.
So it looks like a good night for Labour, with them winning both of these by-elections. They've already won the Kingswood one, which looked on the face of it like the slightly easier one because the Tory majority wasn't quite as big. But I think they actually found it more difficult because it was from a standing start. No one was expecting Chris Skidmore to resign. They have achieved that with a 16% swing, which is pretty strong. As Labour have been pointing out, if they achieve that everywhere, they would be on course for a comfortable majority. In Wellingborough, we haven't yet got the result, but we were hearing very early in the night, just after midnight, that Labour were claiming victory, and the Conservatives told us that they expected Labour to win easily. So we're looking, I think, at a historically large swing in Wellingborough when we get that result. That's certainly what Labour are expecting. And that's interesting because this is a much bigger mountain to climb. You've got Peter Bone, the Conservative MP, having been there since 2005, increased his majority every time. So you're now on 18,000. And although this by-election was held in difficult circumstances for the Tories, he, of course, had to be recalled in disgrace after allegations were made of bullying.
Should we just have a listen to see what's being said?
Please make their way over to the candidate consultation area to the left of me for the provisional result. Thank you very much.
OK, so the candidates are all being called to the front of the stage. We are going to get the results in the next few minutes. And tomorrow, the swing here that Labour would need to win the seat is around 17–18%, isn't it?
That's right, it's over 18%.
We're still smaller than in other recent wins by Labour.
So they
a huge amount still
have achieved that recently. They achieved it in Tamworth in October. They achieved it in Mid-Bedfordshire and in Selby. So 3 very different parts of the country, all of which Labour won with swings of over 20%. The biggest swing they've ever had was in 1994, just after Tony Blair became leader. They don't think they'll get to that level, but they're looking at over 20 in that sort of league table. And despite, as I was just saying, the difficult circumstances for the Tories, which meant that they didn't really end up wanting to help the candidate, who is the girlfriend of the previous MP, do much campaigning. They didn't put much effort in, as they freely admit. This is still a strong result for Labour in a seat that they have not won since 2001. So they'll be very pleased with that result and the what we believe to be the imminent victory of their candidate, Jen Kitchen, a charity worker from the local area. They have campaigned very hard over the last few months because, of course, there was quite a long run-up to this whole this by-election, with the recall petition taking several weeks. So they've been working it very hard. And although Reform are also expected to do quite well, getting double figures, we expect, it looks like they will have taken a lot of those votes from the Conservatives, and Labour are the winners, and we'll wait to see what that margin of victory is. Of course, that's going to be crucial. But I think real questions now for Rishi Sunak when MPs return to Parliament on Monday about what he's going to do to turn things around. We know that he's been plugging away, saying we are going to get inflation down, we are going to stop small boats and send people to Rwanda. But we know that a lot of Tory MPs have been talking, have been meeting, have been saying we've got the strategy wrong, and they want to see the Prime Minister show them how he is going to improve things. I don't think they're quite at the stage of feeling like if he can't, someone else can, but they want to see a change to the strategy, and they are being quite vocal about it.
Yeah, there's been a lot of talk, hasn't there, in the last few days about how recent events could affect these 2 by-elections, the chaos surrounding anti-Semitism within the Labour Party, also today's economic news as well. Do you get the impression that actually those issues have barely made any difference?
They haven't made a huge difference. That doesn't mean they don't matter. They matter enormously. But I think you've got to factor in the fact that in by-elections, there are a lot of postal voters, and particularly when you get a low turnout like we have here, sort of high 30%, a lot of people will have voted a while ago before all these things happened. And also, these issues take a while to filter through. So a lot of people who, in the Kingswood campaign, which is very focused on the cost of living and the local NHS, will have been had Labour people on the doorstep saying to them, do you feel things are better than they were 14 years ago? If not, maybe give us a chance. That's what Labour people were telling me they were saying on the doorsteps. Yes, of course, perhaps today someone might have thought, oh, we're in a recession as well. But I think certainly what I'm hearing, not just from Labour, but from all parties, is that this was mostly being fought on the headline issues, cost of living, a lot of people struggling with it, particularly in Kingswood, where you've got a lot of home ownership, a lot of people on expensive mortgages. You've got problems with dentist appointments and doctor's appointments, and you've got just other local issues, crime, the high street, and people feeling like what Labour people tell me that they wanted to change. Are all of those people going to be voting Labour when it comes to the general election, where they'll all be in slightly different seats because this seat won't exist anymore? So that's one of the reasons we thought turnout might be especially low, because people think, what's the point of voting now? But more people did than we expected, and I think Labour will be very pleased with that result, even though that candidate, who's now an MP, will be standing somewhere else, which will be much safer for him.
OK, just as the picture goes slightly wonky, we can listen to our chief political correspondent, John Craig, who's standing by. John, we were hearing some discussion about potentially some ballot papers going astray. I don't know if you can update us on that, and also on when this declaration is going to happen.
We're getting quite close now, Jonathan. There were 10 ballot papers went missing, and so they had a hunt for them. They had to check all the bundles again to see if they could find them. Now, we have some progress because the agents and candidates have been called over to a table, which, as you're looking at the pictures to the right. And I'm just looking, there's some movement, yes. I can see bits of paper being carried. I think we're fairly close, but this has been a frustrating last half hour or so. I always say when we get a last-minute hold-up, it's like VAR in football, where, you know, there's a lot of it. Oh, you can see, the candidates. We are making progress here, Jonathan. The candidates are heading for the platform. Now, right out in front, and I think that'll be probably the result, that is Jen Kitchen, the Labour candidate. I'm looking for Ben Habib, the Reform candidate. Can't see him, actually. He must be there. You can see there's handshakes there for some of the candidates. The returning officer is the High Sheriff of Northamptonshire, no less, a gentleman called Milan Shah. You'll see him in his splendid costume in a minute. The acting returning officer is Adele Wiley. She's the chief executive of the Northamptonshire Council. So when I say imminence, I really mean it this time, because the candidates are all there. We're just waiting for the returning officer. We believe that Labour have won. We believe that Reform UK have perhaps, as Richard Tice told us, polled double figures. People are moving towards the front of the hall. So a lot of photographers now completely wrecking our shot. This is not good. So I'm assuming that the candidates are going to up on the platform, actually, so we can see them.
Well, we can certainly see that hat, John, just poking above everybody else. I wonder if the Labour candidate could borrow the hat if they're the ones to be making a victory speech. But certainly Labour been very buoyant there this morning.
Yes. Yes, they have indeed. They've not been publicly claiming victory, but we do believe that Labour have won. What I'm hoping is that the candidates go up on the platform so we can see them. All we can see at the moment is the big yellow hat of the monster raving loony candidate.
Yeah, I think that's Nick the Flying Brick, John. He's been campaigning for the abolition of gravity.
That's the fella.
And he wants the golf club to be turned into a spaceport.
Yes, you've been doing your research, Jonathan, certainly. I must admit, I'm not that familiar with the policies of the monster raving loony party. But
while we're waiting, John,
well,
just
I
fill
do
us
hope
in
we-
on the background to this this constituency.
Wellingborough is a seat that was Labour in the Blair years. Peter Bone won it from Labour in 2005. He only won by a few hundred votes in that election, gradually built up his majority over a number of general elections until 2019. We had a majority of 18,500, a seemingly impregnable majority, but it does look as though it has been swept away by Labour in what will undoubtedly be a big swing, sort of swing perhaps that we've seen at some recent by-elections like Selby and Ainsty and Tamworth. You can hear a pin drop in here now. It's very, very quiet as we await the result. I don't know. I've no idea what happened to the 10 missing votes. Perhaps somebody had stuffed them in their back pocket. I'm not sure. Well, I hope, Jonathan, you can see the stage better than I can.
We've got a pretty good view. We've got a pretty good view, John. We have got a good view, and we can see the microphone, which is always a good sign. So I think that the candidates will actually go onto the stage and get a bit of elevation. Just talk to us about the swing here. If Labour do win, how big a victory is it? Because Peter Bone did have a huge majority.
Yeah, 18,500. And it will probably, I think they need something like an 18% swing. Now, more people are going forward now. I'm just hoping that the candidates go up onto the platform. At the moment, I think I'm right in saying they're standing on the floor. More people are being allowed through to the front. Our camera, fortunately, is on a raised platform, not that high. As you can probably see, supporters of all the candidates are moving their way forward. Yes, it would be a big swing for Labour. If Labour have won this, it's a great result for them, obviously. One of their best by-election results in recent years. If you'd said a few months ago that Labour were going to take Wellingborough from the Conservatives, people would have said, well, surely not. But of course, the circumstances of Peter Bone's demise, the absolutely damning report on him by a parliamentary inquiry into his conduct, bullying allegations, sexual misconduct, that triggered a recall petition. Now, for a recall petition, for an MP to be dumped, it needs 10% of the voters in the constituency to call for that, and it was 13.2%. Some Tory MPs have claimed that threshold is too low, but now this, I believe, is Adele Wiley, who is the acting returning officer. She's the chief executive of the council. There in the costume is that's Milan Shah. He is the High Sheriff of Northamptonshire, and hopefully we're going to hear from him in a second. Testing the microphone.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning and welcome. I, Milan Shah, being the returning officer at the election of a Member of Parliament for Wellingborough on Thursday, the 15th of February 2024, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Delves, Nicholas Charles Ellsworth, also known as Nick the Flying Brick, the official Monster Raving Loony Party, 217 votes. Gunn, Anna Savage, Liberal Democrats, 1,422 votes. Habib Binyamin Naim, also known as Ben Habib, Reform UK, 3,919 votes. Harrison Helen Jane, the Conservative Party candidate, 7,408 votes. Jay Malla, post-mortem, Ankit Love, JKNPP, 18 votes. Kitchen, Genevieve Victoria, also known as Jen Kitchen, Labour Party, 13,844 votes. Marola, Alessandro, also known as Alex Marola, Britain First, Stop the Boats, 477 votes. Morris, William John, also known as Will Morris, Green Party, 1,020 votes. Pine Bailey, Andre Pierre, Bamikole, also known as Andre Pine Bailey, Independent, 172 votes. Turner Hawes, Marion Eileen, 1,115 votes. Watts, Kevin Charles, also known as Kev Watts, Independent, 533 votes. The number of ballot papers rejected was as follows. For want of an official mark, none. Voting for more candidates than the voter was entitled to, 14. Writing or mark by which the voter could not be identified, none. Being unmarked or wholly void for uncertainty, 61. Rejected in part, none. The total number of ballot papers that was rejected was 75. Vacant seats, 1. Electorate, 79,376. Ballot papers issued, 30,231. Turnout, 38.1%. And I do hereby declare that Genevieve Victoria Kitchen, also known as Jen Kitchen, of the Labour Party, is duly elected.
So that's a majority of nearly 6,500 for Labour.
And I invite the winning candidate to the lectern.
Kitchen, who has won with a majority 6,436, the majority, over the Conservatives. Here she is.
I'm sorry, that's my mum. So I am delighted to be stood here as the newly elected Labour MP for Wellingborough. I am honoured that local people have placed their trust in me and the Labour Party under Keir Starmer. But I also know from the thousands of conversations I have had during this campaign how desperately people want change and a fresh start for our country. The people of Wellingborough have spoken for Britain. This is a stunning victory for the Labour Party and must send a message from Northamptonshire to Downing Street. I ran a positive campaign built on both the local issues that people told me needed addressing here, as well as the national desire for change. People here are patriotic and hopeful for our country, and they care about our community. But they know that our roads aren't fit to drive on, getting your child a doctor's appointment can seem impossible, and that they are paying more and getting less. Today, they said, enough is enough. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the returning officers and the counting staff for all of your hard work tonight. I would also like to thank my opponents, who also worked incredibly hard to put their case to the people too. Thank you to my incredible team for all the work you've put in over the last 3 months, and in particular, all of the volunteers who have given up their time to come to Wellingborough and campaign for me. Thank you to my family, my wonderful parents, whose love and support have got me here today. To my sister-in-law for making me Zen Jen with yoga classes and baby cuddles. And of course to my incredible husband Joe, who's been such a rock to me even when I cut our honeymoon short. I promise, darling, I will make it up to you, but it might just have to wait until after the general election. And finally, and most importantly, I'd like to thank everyone who voted today, particularly, of course, those that voted for me. But I take my responsibility to every single constituent very, very seriously. Whether you voted for my party, another party, or no party at all, I will serve you and work to earn your trust again. The Labour Party is ready to serve the people of this country. So many people across the constituency, not just in Wellingborough, but Rushden, Hyme Ferris, Findon, Beaujeu, Wollaston and all the villages have told me that they have voted Labour for the very first time today. And to everyone who has told me they are willing to look at Labour again, I want to thank you all for this opportunity, and I won't let you down. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
So what is a huge blow to Prime Minister Rishi Sunak and the Conservative Party. They have lost both by-elections this morning. Labour did predict that they would win and win big in both Wellingborough and Kingswood, and that has come to pass. That was Jen Kitchen, the new Labour MP for Wellingborough. She said that she's honoured to represent the constituency. She said the people of Wellingborough have spoken for Great Britain. Voters have had enough, she said. Enough is enough. And she thanked her family, including her husband, and said that they won't be able to go on honeymoon till after the general election now that she has won this seat. The by-election in Wellingborough coming, of course, after the former Tory MP Peter Bone received a 6-week suspension from the Commons when that inquiry found he'd subjected a staff member to bullying and sexual misconduct, which he always denied. His partner, Helen Harrison, was the Conservative candidate. She got 7,408 votes. Jen Kitchen for Labour got 13,844 and Ben Habib for the Reform UK Party 3,919. Tamara Cohen, our political correspondent, is here with me. And what's particularly remarkable about this win is the swing from the Conservatives to Labour. We understand it to be around 28.5%, which would be the second biggest swing, I think I'm right in saying,
yes,
the Labour Party.
Ever. I can probably show you a graph of it, in fact. It is, yes, the one I want to show you is actually...
Coming up.
Apologies. It is... no, I don't think I have it, actually. It is the second biggest ever. Dudley, in 1994, just after Tony Blair became leader, that was 29% swing. Since then, we haven't had many comparable until last year when Labour started achieving big swings in by-elections in Tamworth, in mid-Bedfordshire and in Selby, and this is now right up in second place. What's also really important is the Conservative vote share has collapsed here. They were on 62%, they're now on 24%, okay. So that is a real collapse, and it is, I believe, the biggest collapse in their vote share since the Second World War, so that is also a really big blow. OK, well, we can hear from the winning candidate, Jen Kitchen, now. I believe that she is with our chief political correspondent, John Craig, in Kettering. John.
Yes, it's a pretty comfortable victory. Jen Kitchen has won with a majority of 6,436, and she's with me now. Jen Kitchen, many congratulations.
Thank you very much.
We thought you were going to win, but it's quite a good majority, isn't it?
I think we won by a higher majority than we thought. I'm very sorry, I'm quite nervous. I've obviously just been up all day, door knocking, and I think actually the hard work that, you know, the Labour campaigners and the Labour Party's put in has really showed. People really turned out to vote today, and I'm so grateful for everyone who has, particularly those that voted for me, but really for the people of Wellingborough, Rushden, Hyme Ferris, Findon, Beaujeu, and all the other villages.
Please don't name them all.
Oh no, I'll try not to.
There's a lot.
Yes, there's quite a few, yes.
Was there what you might call a bone backlash here because of the circumstances that brought about this by-election?
Well, we ran a positive campaign on issues that we spoke to. We spoke to over 13,000 people pre-campaign, pre-polling day, and we put our pledges to the people, and clearly they backed them.
You said in your speech just now that people have of Wellingborough have spoken for the country. How significant do you think this victory is in terms of Labour's, I suppose, march towards the general election?
Well, I think we've had, including today, maybe 5 out of 6 by-elections where Labour has won, and I think with my colleague Damien Egan down in Kingswood as well taking victory too, I think there's clearly an appetite for change and clearly an appetite for a fresh start.
What do you think about the fact that Reform seems to have polled quite well, nearly 4,000 votes? They seem to have taken votes off the Tories rather than Labour. Do you think Reform has helped you win by quite a decent margin?
Ben ran a very slick campaign. We've seen them out a lot both on the doors, but also quite high visibility, both on digital as well as in person. So I commend them on their campaigning.
And what do you think about the fact that the Tories selected the partner of Mr Bone, who'd been kicked out in a recall petition?
I mean, I'm not one to judge a woman by who she ties herself to, and I think Helen is very competent in her own right.
Right. So I mean, obviously people will say, oh, Labour will lose this seat at the general election. What would you say to anyone who says that?
I'm going to be out on Saturday and probably out next weekend door knocking to make sure we keep it.
What are the main issues, as far as you're concerned, that help you win this campaign?
I think the fact that there's a real lack of GPs, dentist appointment, we've got no urgent care centre or walk-in centre in the constituency. Potholes on the roads has cost not only campaign team members but also constituents a lot of money on new tyres and things like that. We've also got high streets that need rejuvenating and that people want to feel proud of. So lots of local issues as well as national issues too.
Now, didn't I hear you just say you had to cut short your honeymoon?
I did, yes. I got married on October the 20th and we were in Suffolk when the call came that did I want to even apply for selection. I was on a beach with 2 dogs in my hand and fish and chips in the other, and a husband looking on going, are we leaving? Are we leaving now? And we did.
And what was his reaction? I mean, obviously, presumably he supported you throughout all this.
He did. We packed up the car and we went home and we went and ready to start, campaigning for a selection which was 2 weeks long, and then started campaigning for a by-election that we thought was imminent.
Was the beach in the UK or abroad?
Suffolk.
Suffolk, right. And when's the honeymoon going to happen?
I don't know. We'll have to wait till after the general.
Oh, gosh. What a patient husband you've got.
I think he knew what he was signing up to. We've been together, 15 years this year.
15 years, wow.
Yeah.
So obviously you're going to be pretty high profile in Parliament. I mean, every time I look at the Labour benches now, there are so many MPs there who've won by-elections recently. There's going to be you're going to be joining quite a big, an ever-expanding group of by-election winners. You mentioned some of the issues. Are they the issues you're going to focus on campaigning on when you get into Parliament? I mean, what will be your top, if I was to say what's your top priority, what's your top issue you're going to campaign on in Parliament, what would it be?
I think it's probably the health desert that we have here to make sure that people get dentists and doctors' appointments and stop the 8 a.m. scramble.
Health desert, right, that's a good phrase. Well, listen, many congratulations, and look and have a great honeymoon when it eventually happens.
Thank you.
Many congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Right, good. I'll let you, no doubt there are others who want to talk to you.
Perfect.
So, Jonathan, that's Jen Kitchen. What a romantic story about the honeymoon, eh? Or perhaps not a romantic story, I don't know. Cut short her honeymoon, now she's got elected and now she's off to Parliament with a pretty healthy majority. Just to recap, she got 13,844. Helen Harrison, who Jen Kitchen was quite gracious to just now, wasn't she? 7,408. Ben Habib, nearly 4,000, 3,919. So here we have a big Labour victory here. They will be delighted. There will be alarm bells in the Tory High Command at the scale of this defeat. It is a bad defeat. It's a majority of 6,436. Very good result for Labour. And its new MP, Jen Kitchen, is off to Westminster and having postponed a honeymoon in Suffolk, as we've heard.
You're such an old romantic, John, checking that honeymoon is going to happen. Many thanks indeed. Jen Kitchen, as John was saying, the new Labour MP for Wellingborough, getting 13,844 votes. Well, let's see what Sir Keir Starmer had to say. His reaction is as follows. These are fantastic results in Kingswood and Wellingborough that show people want change and are ready to put their faith in a changed Labour Party to deliver it. He said, by winning in these Tory strongholds, we can confidently say that Labour is back in the service of working people and we will work tirelessly to deliver for them. The Tories have failed. Rishi's recession proves that. That's why we've seen so many former Conservative voters switching directly to this changed Labour Party. Those who gave us their trust in Kingswood and Wellingborough and those considering doing so can be safe in the knowledge that we will spend every day working to get Britain's future back. So that is the response from the Labour leader, Sir Keir Starmer, to the win in Kingswood and now in Wellingborough. Tamara Cohen is with us. Tamara, just looking at that number again, a huge swing, 28.5%, the second biggest ever for Labour.
Yes, an absolute jubilation among the Labour camp, and you can hear that Keir Starmer's response reflects that. This is a brilliant result for them because it is the second biggest swing against the Conservatives in a by-election ever. I've got the right graph now, and it's this one. Dudley West, 1994, just after Tony Blair became leader, Labour won a by-election with a 29% swing, never equalled since, but they started getting close to it when we got last year in October to Tamworth, Selby and mid-Bedfordshire, where they achieved swings of over 20%. So this is definitely second on the scoreboard, and they'll be very pleased with that. Now, this is where I have to do my by-election health warning, because if every seat in the country had a 28% swing, the Conservatives would have no seats. So that's not going to happen, or they have 4 seats. So we're not going to be seeing this sort of result everywhere, but it tells us a couple of important things. Keir Starmer says switching is definitely happening. I think you'd have to conclude that that's likely to be the case here, although the Conservatives are insisting, or have been about Kingswood anyway, that switching is not happening. So switching, they say, is definitely happening. We just heard that from Peter Kyle. So that's an important part of the result. We also see here that the Conservative vote share has really collapsed. So what we've seen in all the by-elections over the last few months is, yes, where Labour have won, they've achieved a decent swing, but about half of the number of Tories who voted for them in 2019 voted for them again, and that sort of level was quite important to the Tories, keeping a decent number of their voters. Here we've seen the share of the vote won by the Conservatives collapse from 62% to just 24%. That is a big collapse. Now, there are a lot of candidates standing here, including some independents, and of course you had this big problem with the local MP having allegations of bullying and sexual misconduct against him, which meant the Conservatives didn't really campaign here. But despite all of that, this is a collapse in vote share in a seat that had an 18,000 majority, was nowhere in Labour's sights, really. It was 226 on their target list, and we're seeing this kind of collapse. This doesn't mean that's going to be replicated in a general election, but it's a serious warning sign about what could happen in some of the seats that I think the Conservatives felt that they would almost certainly hold on to.
OK, thank you, Tamara. Well, let's put some of that to the Conservative MP, James Daly. Thanks for staying with us, James. Good of you to hang around for that Wellingborough result. And it's the second biggest swing from Conservative to Labour since Dudley West in 1994, a Conservative vote share collapse.
Well, Jonathan, I'd like to say many congratulations to the winning candidate. It may well be the case that that I'm a member of a different political party, and we touched upon some of the political differences, but the excitement and the determination of anybody going into Parliament who wants to tackle those local issues. If anything, I'm a politician who's very, focused on those local issues, and I thought the Labour candidate came across very well in respect of that, and many, as I say, many congratulations. It's clearly a disappointing result. I always wanted the Conservative candidates to win. I feel that having a Conservative MP is the best outcome for any constituency, and certainly any MP who is supporting the plan that Rishi Sunak has, I think that's an extra person that is going to support the best plan for this country. But no, it's very well done, and it will be it is down to the government and down to MPs like me to listen to ensure that we act upon the reason why I think Jonathan, your maths was probably better than mine. I think about 20,000 people didn't vote as compared to the 2019 general election, and we have to understand what it is about the people who did vote, but more, just as importantly, the people who didn't vote and what the concerns are for them. And I touched on this a little bit earlier on, talking to Conservative MPs and activists on the ground. The main issue that they were coming across was the issue of immigration.
For those who did vote, it seems that they voted from Conservative to Labour. They actually switched. And that is a serious issue now, isn't it, for Rishi Sunak as we head towards a general election?
Well, again, Jonathan, I'm not in a position to, different politicians who were there, will base their comments on their own experience. I can say that the reports that have been come back to me about people who've been there every single day is that there has been no hard evidence given to Conservative activists that there are direct switches from Conservative to Labour. If you look at the number of votes at the 2019 general election, they're about the same. They got 17,737 in 2019, 13,844. The Lib Dem vote has gone down substantially. So this could quite easily be a situation where everyone who voted for Labour in 2019 is voting for them again.
What does this say about how the Prime Minister is running the country?
As I say, I believe that the Prime Minister is the right person with the right plan to take this country forward, to give areas like Wellingborough the prosperity, the good, well-paid jobs that people deserve. We've seen a Prime Minister who's given billions of pounds in support to some of the most vulnerable people in our communities. And I've already touched on, Jonathan, the economic record of this government since 2010 in terms of creating record numbers of jobs. And I believe that as we go forward, and if we are lucky enough to be given the opportunity to serve again after the next general election, we'll see that prosperity coming back to areas like Wellingborough.
What do you want to hear from Rishi Sunak tomorrow, though, given that it looks as if we're heading for a big Labour majority if these sort of results are replicated?
Well, as I say, each individual by-election is a product of local circumstance as well as national circumstance. I think, to be very fair, Tamara has commented on the local circumstances which led to this by-election being called. In a few weeks' time, Jonathan, we may well be speaking to each other after the Rochdale by-election. And that is, again, very unique circumstances in very different parts of the country. So I think the local circumstances played a part here. I think if you look at the how can I put it, the centre-right votes in here, the centre-right vote in this by-election would appear to be equal to the Labour victory here. And I think people who perhaps have taken the opportunity, because I was told this again by campaigners on the ground who said that we're going to vote reform this time, but we're voting for you at the next election. It's a warning shot to the government, and the government will have to listen and respond to that in the appropriate way. And I think with the Rwanda policy and the other policies put in place that we're putting in place to tackle illegal immigration, that will be a manifesto that people in Wellingborough will be able to respond to and support.
OK, all right. Well, we've got Peter Carr, Labour MP, here in the studio. Let's put some of that to him, get his reaction. First of all, congratulations on that huge win in Wellingborough. You must be delighted.
Completely over the moon. Jen was a fantastic candidate. She will be a great MP. She showed in the interview with John Craig, who's, I believe, doing his 41st by-election coverage,
correct.
which is quite amazing in his own right. You saw in her interview and her speech all of the humility and the warmth that was lacking in Peter Bone. And I think that's a really important thing. And I think the people in Wellingborough who voted for her, I think, will take heart from that. But there is a core fact and reality that underlies this victory and the victory that we saw earlier on this evening as well. And that is that a 28% swing is only feasible. It is only possible if people switch directly from the Conservatives to Labour. There'll be other churn as well, but significant numbers are switching. And then underneath that is the fact that that only happens in politics when you have a leader and a shadow chancellor who are getting it right on the economy, getting it right on national security, getting it right on law and order. That is the foundations that Keir Starmer has laid, and that is what is leading and enabling this to be possible. Don't forget, in both of these by-elections, we could be 2 months away from a general election because all of the foundations, all of the structural things that need to happen to have a spring election are being done by the government. So the Labour Party, we are in full steam. All of the target seats, and these are not 2 target seats, all of the target seats are being fully staffed. We've got really active campaigns. We didn't draw away from the national campaign in order to work these two by-elections.
So when James Daly says that by-elections are fought on local issues, you're saying that actually that's not the case?
Well, if you look at Kingswood, this was a snap election there. We only had a couple of weeks to pull together this by-election. That means we didn't have the chance to speak with every single resident. In fact, we had a much smaller sample rate, in fact, contact rate, than we did in Wellingborough, where we had longer run-in period. This came out of the blue. So in that case, the national picture is much, much more important. Keir Starmer's leadership, the Change Labour Party, and the key priorities of tackling the problems with the public services, getting the fundamentals right for an economic plan to fix the economy, and tackling the cost of living. These national priorities have cut through. We have reassured people that we are a fit party to vote for, to support, and actually we're getting the fundamentals right. We're back in service for the public, and that's what we've seen in these two by-elections in very, very different ways.
OK, I'm going to pause you there simply because we want to go back to John Craig in Wellingborough. We know that Reform UK have had a part to play in both these by-elections. There's been talk that perhaps they have helped split the Conservative vote to Labour's favour. And, John, I believe you've got Ben Habib from Reform UK with you.
I have indeed, yes. He's the deputy leader of the party and he's been the candidate here in Wellingborough. He came third with 3,919 votes. And I'll ask him what percentage that is. What percentage is that?
Well, 13% on the nail, pretty much.
And that was, I think your leader, Richard Tice, was predicting that earlier on this evening. Is that the best Reform UK's done in any election campaign?
It has. I mean, it's remarkable. You know, the party was founded in 2020, so we're an insurgent party. We polled in the Tamworth by-election just over 5%. Mid-Bedfordshire, we were less than that. Today, we've done 10% in Kingswood and 13% here. The 13% exceeds our national polling average. So if you extrapolate our progress, it's remarkable. And if you do the same for the Conservative Party, as it happens, it's in the opposite direction. Their graph is going down, deservedly so, and our graph is going up.
Obvious question, why do you think you've done so well?
Well, people are absolutely fed up with the manner in which this country is being governed. We are in recession now. We've got record debt, record taxation, and for all that borrowing, taxing and spending, the economy is shrinking. And when you do it, when you measure GDP as per capita, it's actually reducing remarkably quickly because we've got rampant immigration. We're undercutting our domestic workforce with cheap imported labour. We're overtaxing our businesses, overtaxing the working and middle classes, regulating our businesses and our people to hell through net zero, which is increasing the burden of costs on them, you know, immeasurably. We need a complete 180-degree handbrake turn in the manner in which this country is being governed, and I think the people are waking up to that.
The Conservatives will say, and they have said, that voting for Reform UK is letting in Sir Keir Starmer and making a Labour election, general election victory more likely. What do you say to that?
The only reason Labour win, if Labour win, is because the Tory party are utterly useless. No one can blame us for Tory failure. We didn't create the recession that was announced this morning. We didn't do all the borrowing and spending that Rishi Sunak's done. The Conservative Party is the problem, and they need to go. Reform UK is a genuine, democratic alternative to the Labour and Conservative Party. We're not going to do any deals with any party. We're not here as a weather vane for the Conservative Party. We're an independent party, and we're going to stand candidates in every constituency in Great Britain, and we are going to give the people a genuine choice.
Jacob Rees-Mogg has been talking this evening about the Conservative family, suggesting that you and the Tories basically want the same things and that perhaps you really ought to come together. What do you say about that argument about the Conservative family, include both you and the Conservatives?
Well, the Conservative parliamentary party isn't a family. It's a divided church. You've got the One Nation lot who frankly should up sticks and join the Liberal Democrats. And then you've got the other five families, or whatever they're called, you know, the ERG and a number of other, three-letter acronyms to describe them. And they're broken. They haven't got a unified ideology. That's the problem with the country being, the manner in which the country's being governed. They don't have joined-up thinking on what they wish to do. I love Jacob. I love Suella, love Pretty, but they're in the wrong party. If they're genuine Conservatives, frankly, they're in the wrong party because the Conservative Party ain't Conservative.
Are you inviting Jacob Rees-Mogg, Suella Braverman and Priti Patel to defect to the Reform UK?
I'm not inviting any Conservative parliamentary members to join Reform UK. I'm not looking at the Conservative Party. We are looking at our own progress. We are going to give this country a genuine, small C Conservative, proud to be British, low taxation, deregulated option at the polling booth when it comes to the general election.
And what's your plan at the next general election? Are you going to stand here or somewhere else?
I'm going to stand in Wellingborough.
Right, OK. And so you reckon you can build on the nearly 4,000?
Well, it was interesting. Jen Kitchen remarked that she'd been campaigning here for 3 months. We've been doing it for just over 4 weeks. And we've gone from 0 to 4,000 votes, just under 4,000 votes in that period. I'm going to be campaigning between now and the general election. I'm going to be building my base. There's a lot of recognition on the streets of Reform and of myself now over the last few weeks. We've built up over the last few weeks, and I'm going to develop that. I'm looking forward to the general election.
She also said she postponed her honeymoon. You didn't have to do anything like that. Anyway...
No, I'm too old for that.
Ben Habib, thank you very much for talking to us live on Sky News. There you have some pretty tough talking from Ben Habib there, and pretty harsh criticism of the Conservatives, as you've heard. Back to you, Jonathan.
OK, John, thank you very much. John Craig there, live in Kettering with all the fallout from that remarkable vote in Wellingborough. Lots more still to come. We're going to be getting the thoughts of our election analyst, Michael Thrasher, as Labour wins both by-elections tonight in Wellingborough and Kingswood, causing trouble for the Prime Minister in an election year. Hello, welcome back to Vote 2024, our double by-election special, and bad news for Rishi Sunak this morning. Labour have overturned both seats with a majority in Kingswood of overturned a majority of 11,220 in Kingswood, 18,540 in Wellingborough, in what has been a remarkable night for Labour. And we're going to bring in our election analyst, Professor Michael Thrasher, now, who's been monitoring events through the early hours. Michael, a Conservative vote share has collapsed, but not only that, we're hearing that it's the second biggest swing ever for Labour from Conservative.
Wellingborough virtually rewrites the history books in so many different ways. As you point out there, the swing was just below Dudley West, but the fall in the Conservative vote share is the largest since 1945, exceeding the Christchurch by-election disaster, where the Conservatives lost a seat that no one thought that they could lose. And Wellingborough fall into that category, and it's one of the largest majorities, percentage majorities, again, overturned since the war. So in many different aspects, this is a very, very bad result for the Conservatives. And you have to say, a real achievement for Labour to produce a swing of that size. However, the result is almost repeats what happened in Kingswood, whereby the decline in the Conservative vote share is not matched by the rise in Labour, but rather it's the performance of the Reform Party in both Kingswood, where they got 10%, and in Wellingborough, where they got 13%, that really, highlights the problem for the Conservatives, that Reform suggests that they could inflict real damage on the Conservatives at the next general election. Incidentally, many people have been questioning the opinion polls that suggest that that Reform looks to have a national vote share of around 10 percentage points. But both of these by-elections, I think, points to those polls being more or less on the button in terms of their accuracy. And Labour and Conservatives are both saying that Reform underachieved in Wellingborough, using the 20% that UKIP got in 2015 as evidence of that. But given their inexperience of polling in both Kingswood and Wellingborough, they're pretty good performances by the Reform Party. And it really does highlight the threat that the party presents to the Conservatives, as we are only months away now from the next general election.
Yeah, and of course, as people wake up in the next hour or two, their question will be, what do these results mean? Given that we are in a general election year, what can we learn from them?
Well, you have to say, don't you, that when a party such as the Conservatives are suffering such heavy losses, and now this is the worst parliament for the Conservatives in terms of the number of by-election defeats in a single parliament. So they've set yet another record. You'd have to say, wouldn't you, that with so little time left, that general election clock is ticking away, that they're running out of time to turn this around. The lag behind Labour in the opinion polls is being repeated in terms of very poor performances in parliamentary by-elections, and I don't see how they can fully recover the position. Obviously, the idea that we can simply read across from by-election performances into a general election isn't correct. But that said, even if we scale down the scale of these defeats for the Conservatives, even when we reduce the anticipated level, they really are on course to lose their overall majority. They really are on course to be overtaken by Labour as the largest party. And they very well, all of these results may very well point, unlikely though it is, given the size of the swing that Starmer needs to win the next general, Labour could be in a position now to do just that.
OK, Michael, thank you very much. Michael Thrasher there, our election analyst. Good to get your thoughts. Let's speak to Tamara once again. And Tamara, something that has struck me is that these two constituencies are very different, aren't they, in terms of demographic, in terms of location in the country, in terms of local issues. And not only that, but all the constituencies that the Tories have lost in recent months, in the last couple of years, they're all very different, aren't they?
They
and
are.
Yet they've all gone.
That's very interesting. So you've got Wellingborough, which is a former ironworks, a lot of still working class voters, a lot of Brexit voters. That has turned Labour. You've got Kingswood, which is very suburban. A lot of it would consider itself part of Bristol, and that's a very different seat. It has a lot of home ownership. It's also an area which you wouldn't think would lean that heavily to reform. That has gone Labour, and then that's also very different from, Selby in North Yorkshire, from Tamworth in Staffordshire, where I was reporting from in October, and from Mid-Bedfordshire, where Nadine Dorries stood down. So all these areas are very different, and they all represent different kind of constituencies, with the exception of Mid-Bedfordshire, that Labour kind of lost over the last 10 to 15 years, and they're now in the process of clawing back. Now, what's interesting about tonight is we've seen some real records made, and I want to show you a couple of them. In terms of the swing, Conservative to Labour, this is a record since 2019. We've got us there, Wellingborough, 28.5%. It is the second highest since the Second World War, the highest achieved in 1994. And look at all of the others in this chart. Many of them happened last year, those big swings. But I just want to show you one other thing. Just 3 years ago, look what a different picture we had. Boris Johnson's government won a by-election off Labour in Hartlepool, achieving the biggest swing towards a governing party since 1945. And now we've just achieved the biggest swing away from it. So that's what a tumultuous few years it has been since the Tories were actually picking up by-election support, and Labour were absolutely, in the doldrums. So things have really turned around. But I think Labour will be looking at these two results and saying the momentum is with us. And, of course, a 28% swing across the country would mean you only had 4 Conservative MPs. We are not going to see this replicated in a general election in this way, but it certainly shows that in a lot of seats where Labour did not expect to win, they were not target seats, they are now able to convince people that Keir Starmer has a better plan, it would seem, than the Conservatives. Questions about how many people are directly switching, and it is hard to tell on these by-election turnouts. It's not a direct comparison.
Labour are convinced, aren't they? A lot of
Labour
people
say there are switchers. We've heard from Peter Carley, he's met them himself. I've talked to other Labour people who say that they've met people switching. The Tories say a lot of their voters have stayed at home because they know that this doesn't really matter. What matters is the general election. Or they have thought, I want to send you a message, so I'll vote for reform and I won't vote for them again in a few months' time. I'm sure that all these dynamics are at play, but certainly can't really take away from Labour that these are two stonking victories, and they show that the momentum that built up last year has not stalled. If anything, it has accelerated. OK, we're going to get the thoughts of our panel on all of those issues very shortly. Right now, though, we're going to take a quick break. Don't go away.
Story of resilience, but it's also a story of me developing as a person. And it wasn't the end of the world when I stepped away from rowing previously, and I went on to be a bit more connected at home and get a full-time job. And I think in a strange way I developed a bit more resilience. And this time when I came back from the opportunity, I was ready for it and I knew what to expect. So it really helped me, get back in the groove quickly.
You talk very openly about the loss of your legs and having to walk again, learning to walk again with prosthetic legs, and that difficult period and leaving the military. When you look back, how do you think you got through that?
Yeah, I think for me, I lost that social connection. I didn't realise this at the time, but that's what was missing. It was I missed that social identity, and I think once I started getting back in the gym and, you know, engaging with sports and things like the Invictus Games, you know, it really just helped me, you know, boost that self-esteem, you know, become more comfortable within my own skin, learn more about my disability, you know, push the boundaries of what I was capable of. And it all sort of culminated in me just being much happier and, you know, up for the challenge again. You know, I kind of found that old Greg, the commando Greg, you know, that I lost for a little while. So, yeah, as soon as I stumbled into rowing, I was like, wow, this is difficult, but it suited me down to the ground.
And what are the lessons for other people going through things as you've gone through things? What are the lessons you think your experiences and where you've got to now and where you're going to next can inform other people?
I think it's about not giving up. You know, right back from my, you know, the early days of the commando course, you know, I developed the skill of not always being the best at everything. You know, I had to drop the ego and, you know, do what I was told and learn the techniques. And, you know, I was a very competent runner, but I wasn't particularly strong in my upper body. So, you know, I had to learn quickly. I had to reframe the way I looked at tasks. And I would say that's really, you know, helped me move forward with my acquired disability. It's helped me in sport. It's about not being scared to make mistakes and, you know, taking one step at a time and really, you know, letting that full journey, you know, take place. Don't try and, you know, jump to the fifth step before you've completed the first one. I've been guilty of that a few times, you know, so trust me from experience.
Hello again, welcome back. You're watching Sky News. It's our double by-election special. Let's get the thoughts of our panellists now. Labour MP Peter Kyle, the Guardian columnist Zoe Williams, and also the former Conservative advisor James Starkey, all been waiting in the studio very patiently. Good to see that you're all still smiling, wide awake as well. Excellent stuff. So Damien Egan, Jen Kitchen, two more Labour MPs.
Absolutely, and they are great candidates. They were great candidates. They will be great MPs. But we have to just keep expressing this thing, that we could only have had these victories tonight if people had switched directly from the Tories to Labour. That is only possible if the Labour Party, with its leadership, with Keir Starmer, is getting the basics right. That means getting it right on the economy, led by Rachel Reeves, and being trusted on it, on law and order, on national security, the tough issues. Only when you get those things right can you have the opportunity to have the kind of victories we are.
And you're saying in Wellingborough, particularly because of the size of the swing, then that's definitely what has happened.
There is no question that people have switched directly from the Tories to Labour in this election. It is not credible to say that that hasn't been happening. It's not the only story of the election, but for people to say that it's not happening is simply not credible. And that is only possible, because imagine what a big leap that is for moving from Labour to Tories or Tories to the Labour. We saw it from the Labour Party to Tory in 2019. We're seeing it back again. Now, Tamara put a great chart up on the screen just a little while ago, and we saw just how bad we performed in Hartlepool 3 years ago. Now, Keir Starmer stood up after that by-election defeat, and he said, we will learn the lessons, and look what's happened to the Labour Party since. Now, last year, we had several defeats by Labour to the Tories, and every single time, including some of the biggest numerical defeats in history, and we saw Rishi Sunak stand up and say he'll learn the lesson. Where is it? What's he done? Because he hasn't learned anything. He's gone into the next set of by-elections with exactly the same prospectus as he had last time, but the only difference is he made 5 promises to the electorate. He hasn't met any of them, except the inflation one, which he said, which was the one he had least control over. And then this is what's happened as a result. He can't change his party. He hasn't shown the stomach or the leadership to change his party. Keir Starmer has. And this is what happens when you go to the electorate with a change party that's facing the electorate, answering their questions.
So do you agree with that?
It's a little bit more complicated than that. I mean, Rishi Sunak does have a problem. The pledges he made, as Peter said, some of them he didn't have very much control over. Others weren't. It wasn't feasible that he would be able to meet them. So I don't think it's quite as straightforward as he has to look at his party, change his party in order to appeal to the voters. The fact is he doesn't have the authority within the party to change the party, and he also doesn't have, I don't think, the political answers to the country's problems anyway. The interesting thing is about the Conservatives' rationalisation, especially with Wellingborough. I mean, you'll know more than I do on this, but they've got all these kind of post hoc rationalisations about why they lost. One of them, as you say, is kind of there are no switchers. They're very, very keen to say there are no switchers, and that might salve them. That might kind of be an emollient for their anxious souls, but nobody else is really listening to that. That doesn't really come close to an analysis. They keep saying it's because of the awful circumstances of Peter Bone's departure. But actually, those complaints were made against Bone in 2012, and the Conservative Party itself ignored them. So they obviously didn't think they were that awful, or the circumstances were that awful when it happened. They only came to light when it was referred to an independent body. Then they say the candidate was really, really bad. Helen Harrison doesn't seem to have benefited from their support, but she doesn't seem to have done very much herself. And that doesn't explain the size of this shift. Basically, it's just going to be an embarrassing few days, I think, watching the rationalisations of the Conservatives, which do kind of disintegrate into nothing.
Yeah, well, let's get your thoughts, James, on that then. I mean, with Conservatives are going to be head in hands this morning, aren't they? Wondering what on earth they can do in time to turn things round.
Yeah, hopefully Zoe hasn't teed me up to embarrass myself. But, look, it is true that they certainly did leave Wellingborough to itself, but it's a huge swing. And I think whatever people say in public, and they will rationalise it in public, in private, that size of swing in that kind of seat will worry people. It's certainly a lot easier for Peter to smile at 4:50 in the morning than it maybe is for me at the moment. But I think, I personally look at it and think the basics are as they have been now since the Truss government, which is there's a whole load of the electorate that were very unhappy, don't want to engage in politics too much till the election comes round. Those 5 pledges made, they may or may not be fulfilled by Rishi, but they were basically the ones he had to. They are broadly the public's priorities, specifically the electorate that he needs to win over to win the next election, that, to grow the economy, to stop the boats. He's going to need to do those things. He either will do them or he won't. If he doesn't, he'll very much struggle to win the election. If he does, he's got a chance. It's still not nailed on. And I think, and it's interesting now, we're, again, as a lot of stuff we've seen through the night, we're moving towards the election. The simple fact is, where the Conservatives were after Truss, they were never going to win any new votes from 19. That is simply not going to happen. They need to keep as much as they can of the 19 vote, which is frankly not what Reform are talking about, deregulation and these kinds. It's not what it was fought on. And Labour need to win new votes if they're going to form the next government. So, and it's interesting tonight to hear Peter, and I think we're going to hear this a lot over the next few weeks, the battle over the switchers. The Tories will be desperate to say it's not happening because they want to be seen to lose votes, not least to keep their own MPs in check. And Labour need to make the case because they need those switchers, because otherwise they won't form the next government. And
Zoe, a quick thought about Reform UK, because they're saying they've had a good night as well.
Well, it's fascinating. On the one hand, they haven't had a good night. They're nowhere near as high as UKIP ever got. Then, they would be posing a much more serious threat if they were realising the vote share of even precursor parties to their own. On the other hand, they're posing a numerical problem for the Conservatives.
They've shown it tonight.
Yeah, of course. They are lifting votes off them, and they're posing a problem for them. But the thing which really strikes me is how vicious and bitter the tone is. It's very, very strange. I didn't hear Tice or Habib mention Labour once. It was like they're kind of, there's nobody else in the election for them. It's just them against the Tories, and they're calling them names like toxic, which is quite weird. It feels like there's something in the air around that party, that they've made a decision about what that internecine wrangle is going to be, and it's going to be magnificently ugly, I think.
OK, all right. Well, we will leave it there as we approach 5 o'clock. Thank you all very much. We'll speak to you again a little later. So it has been a momentous few hours. Labour winning 2 parliamentary by-elections in Wellingborough and Kingswood, causing huge trouble for the Prime Minister. It's 5 o'clock. This is the Vote 2024 double by-election special programme. I'm Jonathan Samuels, live from the Sky News Election Centre. Double trouble for the Prime Minister as the Conservatives lose both Commons seats up for grabs this morning. First, Labour took the Kingswood constituency on the outskirts of Bristol. Then another win, this time in Wellingborough in Northamptonshire. For Sir Keir Starmer, a resounding double victory after a week of bruising headlines over U-turns and anti-Semitism inside Labour. Hello there, a very good morning. Thanks for joining us. It has been a dismal night for the Conservatives, who've suffered a heavy defeat in two parliamentary by-elections to Labour. First, Labour overturned a sizable Tory majority in Kingswood, and then another Labour win, reversing an even bigger Conservative majority in the constituency of Wellingborough in Northamptonshire. It means the Conservatives have racked up their largest number of by-election losses in a single parliament since the Second World War. All this, of course, in a general election year. Well, here's what Labour's winning candidate in Kingswood, Damien Egan, had to say.
In Kingswood, as across the country, 14 years of Conservative government have sucked the hope out of our country. There's a feeling that no matter how hard you work, you just can't move forward. And that with Rishi's recession, we're left, again, paying more and getting less. It doesn't have to be this way. You know it, I know it, we all know it. And when the Prime Minister finally finds the courage to give the people a say, we're going to need each and every one of you, again, to come out and vote and make sure your voices are heard.
So that was the winning candidate in Kingswood, and here's Jen Kitchen, Labour's winning candidate in Wellingborough. This is how she reacted to her win.
I am honoured that local people have placed their trust in me and the Labour Party under Keir Starmer. But I also know from the thousands of conversations I have had during this campaign how desperately people want change and a fresh start for our country. The people of Wellingborough have spoken for Britain. This is a stunning victory for the Labour Party and must send a message from Northamptonshire to Downing Street.
Well, Sir Keir Starmer has released a statement this morning following those victories. He says by winning in these Tory strongholds, we can confidently say that Labour is back in the service of working people and we will work tirelessly to deliver for them. The Tories have failed. Rishi's recession proves that. That's why we've seen so many Conservative voters switching directly to this changed Labour Party. Those who gave us their trust in Kingswood and Wellingborough, and those considering doing so, can be safe in the knowledge that we will spend every day working to get Britain's future back. Well, the Conservative MP James Daly disputed that there's any evidence of Conservative votes flipping to Labour despite the turnover of huge Tory majorities.
I can say that the reports that have been come back to me about people who've been there every single day is that there has been no hard evidence given to Conservative activists that there are direct switches from Conservative to Labour. If you look at the number of votes at the 2019 general election, they're about the same. They got 17,737 in 2019, 13,844. The Lib Dem vote has gone down substantially. So this could quite easily be a situation where everyone who voted for Labour in 2019 is voting for them again.
OK, well, let's get the thoughts of our political correspondent, Tamara Cohen. Tamara, what a few hours. It has been quite incredible. And there was a lot of expectation management, wasn't there, before the polls closed, with Labour saying, look, these are huge majorities. Wellingborough's not even on our target list, or way, way down. And the Conservatives saying that they weren't hopeful that they would be able to keep hold of them. But the results have been astounding for Labour.
They have. And yet again, we saw saw, which happened in the local elections last year, that the Conservatives' expectation management was not as bad as the actual result. I mean, I was being briefed by senior Conservatives that they expected to lose both by-elections. Oh, we're definitely going to lose. But they hoped that they would keep about half of the share of the vote that they had in 2019. These margins do really matter. And in fact, it was a lot worse than that. In Kingswood, there was a swing to Labour of 16%, pretty strong result in a seat which is sort of close to about 150 on their target list and where they had no real campaign game at all. And in Wellingborough, which is a seat that Labour have not held for 23 years, not won for 23 years, and you had a massive Conservative majority, they achieved their biggest swing in about 25 years. I'll just show you some of the scale of it. So if we look at some of these Conservative to Labour by-election swings, this is since 2019. Look how many by-elections we've had since 2019. In 2021, May 21, so less than 3 years ago, the Conservatives were winning by-elections off Labour. Boris Johnson, in his pomp, picked up Hartlepool and achieved actually the biggest gain in vote share for a governing party. Now, politics has been turned on its head. We've seen a string of Labour gains over the last few months in different parts of the country with different dynamics, and culminating in Wellingborough, where they have achieved a swing of 28.5%, their second highest since the Second World War. And if we look at the full list since 1945, only Dudley West in 1994, just after Tony Blair became leader of the Labour Party, has been a bigger one. So really making history tonight. And just to quickly show you the results in Wellingborough, look at that gap you had in 2019, that big blue line miles away from the red line, and now they have crossed over with the Conservative share of the vote completely collapsing. And similar picture in Kingswood, that blue line, which had been growing since 2010, now overtaken by Labour. So, look, this is a grim picture for the Tories. They didn't expect this to be this bad. And I think the question will be now, what does Rishi Sunak do about it? He has consistently said, my plan is to work on the economy, inflation, help people feel better off, and to get migration under control by getting the Rwanda policy off the ground. I expect we'll hear him say, I'm going to carry on doing that. But clearly, in areas where Labour is campaigning on the cost of living, on the state of local services like the NHS, on issues like potholes and high streets, people are willing to vote for a change. Now, this is a by-election. It doesn't translate directly into a general election. It's very unlikely we'll see swings on this scale in a general election. But if Labour can do it and show the momentum is with them, then it looks like they're in a very strong position to win a majority.
You make a really interesting point there, because these two by-elections are very specific. Peterbone leaving because of misconduct allegations. In Kingswood, it was an MP who felt angry about the environmental policies of Rishi Sunak. So people waking up this morning or in the next hour, reading the newspaper, turning on Sky, are going to be saying, well, how does this translate to the general election?
Yeah,
general election is coming. How do the numbers here translate?
So why is it significant? Well, we are now in the election year, so as we're getting closer to the choice, and we're seeing Labour's momentum increase, so that is significant. Now, the Tories will say, with some justification, these two contests are a bit unusual because you had Peterbone in Wellingborough accused of bullying and committing sexual misconduct against an employee. Not a great look. There was a big circus around him being recalled, and now it's his girlfriend running as the candidate there, although she is a councillor and seasoned politician in her own right. But all of that was a bit of a drama that the Tory party didn't want to be associated with, so they didn't do much campaigning there. In Kingswood, you had an MP suddenly resign out of nowhere, really angered his colleagues who did not want to spend money and time
Conservatives would be furious
campaigning.
about that, won't they?
They are fuming. They didn't want to spend money and time campaigning in Kingswood when he was going to stand down anyway, because the whole seat, unlike Wellingborough, is being cut up into 3 pieces and put into other constituencies. It won't even exist. And the MP, who we've just seen, Damien Egan, he's going to be an MP for a matter of months before he moves to another seat, which he's already been selected for. So this was Labour was saying that on the doorsteps they were hearing from voters, this is a bit of a pointless exercise, why are you asking us to do it? Now, that said, these two seats are a bit unusual, and the Tories will say that is the reason their vote was depressed. Labour insist that there were switchers. There were people who voted Conservative in 2019 who told their campaigners, we are voting for you now. And that is a very significant shift, if that is right. The Conservatives dispute the scale of it, but once people have moved to Labour, they're not staying at home or voting for reform to send a message. Once they've switched to Labour, that is a very bad sign.
Yeah.
Now, I just wanted to say a quick word about reform, because they have had their best results ever. This is the party now run by Richard Tice, came out of UKIP and the Brexit Party, and they have achieved 10.4% in Kingswood. They actually achieved even higher, 13% in Wellingborough. Now, of course, UKIP, when run by Nigel Farage, used to win by-elections by huge margins, but they are clearly picking up support, and I think the Conservatives will be very concerned that that will eat into their majority too.
Yeah, OK, we'll pick up on all of these things a bit later in the hour. Tomorrow, thank you very much. That was a fantastic summary of what has been a very busy night. Let's go to our chief political correspondent, John Craig. He's in Kettering, where the counting for the Wellingborough by-election is over and took place. It's John's 41st by-election, I think I'm right in saying. John, Labour must be delighted where you are.
Well, yes, of course, because it's a very good result, as Tamara was explaining, a massive swing to Labour, and their candidate obviously said that in her acceptance speech, she said Peter Wellingborough has spoken for the nation, and trotted out the usual lines we get about Labour being the country wanting change and so on. She also revealed, actually, she postponed her honeymoon to campaign in this by-election. But it was a great result for Labour, obviously, because Peter Bone had a majority of 18,500. But it was also a very good result for Reform UK. Their candidate, Ben Habib, I mean, Jen Kitchen got nearly 14,000. Ben Habib got nearly 4,000. And as he was explaining to me, that's 13% of the vote. Far and away the best result that Reform UK, a relatively new party, has had in any election contest. Now, shortly before the result, I spoke to Richard Tice, the Reform UK leader, and this is what he said shortly before the result about why he felt his party was doing so well.
We will be in double figures, and as I say, it'll be our best result by a country mile. And given how recently we arrived and started here, we're absolutely delighted. We've had a really good reception. Ben Habib has been a fantastic candidate. He's done amazing work. And yeah, we've made great progress. The Tories are toxic. They're on the way down. And I think this is just the beginning. Let's wait and see what the exact results are. But and then we've got, obviously, other by-elections coming down the pipe. General, we think, will probably be back in the autumn, and we'll be ready for it.
Well, that other by-election, of course, the next one is Rochdale in 2 weeks' time. Of course, Labour's had a torrid week with all the huge row about anti-Semitism, a candidate being suspended, disowned, another one being suspended pending an investigation, and, of course, criticism over its ditching of its £28 billion green investment plans. Now, Reform UK has got the former Labour MP for Rochdale standing there, Simon Danchuk, George Galloway's standing, the disowned Labour candidate, that's Ashar Ali. And so we've got a real bun fight to look forward to in 2 weeks' time. But based on this result here, and indeed the one in Kingswood, it's a terrible night for the Tories. Tory MPs will be tearing their hair out, panicking, and there'll be more criticism of Rishi Sunak over the next few days. There'll be pressure, in particular, from the right of the Conservative Party on Mr Sunak, especially given how well Reform UK have done. Jacob Rees-Mogg's been talking tonight about the family of Conservatives. Well, the family of Conservatives are having a right old squabble tonight, and it's the Tories who've lost out very badly, and Labour and Reform UK have got plenty to celebrate tonight.
They have. John, thank you very much. John Craig there in Kettering for us, where the Wellingborough count took place. And we can now go to our political correspondent, Serena Barker-Singh. She's in Thornbury, where Labour's first win of the night in the Kingswood by-election took place. Good to see you again, Serena. Damien Egan winning Kingswood with 44.9% of the vote. What's he put his success down to?
Well, interestingly, we haven't seen the historic milestones that Wellingborough has seemed to have, but the Labour's win is sizable, and we should say that. So Damon Egan's win, he only needed about 11% swing. They actually got closer to 16%. And interestingly, one thing we pondered about this week was whether those national issues, those Labour troubles that they were having in Rochdale that John was speaking about, whether that had any impact on the vote, but also the Tories' trouble, their acknowledgement that the UK is in a recession. Now, interestingly, the candidate who now will become the MP, Damon Egan, did mention both of those in his speech, and he sort of privately admitted that he did worry about whether the Rochdale had any implications. But it seems like the Labour campaign in Kingswood was a very local one, but also talks about cost of living, NHS, dentist appointments, and those seem to be the biggest factors. Also, by-elections also have a huge amount of postal votes, so there are about 9,000 in this case. Another interesting part is that Reform seems to have done quite well in Wellingborough too, but here they got about 10%. Now, Jacob Rees-Mogg, who was at the count here for his own TV programme, seemed to suggest that these voters are within the Tory family. I think Wellingborough proves that slightly wrong. And the other thing that I should lastly mention is the Liberal Democrats, who usually you see having an appearance or some mention at all. They didn't do terribly well at all. They actually lost their deposit. Perhaps an indication that their voters are willing to vote Labour when it's a two-horse race.
OK, fascinating stuff. Serena, thank you very much. Well, let's go back to Tamara, because before the results overnight, many people were wondering if Labour's woes of the last few days, the anti-Semitism row, the problems in Rochdale with the candidate, and also the Conservatives' issues as well, especially today with the economy and the recession, whether they would play a part in how people chose to vote at the ballot box. What do you think about that?
So both parties will say that topical issues over the last few days did not really play a part, but they did play a part in a way, because the economy has been one of the key issues in all of these by-election campaigns. And the ones I've been on, Labour have campaigned very heavily on, are you feeling better off than you were 14 years ago? And people's answer tends to be no. And they have tried to campaign on this idea that they would try to improve the economic picture, improve economic growth, and invest in specific things. So how people are feeling in terms of their finances has been an issue in the campaign. Yes, today you had the headline about a recession, which won't have helped the Tories, but I think the whole build-up of that picture certainly played a big part in this. For Labour, you've also had a couple of own goals. They had their big policy they announced 3 years ago. They would spend £28 billion on green projects, and after lots of public toing and froing about it, they finally announced that it was going to be scaled back quite dramatically. The concern with that was that voters would think, Keir Starmer's flip-flopping, he doesn't have a plan. That's what the Conservatives would say. Labour say that they have brazened it out on the doorsteps and said, look, we can't afford it, the economic picture is too difficult, and at least we're being upfront with you now before polling day. It's come up a bit, but they say it's not been key. The Conservatives, yes, Rishi Sunak has had a few difficulties over the last couple of weeks, but I think even Labour people would say that it's the difficulties of the Conservatives over the last 10 years or so, and in particular, the issues with the NHS, getting doctors' appointments, the length of the waiting list. It's those sort of issues, along with local issues, potholes, the state of local high streets. It's those sort of issues that people are voting on. And so they have and they haven't. The Rochdale issue has emerged just in the last few days, and a lot of people in these by-elections will have voted by post before it happened. But yes, it does raise questions about Keir Starmer's judgment, and I think those will play out in a bigger way towards the end of this month. But in these by-elections, I think we're looking at people looking at the last 15 years and feeling as if it's time for a change, and that is really dangerous for the Conservatives, who, as we were talking about before, they said they were on course to lose. That's what they were briefing, but they didn't expect to lose in this big a way and have their vote collapse in this way, particularly in Wellingborough. And I think what's going to be really interesting is, how does the Prime Minister deal with it? How does he say that he needs to change course or stick with the current plan? Do more Tory MPs than we've seen so far start to be more vocal, saying, not necessarily we need a change of leader? I think most of them realise that that would be pretty suicidal politically, but do we need a change of strategy? And it's those
There's not
sort
much
of...
time left, though, is
No,
there?
there's not much time left. And does all of this end up pushing the case for a slightly earlier election in the group of...
Is that what we're
group around
thinking?
Rishi
Is that
Sunak?
what you're thinking
Well,
now?
everyone is thinking
May?
that it will be November, because if you were Rishi Sunak and he makes the decision alone, you would want to wait. But does it get to the stage where people around him are saying, look, we should go earlier? So I
What
think
would be the benefit in that?
So I think there are certainly Conservatives who feel that there will be a benefit to going earlier in terms of trying to say, look, vote for us and things will improve. They believe that they will get the Rwanda plan off the ground. They could announce some tax cuts at the budget in March and say, vote for us to deliver them, and that will put Labour in a difficult position. There are definitely people around the Prime Minister who are saying, we've got our better chance in May. But it makes the decision alone and may well think he wants to just hang on for as long as possible. Does this all make that debate a bit more lively? That is, I think, the question for the next few weeks as we see how Conservatives digest these results. Do they accept, like James Daly, the MP we spoke to, seems to have, that, you know, this was a couple of really tough contests with tough circumstances and, you know, we power on and, you know, realise that by-elections are not the general election? Possibly, but I think a lot of Conservatives will be seeing these results and feeling pretty despondent about the place they're in and wondering if there's anything that they can do to turn it around.
Yeah, I think there'll be lots of soul-searching going on, won't there, over breakfast this morning. Tomorrow, for the moment, thank you very much for all of that. You're watching Sky News. Lots more still to come. Double trouble for the Prime Minister as the Conservatives lose parliamentary seats to Labour, 2 of them. We're going to get the thoughts of our election analyst, Professor Michael Thrasher.
I'm Greg Milam, and I'm Sky's chief North of England correspondent. I've reported from around the world and around the UK.
I'm Mark Stone, I'm Sky's US correspondent based here in Washington, D.C. And beyond the United States, from across the world, I report on the biggest stories.
I'm Stuart Ramsey, and I'm Sky's chief correspondent.
I'm David Blevins, and I'm Sky's senior Ireland correspondent. I remember some of the worst of the violence here.
I'm Alex Crawford, and I'm Sky's special correspondent based in Istanbul.
There's always more to the news than a headline. We want to discover, to delve a little deeper, to find out what's really going on. Explanation, analysis, the people at the heart of every story. I'm Neil Patterson, and this is the Sky News Daily Podcast. Alex Crawford joining us now from Ukraine.
Their personal possessions are all scattered around the place.
Our economics and data editor, Ed Conway, try and make sense of the big numbers for us.
Things can change incredibly quickly, and that's what they have done.
So, by the end, we'll hopefully all understand what's going on in the world just that little better. Available wherever you get your podcasts.
Hello again, welcome back. 23 minutes past 5. You're watching Vote 2024. It's Sky's by-election special, our double by-election special. And what a night it has been. We've seen the share of the Tory vote collapse. We've also seen a massive swing from the Conservatives to Labour. And we can discuss all that now with our election analyst, Professor Michael Thrasher. He's been looking at the numbers, following events throughout the night. Good to see you again, Michael. What are your initial thoughts?
One of the more memorable by-election nights that I've covered with Sky. I've been going as long as John Craig has in terms of analysing these results.
We're very grateful for it, Michael.
I was present at the Christchurch by-election, which recorded the heaviest defeat, and this is just the Wellingborough result has eclipsed that drop in the Conservative vote share. And the 28% swing there rivaled again when I was at Dudley West with over 29-point swing from Conservative to Labour. So it really is an epic morning of by-election results, and puts the Conservatives in a very bad place indeed. And Labour is rightly proud of its progress towards what may well become a general election winning performance, although what it has to do to win that general election exceeds what Tony Blair did in 1997 in terms of the scale of swing that Labour has to achieve to win even the smallest majority in the House of Commons. It's a terrific task, but they've certainly done themselves proud in terms of these two by-election victories.
Michael, we're hearing from Labour that they are in no doubt that people who voted Conservative in the past have switched, they've flipped to Labour. Is there evidence, strong evidence now of that happening?
You can't, because we have a secret ballot, unless you stop people as they come out of the polling station and ask them how they voted last time, how they've just voted this time, you cannot say with any certainty what has happened. Of course, some people that voted Conservative in both Kingswood and in Wellingborough supported they voted Labour this time, they voted Conservative last time. Of course, there will be some people that did that. And no doubt Labour encountered many of these kinds of people doorstep. That's no proof that they actually went out to vote, of course. But the extent to which, the extent of that is really clouded by the fact that in both Kingswood and Wellingborough, you had reform standing there. And it was reform that partly explains the decline in vote share in both those seats. So Labour's vote share did increase, and spectacularly so, in both constituencies, amongst the highest increases in Labour's vote share at by-elections since 1945. But it wasn't entirely a collapse in the vote equaled a rise in the Labour vote. It was the presence of the Reform Party, which seems to, if you like, muddy the waters in terms of the explanation as to what went on. But incidentally, the vote share for the reform of this level, and again, it more or less matches what they get in national polls, which they are rivaling the Liberal Democrats now as a national party in terms of the scale of that. Any support that reform gets is bound to hurt the Conservatives, and will be the difference between some Conservatives holding on to their seats or losing them. So they are a critical player at the next general election.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? Because in Kingswood, if you added up the Reform UK votes to the Conservative vote, it very narrowly, but it did just pit Labour to the post.
Yes, and you can be certain that sitting Conservative MPs are doing precisely those kinds of numbers to see how much damage that they can do there. It's not quite as successful as UKIP was in 2015 in terms of the vote share that UKIP in places like Wellingborough, for example, achieved in 2015. But they are going to be significant players, and whether and how the Conservative Party as a whole begins to have a conversation with reform, given the potential for reform to do this kind of damage, I'll be interested to see that. But having said all that, we have to remind ourselves that in 2 weeks' time, on February the 29th, incidentally, the first time a by-election has been held in this country on that date since 1944, there will be a critical test for Labour in Rochdale, and we know the backstory of that event and how Labour, if they should lose that seat, which seems likely as far as I can see, how Labour handles that and how its opponents exploit that. You know, there may well yet be another twist in the narrative of this general election year.
Well, I'm sure we'll be speaking to you again that night as well in a few weeks' time. But for now, Michael, thank you very much, Professor Michael Thrasher there. I just see that Jen Kitchen has tweeted in the last few minutes, posting on X, "I am delighted to be the newly elected Labour MP for Wellingborough." She says, "I'm honoured that local people have placed their trust in me and the Labour Party. But I also know from the thousands of conversations I have had during this campaign how people want a fresh start." That's Jen Kitchen posting on social media. You're watching Sky News. Still to come, a bruising night then for the Conservatives as Labour celebrates. We're going to get the thoughts of our expert panel. Do stay with us. Hello there, very good morning. If you're just joining us, it's been a dismal night for the Conservatives, who've suffered a heavy defeat in 2 parliamentary by-elections to Labour. First, Labour overturned a sizable Tory majority in Kingswood, and then another Labour win, reversing an even bigger Conservative majority, this time in the constituency of Wellingborough in Northamptonshire. It means the Conservatives have racked up their largest number of by-election losses in a single parliament since the Second World War. All this, of course, in what is a general election year. Well, here's what Labour's winning candidate in Kingswood, Damien Egan, had to say.
In Kingswood, as across the country, 14 years of Conservative government have sucked the hope out of our country. There's a feeling that no matter how hard you work, you just can't move forward. And that with Rishi's recession, we're left, again, paying more and getting less. It doesn't have to be this way. You know it, I know it, we all know it. And when the Prime Minister finally finds the courage to give the people a say, we're going to need each and every one of you, again, to come out and vote and make sure your voices are heard.
So that was the victory speech in Kingswood, and here's how Jen Kitchen, Labour's winning candidate in Wellingborough, reacted to her win.
I am honoured that local people have placed their trust in me and the Labour Party under Keir Starmer. But I also know from the thousands of conversations I have had during this campaign how desperately people want change and a fresh start for our country. The people of Wellingborough have spoken for Britain. This is a stunning victory for the Labour Party and must send a message from Northamptonshire to Downing Street.
Well, following those victories, Sir Keir Starmer released a statement. This is what he had to say. By winning in these Tory strongholds, we can confidently say that Labour is back in the service of working people and we will work tirelessly to deliver for them. The Tories have failed. Rishi's recession proves that. That's why we've seen so many former Conservative voters switching directly to this changed Labour Party. Those who gave us their trust in Kingswood and Wellingborough and those considering doing so can be safe in the knowledge that we will spend every day working to get Britain's future back. Well, the Conservative MP James Daly disputed that there's any evidence of Conservative votes flipping to Labour despite the turnover of huge Tory majorities. I spoke to him a bit earlier.
I can say that the reports that have been come back to me about people who've been there every single day is that there has been no hard evidence given to Conservative activists that there are direct switches from Conservative to Labour. If you look at the number of votes at the 2019 general election, they're about the same. They got 17,737 in 2019, 13,844. The Lib Dem vote has gone down substantially. So this could quite easily be a situation where everyone who voted for Labour in 2019 is voting for them again.
Let's get the thoughts of our political correspondent Tamara Cohen. She's been furiously tapping on her phone, getting lots of reaction, and of course many Tory supporters and people here in Westminster waking up now to this news. What are they telling you?
So the reaction from Conservatives has been pretty muted. I think they are still taking it all in and deciding what the right response is. It's certainly been commented upon by Conservative MPs on social media that the reform vote, certainly in Kingswood, which declared quite a bit earlier than Wellingborough and saw a win for Labour, but not as big a win as in Wellingborough. They pointed out that if you added the Conservative vote and the Reform vote together, then if all those Reform people had voted Tory, they would have beaten Labour. And this was the case in the Tamworth by-election in October and also in the Mid-Bedfordshire by-election. So they're saying, come on, Reform voters, come back to us, and trying to say, look, this may be a protest vote, which if it went the other direction, we'd be OK in a general election. Now, I'm seeing a bit of that, and we heard a little bit of that from James Daly as well. Is that credible? Well, we've heard already that not all Reform voters would necessarily go back to the Conservatives, and that when you see Labour victories on this scale, it sends alarm bells ringing, however many votes go to other parties. I think a lot of Conservatives, Parliament is in recess at the moment, they're in their constituencies, they'll be back next week, and I think there will be discussions among the different Conservative groupings, some of whom have already publicly expressed concerns about Rishi Sunak's leadership and the direction it's going in, about what they want the Prime Minister to do.
Does it help a bit that it's fallen in recess and that, you know, it dampens down any chatter, any plotting?
Well, I think they'll get straight back at it on Monday.
Okay.
We know that there were you know, there was a big poll in the Daily Telegraph funded by Conservative donors, which a lot of Tories wanted to present as showing that they needed to go to the right on migration. You've got a number of Conservatives, including Robert Jenrick, Suella Braverman, former immigration ministers, saying Rishi Sunak needs to now start talking about withdrawing from the European Convention on Human Rights. Will those voices get louder? I think, but then you've also got One Nation Tories who wouldn't want him to take that lesson from it and want him to instead focus on the budget and making sure there's more money in people's pockets. So I think there'll be conversations going on over the next few days about what Tory MPs want the Prime Minister to do, how far they want him to go, and what they want to see him say as a result of this. And I think there's clearly no option for the Prime Minister to just say, we're carrying on with the plan.
And you're going to show us a chart just before we go to our panel.
Just quickly, yes, just to show you the scale of it all. Labour's win in Wellingborough this evening is the biggest, by a mile, on the bottom there, biggest swing since 2019. Just 3 years ago, it was the Conservatives winning by-elections from Labour with very big swings. So how things have changed, and it's in the last few months that you see those really big swings, and in parts of the country which are very different from each other. If we look at the picture since 1945, only one swing bigger than Wellingborough. That was Dudley West in 1994, just after Tony Blair became leader. Then all the recent ones and a few from further back than that. So a really historic win. And then if we look at what happened in Wellingborough tonight, look at that huge gap between the red line and the blue line in 2019. Well, look, Labour have completely closed it, and you've seen a real collapse there in the Conservative vote share, which Labour say is evidence that switching, direct switching, must be happening. And here's Kingswood, where, again, you see a smaller gap than in Wellingborough, but a big gap there. The Conservative share of the vote had increased since 2010, and it's now crossing over. So concerning reading. And if we look at what sort of swing is required in a general election, which we expect later this year, look, it would need to get an overall majority, Labour would need a swing across the country of 12%. That is a huge mountain to climb. It is bigger than in 1997. They would need to win 124 seats. This is still... Labour keep telling us they're not complacent. It's because it is a huge mountain to climb. But on the results today... they are confident that they could do it.
Yeah, amazing. OK, Tamara, thank you very much. Well, let's turn to our panel. Joining us are the Labour MP Peter Carl, the Guardian columnist Zoe Williams, and the former Conservative advisor James Starkey. They've all done incredibly well. They've been up since, well, they haven't gone to sleep at all. We've been on the go since midnight with the programme, which has been great. And Peter, perhaps we can come to you first. Did you expect this sort of success?
We certainly were working hard enough to deserve it. We tried to go to the electorate with an offering that was compelling enough to deliver this, and I think that's what's been rewarded. That chart is stunning, because 3 years ago we did lose to the Tories a seat in Hartlepool. Keir Starmer stood up after that and he promised to change our party. Since then, he's changed profoundly our policies, our politics, and he's changed the people in the Labour Party. He has profoundly changed our party. He hasn't compromised when reorientating the Labour Party towards the priorities the country has. Now just compare that. Rishi Sunak has lost half a dozen now by-elections, and each time he stands up and he says that he's going to change, he's going to listen to what people have said, but he hasn't changed. Just think that when he got elected, he promised that there would be integrity in the way he governs, and yet the first thing he did was appoint Gavin Williamson. He kept Suella Braverman after she'd been sacked for a national security breach. So, you know, we know that he hasn't changed the people. The way he conducts his politics hasn't changed, because they're always at each other's throats. And the policies, he sticks with policies that just don't work. So this is the fact that Keir has changed, it's been rewarded. Rishi Sunak hasn't changed, and he's just banging his head against a wall.
But it's been a disastrous week up until tonight, hasn't it, for the Labour Party, for Sir Keir Starmer. We've seen a U-turn, we've seen the anti-Semitism row. You must be pleased, there must be a sigh of relief that that doesn't seem to have translated into votes.
Well, as I said, in Hartlepool we've learnt the lessons, and we've learnt lessons all the way through, and we will learn the lessons, because the public now know that we're a party that listens, we learn, and we adapt as the circumstances change. That's strength, it's not weakness. So we will carry on doing so. But what we've seen tonight is that the Labour Party has got the foundations right. We're getting it right on national security, right on law and order, and crucially, thanks to Rachel Reeves, our Shadow Chancellor, we're getting it right on the economy. Not just right, subjectively with my opinion, we're getting it right in the eyes of voters, in polling research, our experience, the conversations we're having, but also we see those hard facts in the elections tonight. So yes, we won't get everything right, but we will be honest and upfront when we make mistakes. We will make the hard choices it takes to adapt to the circumstances of the moment. After Liz Truss, after Vladimir Putin, we have to adapt, and we have adapted. Okay. But what's being rewarded tonight is, even though there are challenges, we're getting the fundamentals right. The foundations are strong because of Keir Starmer and his steadfast leadership.
OK, we're going to get the thoughts of Zoe and James in 2 minutes' time. We're going to go to a quick break, but we'll get their thoughts after that.
Story of resilience, but it's also a story of, me developing as a person. And, it wasn't the end of the world when I stepped away from rowing previously, and I went on to, be a bit more connected at home and, get a full-time job. And I think in a strange way, I developed, a bit more resilience. And, this time when I came back from the opportunity, I was ready for it and I knew what to expect. So it really helped me, get back in the groove quickly.
You talk very openly about the loss of your legs and having to walk again, learning to walk again with prosthetic legs, and that difficult period and leaving the military. When you look back, how do you think you got through that?
Yeah, I think for me, I lost that social connection. I didn't realise this at the time, but that's what was missing. It was I missed that social identity, and I think once I started getting back in the gym and engaging with sports and things like the Invictus Games, it really just helped me boost that self-esteem, become more comfortable within my own skin, learn more about my disability, push the boundaries of what I was capable of. And it all sort of culminated in me just being much happier and up for the challenge again. I kind of found that old Greg, the commando Greg, that I lost for a little while. So yeah, as soon as I stumbled into rowing, I was like, wow, this is difficult, but it suited me down to the ground.
And what are the lessons for other people going through things as you've gone through things? What are the lessons you think your experiences and where you've got to now and where you're going to next can inform other people?
I think it's about not giving up. Right back from my, the early days of the commando course, I developed the skill of not always being the best at everything. I had to drop the ego and, do what I was told and learn the techniques. And, I was a very competent runner, but I wasn't particularly strong in my upper body. So, I had to learn quickly. I had to reframe the way I looked at tasks. And I would say that's really helped me move forward with my acquired disability. It's helped me in sport. It's about not being scared to make mistakes and, taking one step at a time and really, letting that full journey, take place. Don't try and, jump to the fifth step before you've completed the first one. I've been guilty of that a few times, so trust me from experience.
Hello again, you're watching Sky News. Let's go back to our panel and get their thoughts. Perhaps, Zoe, you can come in. Guardian columnist, what will your readers be thinking this morning, do you think?
Well, no question, it's been a really good night for Labour and a really bad night for the Conservatives. And however much they expectation managed beforehand, they could never get expectations low enough to really match these results for themselves. Ideal world for Starmer, this is just all the voters have hit their gag reflex with the Tories. It's like there's anything an opposition candidate says, either on the doorstep or elsewhere, about anything affecting their lives, whether that's the cost of living crisis, their access to healthcare, their access to dentists, the transport, you name it. Anything an opposition candidate comes in and says will sound more plausible than a party that's been in government for as long as it has, saying that they're just about to fix everything. So that's the dream scenario for Labour, because that will just snowball, and whatever other things come up, whatever other U-turns come up and whatever other embarrassments come up, that wouldn't change. There's an alternate universe in which there were very, very specific situations in both these by-elections, Peter Byrne and his girlfriend candidate Helen Harrison being a kind of curiosity in Wellingborough, and Kingswood having its own issues. if we're dealing case-by-case basis, then Labour can't afford to be complacent, but I don't see how that works.
I suppose you just have to look at all the other by-elections we've had recently that Labour have won.
But also, there is a pattern, right? There have been 58 by-elections since in the past 14 years. 18 of them, which is a third, have been because of the bad behaviour of an MP. And that is quite a chaotic, undisciplined, kind of dodgy party. And I think that is beginning to show.
James, you've been a former Conservative advisor. If you were giving advice this morning to the Prime Minister, what would you be saying?
I think it's quite simple. I mean, look, the results are big, and I understand why, you know, Labour will take a lot from them. But really, overall, it doesn't really change much from what we know. We know from looking at the opinion polls that it's going to be a huge task for the Prime Minister and CCHQ to win the next election from where they are. That's now been the case basically since Truss, since the mini-budget. And he laid out his 5 priorities, which broadly do match the main things, the national issues that we're talking about. You can doubt whether or not he's going to achieve them, but they do match the priorities that the PM set out. He'll achieve them or he won't achieve them. And I think it sounds boring, and it's probably what he's going to say, and you'll have Tory MPs on here today saying, but the only way they're going to have any chance at the election is to stick to that plan. And crucially, it's not just about sticking to the plan, it's delivering. They'll have to demonstrate to the electorate that he's delivered on growing the economy, on bringing down inflation, on stopping the votes. And if they can do that...
He hasn't got long there, has he?
No, time's running out.
Impossible?
I don't think it's impossible. If you look at the economic data, it suggests that towards the end of the year, inflation is coming down. We might well see the first rate cuts before the next election if it's in October. I think the 2 big things that are harder to see, actually, are the NHS waiting lists and stopping the boats, crucially getting the flight to Rwanda. Now, those 2 things look like the toughest thing. At the moment, I would say they're unknowns. We don't know how far they're going to get into those. But if they can make route into those towards the end of the year, they'll at least have a case to give to the electorate.
Yeah. Zoe, do you think we're heading for an earlier general election, or do you think he's going to string it out?
I mean, it looks like it has to be strung out, right? Because nobody's going to want to do a May election on the back of these results. But that doesn't take into account the kind of chaos that's going to follow this. We saw a small rebellion against Sunak a couple of weeks ago. There are going to be Tory MPs who lose their nerve, and that and they're not a disciplined party at the moment. So it wouldn't surprise me at all if he faced significant destabilisation within his own party and an election was forced upon him. That's the only conditions in which I can see a spring or summer election.
Do you not think, like Tamara was saying, that actually, by going early to a general election, he can say, look, vote for me now and I will get it fixed, as opposed to leaving it to the last minute and he hasn't got it fixed?
Well, I just think that the chances of any of what you've just spoken about being resolved by October are so slim. You know, let's say he did bring inflation down further. That doesn't bring prices down. Prices stay as high, they just don't go up. So people are still going to be really, really struggling, and they're not going to care whether
I think he will get credit for
inflation. No, they might look at it. People on shows like this might go, "Oh, look, it's now 3%. It was 11%." But people who go in and are buying a packet of Lurpak, which is now £5 when it used to be £3.50, are not going to experience that drop in inflation as anything like the economic boon that he's going to present it as. And the net result of that will be he'll come across as even more out of touch than he does already.
The feeling will be they can present it as a kind of 92 scenario, which is the plan is starting to work, don't allow someone else come in and potentially upset that.
But this is like the kind of don't change the pilot while you're crashing the plane argument. That works quite well in the middle of, say, Brexit, when everybody's like, oh, we don't know what's going on. It wouldn't be good to change the pilot at this stage. But this doesn't have a kind of crashing plane feel. This just has a kind of, real drudgery and hardship feel. And I think people would change the pilot under those conditions. I think they'd take any other pilot.
But I don't think it's... In that scenario, I don't agree that it's the crash the plane scenario. I think in the scenario he can demonstrate things are improving.
I just don't think people will feel it.
But the element that you will feel is if rates start to be cut, because people will want to see rates cut some people will start to feel that, and there will be a nervousness that change could upset that. And I do think...
But you know, as soon as... Even that is a really vexed conversation for him, because a lot of people who've had to redo their mortgage since the mini-budget are they're paying twice as much on their housing as they were. And they're locked into that for 2 to 5 years. Very few people are on a tracker because nobody can afford to be on a tracker. So the idea that rate cuts are going to feed directly into people's pockets, I think, again, is for the birds. So you're going to have, like, a lot of commentators saying, oh, great, rates have gone down, while a lot of people are paying twice as much as they used to. And I just don't see that stacking up.
But I think this is my point, we touched on earlier, is they'll present the plan. Rishi will say, for argument's sake, inflation's coming down, rates are starting to come down. And what they will say, and the reason why we've seen Labour do the U-turn this week, because Labour know they're going to say this, is all these things that Labour are promising you. We saw the costing of the insulation policy that Labour have that was £7 billion more than they say it was. I'm sure they would argue about that. But what the Tories want to say is, hey, all these policies that I've got are going to lead to either higher taxes or higher borrowing, which leads to inflation. And so the choice they're going to try and force on the electorate is if you take our plan, because, by the way, it's starting to work, or take a huge economic risk with Labour. And look, in elections that does play out, and it has worked before.
I have to say, it pains me to say it, but I do think they've made such a kind of catastrophic mess of so many things that hurt people in their kind of day-to-day living, and whether that's kind of benefit cuts or the degradation of public services or the mortgage rates or rents or, any way you slice it, the person who walks into a polling booth thinking they can sort this out, having messed it up for 14 years, I can't imagine what that voter looks like.
Do you know what? We're out of time. It's been fantastic listening to you both. Zoe Williams, James Sparky and Peter Kyle MP, thank you all very much. And tomorrow as well, thank you. And that has been a Sky News double by-election special programme, and it's been quite the night, hasn't it? It began with a Labour victory in the seat in Kingswood near Bristol. Then we saw Labour inflict another thumping defeat on the Tories, this time in Wellingborough. Now, the pressure is on Rishi Sunak. Can he turn the Conservative fortunes around ahead of this year's general election?